Welcome to day 2 of G-Loot PUBG Season 6 Grand Finals. I hope you are ready after yesterday. We saw some things we haven't seen in a while, and I expect much of the same today. My name is Tickle, or Tickle if you're a Avenger. Welcome. We have such a jam-packed show for you. I am so excited to bring you all of the action, but first let me introduce the gents on the desk, the youngest man in the analyst role, and joined by not the caster cursor, but the analyst apocalypsa. That's what I'm gonna go with.
Oh.
It is Avenger and Jorasar. Gents, what's up?
Yeah, extremely excited to be back for day number 2, John. We had an kind of unheard of day yesterday with 2 teams taking 5 of the 6 wins. It's like, what's going on? This is like, is this a grand finals? How are they dominating this much?
And not only that, there are 2 of the teams that maybe we weren't, well, not expecting to be up there, but we had 2 teams in mind who we thought were going to take a bunch of the chicken dinners, and it wasn't them. So this is going to be a very exciting start to day number 2.
We'll talk all about the PUBG action, but first I need to introduce the 2 silky smooth voices that bring you all the action in-game. It is the king of hashtags, and I think his name is Toby. I mean, I was supposed to talk to them. That's what I was asked to do, but it appears that they don't want to. What are you trying to do? Look smart?
It's the pipe.
You're not fooling anyone, Kylaris.
What are you talking about?
Can you talk? Can you step?
We were holding this pose for you.
There we go. We're
This
professionals.
camera angle is good for you guys.
Look at all of us.
You're trying to say?
Okay,
Nothing.
focus, gents. We have a show to put on now. That was lots of fun, but now we're going to get very, very serious and talk about the schedule for today. What you can expect if you're watching at home, and what you can expect is lots of PUBG because we have so much of it coming your way. We had the Super Weekend. Now we're in the Grand Finals, slap bang in the middle, day number 2.
Yes, this is going to be a very interesting... The day is going to go one of 2 ways. Either we're going to see the teams that won yesterday continue carrying momentum through, or we're going to see something completely unexpected. This will be the day that sets up tomorrow.
I want to make a
That's top
joke.
level analysis right there.
I was about to be like
This will be the day that sets up tomorrow, Sam. That's how big.
Look at you esporting
It should have been even with less. So today we have 6 games, guys.
Wow,
That's
6
wild,
sole
right?
games.
Obviously starting
is
at a wrangle, as you can
crazy.
see here. We'll see if Navi is going to be able to continue that. What I am curious to see if that is going to happen today is that now that Navi kind of have 15 teams aware and very focused that they are that far ahead, are they going to be focused a little bit more in these third parties? So they're going to be, we're going to have teams like they're going to be impossible to catch up to if they don't get stopped somehow today. So that is what I'm really looking forward to.
We got to take it way back to the beginning because maybe someone's tuned in today and they haven't been watching, and we'll walk through exactly what happened. But the short version is Navi did something we haven't seen in a while yesterday. 3 chicken dinners, 2 different maps, back to back. They just did all the things on day 1, Avenger.
Yeah, and Navi, they have come off really good performance. A recent roster change with Uber coming in, and we had a really good interview with him yesterday. Very humble, very focused on the end goal, obviously, which is winning, which would put them in a almost guaranteed position for PGC. So yeah, Navi, half of the wins of the 6 games yesterday, which is crazy, but also even more crazy, Skate getting the 2 of the remaining 3 games that was up for the taking. They're in a kind of comfortable spot, but still, we have a lot of teams that are within reach of just 1 game, jumping, 7, 8, 10 spots if they have a really good game.
You know what's crazy is Skade actually was in the lower brackets coming into this. So if you didn't know, we have a very specific format that happens here for G-Loot. And of course, we had this lower bracket where you could drop down if you didn't make it in the first day of Super Weekend, first 2 days of Super Weekend. Skade did not perform in day 1 and day 2, but were able to qualify and get into the Grand Finals through the lower brackets. Navi as well, I'm not going to say they didn't perform. They were in the top 8, but they weren't exactly, I wasn't looking at them being like, wow, check out Navi,
It's very much...
Now I am.
Well, now we are, of course, but it was very much a situation of if you're in the upper bracket and you maybe didn't have a couple of good games to start off with, just getting in the top 8 is all that mattered. So there is a reasonable case for some teams didn't quite show us everything that they had because they could afford to. If you were comfortably in the top 4 and you wanted to take the foot off the brake or you wanted to save something for the Grand Finals, you had the ability to do that. In the lower bracket, that cutoff point disappears and you absolutely have to be there. So there's just that little bit more pressure on the teams. And we have very contrasting fortunes between Skade, for example, and some of the other teams from the lower bracket who haven't quite shown up as much in the grand final so far. But we're going to see how that unfolds today. It's interesting that Skade are the ones to come out on top.
Before we talk about Skade, let's talk about what all these teams are playing for, because that's why they're here this weekend, right? They want to win some money, $50,000 prize pool, and of course those very sexy placement points, which you can see there. That's how you get them. That's how you get to the money. I just jumped right ahead to the money, missed out how you earn points.
It's all about the money.
It's all about the money. You saw that. You get placement points, you get a point per kill, and that's to win the cash. You've got to finish in the top 12. That's going to be in the back of Team Liquid's mind today, because I don't believe they're in the top 12, and they need to do that to make some cash money. And of course, it's not just money that's on the line, PGC points. So I tell you what, gents, again, if someone's watching and they have no cooking clue about PUBG
right.
Esports, why are these points important? What are these points?
Why
Why do I want
say,
them?
why are you even watching?
Why?
I was gonna,
be one.
What channel am I on? What's going on here?
What is going on here? No, but obviously here we are in the PGC qualification points. We have a system where we have 4 fantastic tournaments that is going out. G-Loot is being 2 of them. PCS 7 is the other 2. We are halfway through, and the further we get through our tournaments this year is the higher the points you get. You only got 200 from the win of G-Loot Season 5, which was previous to PCS 6. That was NLT that got that. And right now, in the very top, we have 475 points for a Tropic. But Na'Vi, if you look, is 195. So they're nearly 300 points behind. So with this, they're going to be able to guarantee them a spot, which would technically guarantee them a spot in PGC, because it would be impossible for other teams to many teams to pass them.
And at the end of the year, of course, every single one of these teams wants to be competing at PGC. That will be the stage that sets the scene for next year as well, for PUBG Esports globally. So it's so important to be there. For some teams, you might even argue it's more important than the prize money we have on offer here. They want to make sure they cement that invite to that year-end tournament. It is very, very big for them.
Why is that year-end tournament so important?
At the end of the day, the prize pool is going to be bigger, the prestige, the opportunity to become world champion. I mean, we have some fantastic teams here. We have a lot of fantastic teams here, but imagine pitting us against literally every other region in the world and really saying you are the world champion as well. There is no bigger prize in the world of PUBG.
I mean, you knew that if you were watching, but it seemed like a good idea to just run through it all over again. And now we get to go into the fun stuff, what we've been talking about, the fact that we've already had 6 games played and we have seen some epic stuff go down. We mentioned it, the Na'Vi 3 chicken dinners, Skade getting 2, basically owning that space. But what's interesting is how many teams have been able to pop off, and not necessarily the names we were expecting. These are some of the highlights from yesterday, Avenger.
Yeah, really interesting ones, and also fantastic games. We had some really rough ones from Miramar. A lot of them going further away from where we've been used to having endings. So hopefully that changed a little bit today. So some of the teams that are looting far south is going to be benefited away from that too. But the story from yesterday, it is just Na'Vi being able to dominate as much as they were. Skate with their 2 wins, also on both maps. It's quite unheard of that you have only 2 teams winning 6 of them. But for me, the interesting was that Na'Vi come off a victory in the Ground Zero Playtonia win, where they had 3 wins there as well, but that was in 15 games. Here they're able to replicate that, but in 6 games. So their performance that they've been able to put in is fantastic. But also, another thing is the 2 teams at the top that have been dominating this much, Na'Vi and Skate, they come off a recent rush change as well, just months ago.
How often does this happen? I mean, you mentioned that Na'Vi's done it already, but Avenger, you're the walking encyclopedia of PUBG.
Right, yeah.
How often do you see a team get these 3 chicken dinners like this, especially over 2 maps?
In 6 games or over 2 maps, it's extremely rare. We're talking like, it usually comes between years because the competition is so high, right? We have so many good teams here that it's hard to compete. I always love the comparison we have with, it's at a random tweet where a guy asks, we need to put in every athletic competition there is, we need to put a regular guy or a woman in so you can see how fast and how athletic these guys are. If you did the same here, you would have the 16th place team would be those guys. Let's say you take, some of your IRL friends and you put all 4 of them in that don't play 40 hours a week like these guys do at a professional level, they would have like less than 10 points. They would be in single digits right now.
So we're taking a look at your leaderboard. This is what it looks like after day number 1. Fun little fact that I'm going to throw out. FaZe in the top 8, the only team not to finish twice or more in the top 4 yesterday. So consistency definitely paid off.
Kills was heavy for them.
Kills was good for them.
Yeah.
Everyone else made sure that they got themselves at least 2 top 4 finishes, and with the kills combined, that helped. But the big story has to be the fact that Na'Vi is so far ahead of the competition now.
Yeah, take a look. 2nd through 7th. 9 points separate all of them.
Yeah.
It's still only the end of day number 1. But the fact that Na'Vi have somehow been able to squeeze a 35-point advantage, but this is already amazing to talk about if this was the end of day 2.
Right.
And they did this at the end of day number 1. So the cushion they have to work with here is substantial.
What happens if Na'Vi goes out in the first game and wins a chicken dinner?
It's going to be really rough for those teams. I mean, right now, as we were talking about before, is we have this situation where we have kind of a target on the back of them, right? Because if they take everything and run away with it, we're going to have 50 teams that are only going to be competing for 2nd place. We have 120 more PTC points. We have a bigger share of the prize pool in first place. So everyone obviously wants to be able to compete for the first place. So we're going to have 15 teams trying to put a leash on these guys so they don't run away with everything, right?
Is that going through the team's minds? I mean, is this something they're going to be thinking about?
They're going to be aware of
we
that.
cannot allow Na'Vi to get another chicken dinner today.
I think it's certainly the sort of thing you would be thinking about after the games at the end of the day, when the teams sort of sit back and look at what the tournament looks like overall. But we are still 6 games and 1 day in. I think realistically, if you ask any of the top teams who are struggling a little bit maybe, their focus is resetting, taking everything 1 game at a time and making sure that they do the best for themselves. It doesn't matter if Na'Vi win the next 4 chicken dinners. Let's make sure we're 2nd in all of them with a handful of kills, right? That's got to be their focus right now.
Yeah, and actually, we've had some really good performances from the players as well in terms of kills. It's been quite impressive how dominating it's been from Navi's side. You can see here, as we show on the screen, Uber 19, Example 15. So 2 Na'Vi players being able to take the top spot. And also, Code Marco and FaZe obviously has some representation here because they've been able to have quite a big share. Usually we say this 65 to 70% of the points are going to come from kills. Here, the reason why BBL and FaZe Clan is up where they are is because of the amount of kills that they've been able to have yesterday.
Well, that's the thing, right? With FaZe, obviously Gustav, big back, carried everyone right into the top 8. So they just need to continue that momentum. What I do want to talk about, though, now is the teams that haven't appeared yet. Entropic is the big one for me. This was a team that we hyped up so much yesterday, and then we didn't really see them much. Obviously, they've come off the back of the PCS victory.
Right.
This happened in G-Loot Season 5 as well, where we lots of talk about them, and then they just never came to the party.
You cursed at them, basically, kind of. No, I honestly...
yes, it's all my fault in the server.
You're trying to blame John sometimes. You have to get the blame sometimes. So no, honestly, for me, it's like... It could be just G-Loot, the G-Loot curse, right? They can't perform in G-Loot here. If they get outside top 10 for this one as well, is that it? But there's another thing as well. They're very comfortable in their PTC points, right? They don't have to perform. It's not necessary for them. But obviously, they want to. They want to be able to come in and dominate as hard as NLT did last year. We saw them do very well. They were able to close out so many tournaments and basically sponge up all the points. Entropic, if they want to kind of contest that it's the Entropic era, like we had the NLT era last year, then they have to do something similar. And right now we're not getting that from them. But then again, we're only 33% through. We have 2 more days to go, and I really need to see something from them today. If it's something like it's going to be a big hope potentially. Entropic could be a big hope for PTC in the Worlds. We have many teams competing there, and we want to see something from them there.
Here's the thing, though, right? This is the situation we find ourselves in, is with Na'Vi doing what they've done. Now, this is normally a conversation we get to have on the last day, which is not going to happen. I cannot believe this is happening at the start of day 2. An Entropic, in order to get themselves to the top spot, needs to perform extremely well in all 6 games.
Yep.
But kind of needs Na'Vi not to. This is the situation we're now in, is all of these teams need to hope that Na'Vi has a bad day.
Right.
They certainly need to hope that Na'Vi has a bad day, but that doesn't need to influence their gameplay at all. Pretty much everyone's manual went out the window at the end of day number 1. We were talking about Entropic and Northern Lights and who was going to come out trumps, and as it turns out, neither of them. They just need to make sure they're in contention at the start of day 3 at the moment. Even if Na'Vi go ahead and win loads right now, that doesn't matter if they're sat in 2nd place and the only team that can realistically catch them up. So that's got to be where they're at.
I mean, I can't do maths. Can you realistically catch Na'Vi today if they do?
So
yes.
What happens is that Na'Vi goes out twice with 0 points in a row, and Entropic wins twice with 15 kills in both games, then they're on the same amount of points as Na'Vi is right now. That's how far they are ahead.
There is a lot.
50 points.
This isn't, no.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But all of those things can happen. We've seen Na'Vi boom or bust before, where they get 20 kill chicken dinners, or they take an early fight, they're stuck out in the blue and they go out. Right. That has happened before. And it's not likely to happen here, but it can happen.
I'm trying to do maths in my head, which I'm bad at, because I'm like, I'm pretty sure
Trust us, it can work.
I don't trust either of you. I'm like, Avenger has just messed me around.
10 plus 15, that's 25 times 2, that's 50. Win 10 points, 15 kills.
Do you know what the worst? I'm looking at Kalaris.
Yeah, Kalaris is laughing because
Don't look over there.
I'm trying to figure out if he did the maths.
He's not going to help you.
Kalaris is equally bad at the math, so he's just laughing because he doesn't know how to do the math. So yeah, he's laughing.
The point is, I think, just to summarize this whole conversation, Na'Vi, very good. Everyone else needs to work harder.
Yeah, but still, it's the same case, right? Everyone is aware of their situation. So Na'Vi, if they play very aggressive today, there's going to be focus on that. We're going to see third parties. We're going to see potential pull-ups, because if you don't stop them today, they're going to be impossible to catch. Like, yes. I cannot stress this enough. It's going to happen, and you're going to see the teams do the same, because they have access to the leaderboards as well. They're aware that they've been dominating. They're like, oh damn, Na'Vi won a game again. 50% of the games yesterday. No, so they're going to stop that, and also that's the lovely thing about PUBG, right? Your strategic approach is based on all the information that you have available before each game, right? So you're going to make decisions that are going to give you the most points possible, but also give you the biggest chance of potentially winning the whole tournament. So if you see a team that is bleeding, or they've recently been in a fight, you want to try to take them out. If it's an advantage for you and you don't have to sacrifice too much utility, or if you lose a player potentially, right? So that's the beautiful thing about this game. It's very strategic on so many levels.
So how much does the gameplay change today with these teams? What is their game plan coming into day 2, knowing what the scoreboard looks like?
So from a overall strategic point of view, looking at the leaderboard, not that much will change, but where you might notice things being a bit different is the micro decisions that team make, the tactical elements of the game. If we see that a team that's doing the third partying happens to be Na'Vi, and one of the teams that wants to stop them, which is basically the whole lobby, sees them, seeing a Na'Vi name in the kill feed might influence whether they're going to jump in and try and take that fight as well. It's not likely to influence where the teams are going to be dropping or targeting them at the start of the game or anything like that. I think it's way too early for that sort of thing. But the decisions that the teams and the IGLs in particular make on the fly, certainly the leaderboard decisions will be influencing those.
How does Liquid change their game plan today? This is a team that we have to talk about, because they are sitting out of the money right now. And this is a team that they have huge amounts of fans. You don't expect Liquid to be at the bottom. Is it a day 2 team, Avenger? Are we going to go with that excuse?
I sure hope so. There's no other excuse right now. They had a really rough day yesterday, but obviously their mindset has to be completely reset. They have to come in, but they have so fantastic players that it's not about the individual mechanics. It's about everything else that is going around. Unfortunate timing, the decision making. You could come in and you can do a third party. That was initially a good idea, but there's a team that then have a third party opportunity, and it's outside your influence and outside your decisions. It's just about your timing, where you go in. Because what I saw from yesterday, like, it was looking good. What we saw from them in the Super Weekend was looking good, like, especially when they did really well. It was actually looking good. They did all the right things. They won their games. They won some of their 1-1s. And yesterday, they lost out on a lot of situations where they were in a 1 versus 1 situations, or they were in a team fight that they just simply lost out to.
Yeah, they've been the recipient of, you don't want to say bad luck, because if a team manages to wipe you, they do it on merit, right? But they have gone into a couple of fights where we're looking at it as a viewer going, oh, that's around 50-50, and they have lost more than the fair share of those. But it feels like they normally play a kind of game that they're the ones influencing everyone else with their decisions. They are so good, so big brain when they move in to decide to engage on someone. They know all the angles are covered off. And there were maybe a few instances yesterday where they were reacting to the game plan of everyone else. And in that reactionary capacity, we weren't seeing them quite as sharp as they normally would be when they're executing something that's super well planned. So I'm not expecting any big changes in the way that they're playing. I think it is going to pay off at some point.
I think I'm probably going to get flamed for saying this, but I think we're way too soft on Liquid and ENCE.
Yeah.
I think that they dropped into the lower bracket. These are two teams that they should not. They're invited. They're considered the top of the top. They fell into the lower bracket. They've come here. They're not performing. They're sitting on the bottom side of the bracket. And we constantly say, oh, they just had a bad day, they had a bad circle, they had a bad... No!
Extra practice.
Why are they... More time in the server, boys.
Well, so first of all, they also their approach to the game falls into what I was talking about the pre-game yesterday, right? We are coming into a situation where the first day of many tournaments, especially tournaments like this, it becomes very edge-heavy. You see a lot of scrappy fights on the edge, especially with the circles that we had. It set it up for it. You had so many teams that was like, okay, there's a few teams in the middle in some of the compounds. Nobody's breaching them. Everyone was fighting on the edge, trying to get the kills, and you're ending up losing players. The best game yesterday, I think, was a 5th place with 2 kills, which is insane in Liquid terms, right? So, and it was because it was influenced. They lost one player in a rough situation where he shouldn't have been, maybe. They lost another player because there is a team kind of third-partying them, Sakura putting up on the glass house, like close to the fair pier, like they lost a player. So then there are only 2 players against teams that are very confident, 3 or 4 players strong, and they obviously just push them because they have the information. They know, oh, Liquid is only 2, they're coming up on us, okay, so yeah, it was an easy wipe there, especially in that last game.
A little bit of tough love from me. And Liquid, you know I love you. I want what's best for you, and what's best for you is to climb up the leaderboard. We've spoken enough about what could happen, what should happen, what might happen. Now it's time to see what actually happens with Kylaris and Toby.
That's right. Thank you very much, Desk. Whether it be Joros, Jinx, or a team messing with Martin, whatever the teams are going to be cursed by the Desk, it doesn't matter because it's day number 2 here for G-Loot Season 6. We're getting into game number 7. We're going to be going to Miramar first for 3 games, then Erangel for 3 games, the Grassy Pastures. I am pumped here to get things going.
It's the other way around.
I thought we were starting on Miramar. All right, well, whatever.
So we are starting on Erangel, and I'm curious to see, it's off of 2 back-to-back wins to finish things off yesterday, if Na'Vi can go out and repeat. Because as varied as those 2 wins were, we suddenly broke them down after the day was done yesterday, there were a lot of similarities throughout all 3 of them. And coming into yesterday's games, what I like to take a look at was, who is going to dare to aggress today? Who is going to dare to go out and take control, to set the pace right off of day 1? And Na'Vi did that. Not by taking fights to everyone in the early game, but what they did is they took their fights on their edge earlier than everyone else. So by taking the fights phase 4, phase 5, phase 6, and making that space on their side of the circle early, then when we get the phase 7, phase 8 chaos, they were spending that time spreading out, taking control, dominating, as you were saying yesterday, sheep herding everything, and forcing those rest of the teams to play according to the Na'Vi strat. So I want to see them continue to do it today, but I also want to see all the other teams try and do the exact same thing.
Yeah, because it was smart. We broke it down. We were sat in the back looking at how all of those engagements went down, and we even can have a potential to cross-examine some of the scenarios that maybe go down today based on what we saw yesterday, because there was some really smart stuff coming out from Na'Vi. But as you said, Erangel is the choice of the day to start things off. The Grassy Pastures, I get to say early compared to later after 3 games. I thought I'd have to wait, but here we are, and that's not the kindest circle.
We've been here before, we'll go back again. Why not start off where we left off yesterday, down towards the south? We go obvious to James, this game is going to go Millie Island. We're going to get the hard shift of a lifetime. But even if it doesn't, this is going to spell disaster for a lot of teams, because yesterday, in that game that did end up in and around the south side forest on the west side there, we were having this exact situation happen. So many teams up towards the northeast tried to make their way down early, and there were clusters all over the place. We saw Rykes in the double bonds out by Bochinki taking fights in the very early game that spilled disasters for multiple teams. Both them and NLT ended up pretty much going out of the game because of that exact moment. And I think we'll see similar things today. Like, the action will kick off early because there's just not enough room for every team to make their way down here together.
I mean, this is almost more agonizing than just like 45% water, because the way in which this circle now works is that you may as well kind of consider what is military, in inverted commas, water. However, there's always that silly 1% chance that something really crazy happens with a circle. It's very minute, but I know, and we know here, looking at this, the teams are saying, okay, this is a bit of an accelerated game. This is like playing Circle 2 early and then having to work it out from there.
You want to see prediction of a lifetime?
Go on.
Entropic is going to rotate over military this game.
That's not that big a prediction of a lifetime, if I'm honest.
I thought it was.
You thought it was?
And then if it
big
happened,
brain.
that'd be so cool, and it really wasn't that big a prediction. I just like, hype it up a little bit. It would be a smart play on their part, though. If they know, I mean, obviously, Entropic...
It's the same as a wide.
Massive threat to pretty much anyone they go up against. But that rotation early on, because they have started slowing things down in the early game, that's not a rotation I would be surprised to see from them. Of course, they will then still have to make the rotation across the bridge, which can be deadly. But I would love to see them try something like that, because they are far east in Lipovka right now.
Yeah, nor would I be adverse to it. I think it's something that could quite easily work out. At the same time, though, it really depends. I mean, if they late rotate through the middle of the map, chances are they probably see this circle and think to themselves, okay, I think a lot of these teams are going to be moving early based on the fact that we have such a wonky circle in terms of land to water ratio. So maybe we see teams trying to center up around those compounds, around the quarry area, north of that as well. And then we can play edge from kind of where Team Liquid is right now and kind of work our way in from there.
Speaking of Liquid, James has early rotated. We do see
like
Liquid do this early. I mean, usually when we see the military games, they'll be pretty much instant on the rotation. Southwest circles, they know they have something to claim as well. But right now we're seeing them kind of in between the Sakura Sands and split, and we're already now seeing shots fired. Yesterday we talked about how the curse of Liquid is losing some of these players very early, way too early on rotation, but fortunately, at least for now, seems like they're going through here unharmed. But having said that, Vard is still not with them. He's running into the entirety of Na'Vi mid-rotation right now.
Yeah, so we'll see if they're going to be able to get out of the way from harm's way here for this. I think neither team really wants to... Obviously, you get those pot shots from kind of seat swapping and seeing how that's going, but Team Liquid's going to escape out unscathed, I think, for the most part. It's Sakura Sensen that takes a few shots here and there alongside that Na'Vi potential move. Skade, I mean, look, this is what we were talking about in terms of the rotations. Everyone's like, okay, if this circle is going to be an advanced game state, let's try and find those center spots because they are extremely valuable for this particular circle.
And there's just also, I mean, due to the fact that there are so many fields in and around this area of the map, there are only so many compounds you can pick and choose between. Man, how many teams do we see try and claim the compound that Code Marco is now in, right? So you want to go down there, you want to get them early, and here comes the victors of yesterday. Na'Vi full speed forward, Maxi caught in the opening, but it's Vard to fight the first knock.
Yeah, Vard starting things off. Brilliant little move here for him, as we will see nades raining down from this angle. He did actually manage to spot, I think, Example moving up on the right-hand side, but Alia is able to take clip, as well as Example getting Mexi. This is going to go from bad to worse if Team Liquid does not make a turnaround against this, and Example will back off.
Remember, James is only just now coming up here. We saw him down towards the compound on the south side of Therapy just before, and now a 2v3 situation here, and you can see Vard still limited in info. Unfortunately, James over the top finds one. Example does get the immediate response, though. So now James, all on his own, trying to fend off him, and is slowly making his way down into this area too. So it could be a potential threat from behind.
There's a ridiculous scenario where I feel even if Team Liquid loses this, I wouldn't even mind them getting like 1 or 2 flushes to stifle Na'Vi's progress because they are so far ahead in this tournament right now. It's a minor thing. Well, actually, it's not a minor thing. It's kind of a big thing. But James here is going to have a hard time against these two. And then Na'Vi might recover all 4.
Yeah, that could very well happen. James playing it slow, as I say, that it does get up on his feet. Do they hear anything? Not immediately. Head spotted. Nothing confirmed, though. And there you have it, the double peek over the top. James down, Liquid out. They drove down side by side. And once again, Na'Vi prevails. And as you're saying, that's Na'Vi back to 400 feet.
Yeah, if you're any other team in this lobby right now, you're really hoping a team like Sakura Sensen is being a bit more aggressive and third-partying all of this, but that's not the case. Na'Vi is going to be able to recover from this spot by the looks of things, and that's just extra points for the Kings of the Hill right now.
Also, I lost my prediction. It was actually Creed X and FaZe that made the bridge.
But someone was going to do it.
Someone was going to do it. You have enough teams on that east side that you know the teams will up to make their play. Question now is how long does Creed X spend trying to make sure that the west bridge is clear? Because if they sit there for more than a minute and a half, they will hear the vehicles from FaZe Clan coming in behind. Because I would assume that FaZe thinks they're the only team doing this.
But definitely so, as we have Northern Lights just taking the northern skirts of all of this. DA and Skade are going to run into each other, and I don't think they're aware of the Skade presence at all.
You wouldn't expect so anyway. There's only 2 players up here. Vehicles still down in the swamp below Gemty, making his way closer, but for now, Pixel knowing all that is here to prevent damage coming their way. Seems to me like Metralius has heard some footsteps, heard something, because he is playing this very cautious.
And Skade was a Feast or Famine team yesterday. It was 2 wins, and that was 20 of their 20 placement points. So despite being second, I mean, Na'Vi was exactly the same. 3 wins, 31 placement points.
Yeah.
So it was either win and then win big or get no placement points. And to be fair, Na'Vi did have like 6 kills in one of the games. But yeah, so they're very much so banking on the big games here to be able to carry them forwards.
Yes, and it's always interesting to follow because no one team is going to continue. Like, they will continue to have the bad games, but no one team is going to continue to win that many games. So it's how good do you make your bad games to kind of make up for the games that you don't go out and win. Now, unfortunately, for Skate and Na'Vi, the games, as you said, that they didn't lose out on, they managed to win. And Skate, they don't like what they see. I don't disagree with this. I mean, now we're seeing the pressure coming in from behind as well, the jump getting shot at. I like this play. It's phase 1. No reason to take the early fight because you know there are more teams around you.
Yeah, I mean, Zhong's spot as well as north of Quarry is not bad, right?
No,
like, why risk it, I suppose, against Digital Athletics, who, with 4 there, with Zhong unable to get up, why go for the kind of 4v3 scenario you put yourself in?
They had the element of surprise in the fact that if DA pushes through without the info, they can get the first couple of knocks, they'll be fine. But the fact that DA slowed down, didn't continue to push forward, they might even have seen them peek out, like kind of shoulder peek out, goes, great, they know there's something. You can see they're still holding it, and now obviously the info has been given, but I'm not expecting a follow-up on this. Narvik on his own, throw one nade, do some damage, allow yourself to back off. But then again, I mean, DA not the early aggressors, but surprised to see Narvik actually stick around for this long, because as you can see, he's kind of defending all the angles, but there are a lot of angles to be peeking from.
I agree. I would say I'm also a little bit surprised, because if you do get a knock, what are you going to do with it?
Exactly.
What's the plan there? So he will back off for now. I guess maybe he was a little bit cautious as to his escape from the scenario.
Yeah. Phase 2. Where do we go? We have 2 teams on middle who would be very, very pleased with the hard southeast shift.
Yeah.
But the rest of the server not quite so much. Maybe Entropic would be pretty satisfied with a rotation like that.
The problem is
well. So let's see.
There's just not enough, right? It can't even center on the millie, unfortunately.
There really isn't. Having said that, we are going east. So all the teams out west, find your way on in. And the issue with this one, to me anyway, is we are going into fields. You have no compound to take. Nothing to play around. Sakura Sanson, Intense, is leaving that compound now. And if you're BBL, you hear those cards and you instantly move. And speaking of cards, well, here come Creed X.
Yeah, FaZe looking to set up the trap here, goes for the spray into boxes. He goes down, Vex is going to transition that spray over to Rykes. Tries to go for a few pot shots as well with the Mini 14. Gets a second. Will any more convert? Gustav finishes off Rykes. That's a 2-4-0 here for FaZe to start things, and Gaxi is stuck.
Jump scares are a rarity in PUBG, but believe me, if you're any of the Creed X players making that rotation by a car, you almost fell out of your chair, starting to get shut up by 4 FaZe flame. What?
Yes. What? Okay, 8C. You know,
we see you.
He's been having some pop moments recently.
What was that? The main issue now for FaZe, or what could become an issue, is that obviously Entropic sitting on the other side, as we said, I mean, it's not that they're having a bad performance, but not performing the way that they would want to. They want free kills. I'm not saying FaZe are free kills by any means, but a team crossing a bridge is a kill you would try and get over any else.
I mean, out of the fire and into the frying pan, though, if we come across that bridge with how that's going down. Not easy to deal with Entropic on the other side. Perfectix, though, going against bystanders. Herc will actually take him down. Yep. And Northern Lights still looking for, well, not much. They're very far away from one another, so Hjort will just confirm the Perfectix. And from there, they can't trade back against it.
They tried to spread out. They tried to play for info. I don't think they were expecting for bystanders to make the pull-up on the forest that early. So they thought, we have the space, let's maneuver, let's scout on forward. But before they even got out of the car there, an entire team of bystanders pulls up on him. So unfortunate. Heroic in the meantime find themselves a knock down towards the south. That's an and actually a pretty, I don't want to say a crucial knock by any means, but a good one, because that allows for them to deny the potential gatekeep, and they can now drive further forward. But where do you go from here? I'm seeing a bloodbath of Heroic and Na'Vi just about 10 seconds away from here. Or maybe.
They got to be cautious. You can't just keep driving through the long woods, because you know people are going to be kind of hounding out in those little areas.
They're scouting this on the go. They're looking at windows from the vehicles. T-Bone does stop on the north side, so they have somewhat of a kind of landing area should they want to bounce back. But they're looking at all the windows. No one's peeking, no doors being open. And Quicks are going, guys, I think this is free. And indeed it is.
Nice by Code Marco. He was able to put in a lot of work yesterday. 14 kills going his way against the rest of his team. That was double anybody else on his team, by the way. I think Smash had 7, and then it teetered down from there. But Code Marco, we saw him in the lower bracket. He was putting in huge work, and he'll continue to do so here in the final.
Damage being done, but kills stolen by Marcelik from far up towards the north. Polish Power, a team that came out heavy hitting off of game 1 yesterday. Didn't have a whole lot to follow on that game, but they now have themselves a long rotation to make. And this is something we saw from them yesterday too. Wide blue rotations when they did not like what they saw. But where do we go from here is the big question.
Yeah, they're going to they'll try and worm their way down towards the yellows, right? But
like space.
Yeah, but I think ultimately it's Polish Power. They're cursed when it comes to these kind of rotates. It's going to shift the other way.
It normally would. It has. Anyway, yesterday that was the curse indeed. Skate now hearing the movement, but Circle for once does bless Polish Power, at least to some extent. They still have a rotation to make, but here they come.
It's a good start.
Through the fields they'll go eventually. Probably want to heal up first, but Skate obviously having hurt the vehicles, they want this hill for themselves. That's for sure. They're not going to, at least I would assume, not going to allow for Polish Power to get up Pachinki Hill.
Yeah, a knock on Polish Power here from Skade would be like Christmas, because it's not easy for a Polish Power at that moment to really recover it without denying themselves a lot of that rotate time to get a prime position in this circle that they want. So even now, even just shots being thrown then their way slows them down a little bit.
This is very similar to the final game of yesterday in the sense that we have this open field. Let's hold that thought for a second. Na'Vi, I think they saw Entropic leave, but do they know that they stopped already at the gas station? Instant left rotation though, liking the play here. Saw them leave Glass House. They say, we don't need to go far, we just need to make landfall, and that's exactly what they do.
You got to have checkpoints. You've got to have checkpoints with all of that, but Digital Athletics just ran over the majority of starters. Apocalypse is going to try and respond in kind here against Schiller, as well as...
That's 3 kills.
That is 3 kills. Ooh, that's... No, he ran into the nade. Oh, that's not good there. As Apocalypse trying to save some points here from Digital Athletics goes down despite opening things up with that run over.
Managing to find 2, but not finding Apocalypse, and he takes him down. And here comes Ends full speed forward. They're seeing the smokes. They're not liking what they're seeing, so they're continuing through the field. Thought they might want to stop and take a fight here, but that is not the case at all.
I mean, for a lot of these teams, the shacks in the middle of these fields, they are the insurance policy off the back of having a bad position to begin with of all of this. Once the crashes come in, we'll see a lot of activity around those potential locations, as now we have FaZe here trying to go for the wide west move. But they could run into a lot of teams here.
Yeah, I was just going to say, where do you enter from? In the meantime, Ends trying to find somewhere to play safe. Well, that can't going to grant you all the cover you need, unfortunately. 3 Ends players down. Just Squeak, you're left alive in the middle of the field. You can see Stardust shooting towards him as well. Heroic making the right wraparound. FaZe doing the exact same thing, but as you're saying too, like, where's the entry point? Like, where do you go from here?
Yeah, I really don't know here. We have so much field left in this. As Code Marco going to pre-nade in this position. A spray comes in on Corexi as well as Quetpa being able to get Page. That's brilliant stuff coming in from BBL. Moving and sweeping against this rotate, pushing on through. And another prize potentially coming up. FaZe is now rolling into the heroic position.
Code Marco is sitting in the middle of the highway with a very, very big gun and a lot of skill to use it. Finding damage all across FaZe. Obviously, having heard the shots will stop, but how early will they do so? Marco does fall. Gustav of all players. Highlight player from yesterday continues pushing forwards. Intense from the side. Finds some damage. Then the scored in the open. One more bullet should do it from Vex. There you don't go. Thought he had it finally. Finds the knock, but damage done. He needs to stop and heal.
Yeah, he does, and also shots going to be coming in from Smashdown towards the south. He's going to try and be cleanup crew for a little bit of this fight that was going on during this. Still, there was Heroic up there. Marco will bleed out to the blue, and Heroic is done for with Pixelit getting the last lick in on Beamy at the end. Yeah,
Beamy tried to wrap all the way north, but fortunately again, Skate heard it. Gemty instantly down in the vehicle, finding the kills. Here comes Question Mark, though. Full speed pull up. Apocalypse has seen this once before, and this time around it ain't gonna work. Question Mark there, ready for the engage, and they will have all the space and all the loot, to be honest, to work with.
Just an absolute bloodbath in these kind of locations. Obviously, this was the destructible shed, but you get lots of crashes going up there. I mean, Secura Sensen is eventually going to be the next team to try and pressure that location, I feel, unless they go wild on a different wrap.
And this circle is brutal. And it's brutal for many reasons. One of them being we have like 60% field, in which there is one compound that NLT has control over. But then you have the hills, which means that you cannot use those fields for anything. Because Polish Power are there, Skate are there. I mean, NLT to some extent are there from inside the safety of the compound too. It's so incredibly hard to play the open while the high ground is still in play. And you can see it here. I mean, the difference in elevation, right? It's just, even if you hide in the grass, it doesn't render fully at that distance sometimes, so you're going to be just a pancake in the middle of a field.
Yeah, you're hoping that teams on those hills are preoccupied, basically, if you try and go for this. And likewise, I mean, even Na'Vi has good angles on some of the fields as well, from the not as elevated location that is those woods down to the south, but still there's a little bit of elevation to work with from there. And already Entropic is kind of feeling the bite from this, as Uber already knocks Lookaruks. He's going to have to crawl in and thank for the smoke.
I'm looking for the follow-up on this. They get the knock. I mean, Na'Vi ain't going to get a whole lot of chances to make a move here. They need a knock. They need some sort of an entry point. And now, with that knock coming in, and like Entropic realizes we need to go down and fortify this position. This is the only spot that Na'Vi can really go for because the hill is still in. Here they come. Again, the victors of yesterday, they've already taken out all of Liquid. Are they going to stop here at Entropic? Are they chasing? They're turning the car around. Full speed forward. They're coming in forward. Nailov is going down. Ivers does get the immediate trade-off, though.
It's a good start for them to be out actually shutting this down. Ivers once again comes around the corner, gets himself Melman, trying to duck around this. Goes for a third. He gets himself a third. Example goes down to Ivers. Oh, QBE manages to get it off the back of it, but Ivers and QBE in tandem say no thank you to the lobby leaders.
Not only do you prevent the triple drive-by, but you're doing all of this while all of Polish Power are doing what they can to third parties. Such smart plays. Coming through from Ivers to get the initial 2, make that 3 knocks, and then for QB, after he healed up, come out of the building again, get the off angle, and then get the final P gone through. They knew they were going to have to take the fight to Na'Vi, and they did exactly that.
All right, well, yeah, the Kings have their
throne. Get the circle. I mean, that's just how it is. They paid one player to get it, so I mean...
Yeah, there you go. They've paid the iron price for it, I suppose, but you know what? I think they may end up reaping the rewards during this game as it continues on, but looking further afield here, in the field, we have actually Tekkas barraging this position. I mean, this was a fight that was bound to happen, and once they got in nade range, they can really lay down the hammer.
And look at the kill feed now, Polish Power once more. As soon as people start moving out of their little to no cover, they will start shooting. So this shotgun drive-by, not something we see too often, and also this time around at least, not that successful. Intense comes through, not gonna matter. Sakura Sanson out in 9th place, finally making our way into placement points as we're down to just 24 players left alive.
He just turned a buggy into a tank. There was just a cannon on the back of that. Well, might not have been entirely successful for what we wanted, but AC here and FaZe now going into question mark, trying to get the drive over while that's going on, but Dante will trade in kind and absolutely mullers them. Oh!
I need a loot box count within like 50 meters of this area. Because
what happens, man.
I feel like half the server has died within this 100 square meters.
Yeah, these locations are a hotbed of catastrophe when it comes to these circles.
It really is. If you're ever to buy like a scrapyard for cars or anything, that's where you'd go.
I love it. Meanwhile, in the distance, as we were watching question mark kind of recoup their losses, you just see little Ivers and QBE dawdling along in the background, trying to get themselves a nice spot.
I mean, they are doing everything they can to avoid the fires from both Polish Power and Skate to some extent too, but Skate obviously having allowed for Polish Power to get up the hillside, now starting to get shot at by bystanders too. Skate, having done this, has limited their opportunity to engage in the field. Had they maintained full control, had they forced Polish Power back the other way, they would have had all that to themselves and been able to play downfield whenever they wanted to. Now, they can never focus south because they have to keep in mind that Polish Power is right over on the other hillside.
The fact that the hills are still in, it's just very rough.
Yeah, I don't envy QB or Ivers for having to lay prone in that field.
We're chilling for now.
And there's nothing else they can do.
I mean, the one thing that might work in their favor, if there is anything, a silver lining is, well, actually, never mind, because question mark might be moving on their position very quickly. They might even just run them over.
They don't see them.
QBE already goes for one of the trades to start things off against Seduzi, laying the sword in, but Dante will finish things off, and Dante's being fragging, even though he's now going to go down.
It's Polish Power again. Eye in the sky position. I mean, keep in mind, we talked yesterday with Entropic's rotation in the first game on Miramar, right?
Yeah.
They gamble a lot and make that north side rotation, because had this one gone south, Polish Power would, if not guaranteed, but most likely have been dead by now. They gambled, they went north, they reaped the rewards for sitting on the hillside.
And there's actually a symbiotic relationship between Skate and Polish Power right now. if the hills are still in, why fight each other when we can be shooting at literally everything in the circle? So they just keep each other effectively guarded as long as they're keeping each other in check. You can see on the map they're kind of looking at each other, maybe taking a tickle of shots here and there, but beyond that, they don't need to deal with each other until soon.
Let's put it this way. They're best off not fighting one another, but both teams also really want that hillside. And mostly now, where they have to leave it, you would rather focus inward than have to focus on what's right next to you as you try and run in that center circle direction, which is not all that far, but just by going those a couple of meters down the hillside, you're now exposed to the entire field down below.
A little bit concerned, though. Skade currently spread, looking at those shots on Polish Power. Meanwhile, Bystanders is going to wrap far around. They really want to get to, I guess, a little bit of the tree line, deal with some of these snakes as well, and then play from here.
Keanu with the 8x in hand. He's seeing vehicles. This is suboptimal. Here's the shots coming through as well. They have yet to spot Hobbits, so he will join question mark for the moment.
But they may know that shots were landing near them. Maybe they thought they were being shot at. No, never mind. York, with eagle eyes, is able to spot him out with the M4.
That is crucial, because had he gotten that nade one down, instantly swaps over to the AR. There's no saying in what could have happened for Bystanders. So fortunately, not quite the case. Squeaky, yet another player who's been chilling in the field for a while. And fortunately, the burning car right next to him hasn't been given away his position, so he has made his way into top 5. All
right, let's see what Northern Lights can do with this. For all intents and purposes, this should be a big game for them. Batulin's knocking Herc, and will continue laying down some pressure here on Bystanders as they're trying to find hay bales wherever they can, but Polish Power is going to start the barrage.
Yeah, Skade in the meantime has managed, Xiong has managed to sneak his way up really close. That nade is going to be close, second one closer, but not enough damage. There it comes, though. 2 players down. You have to peek now, Xiong. Your teammates are dying by the second. Where is the booby trap? Where is the element of surprise on the hill?
Wait, if Polish Power actually rips apart this location and takes it for themselves, this is a great little spot to play from.
I'm surprised Xiong doesn't engage her. And now, finally, one over, finds the second one as well. Thank you, that's what we wanted, but is it too little, too late? Spots the third, not going to get it with the 3 or 4x spray. Make that now. Here comes Snork, is full speed forward. 5 bullets, finds him with the final bullet in the gun.
There's 3. He could get 4. He could get all 4 here. If Xiong is able to do this here against Polish Power after the suppression, and there he goes. Lou will finish it off for him, but that has absolutely saved the bacon of Skade.
Was it too late? I'm not sure, but fortunately, Xiong stays alive to see top 4. Squeaky, still a solo player in the field. Bystanders trying to stay alive in the field too. And fortunately, for Bystanders, now we're shifting down towards the south. Squeaky has been found, does manage to get the flush on 1, but goes out. And now, well, Northern Lights, you might be 3. But you're also going to have to move that compound at some point. Xiong, this is on you, buddy. Where do you go from here?
That's a big question. Right now, he's looking to move far east. I think he's assessing his options, if I'm honest. Like, trying to find angles to look at things.
There should be no way he crosses that road.
I agree.
There should be no way.
Yeah, it's very rough to do so.
Like, if somehow Bystanders get a knock on a Northern Lights player, that's his moment, but he has 20 seconds to get that knock. He's waiting. Jord, Keanu, Herc, please, one of you, just knock something.
I mean, a slight move for him here is that he is moving to a slower edge of the circle.
True.
So trying to find himself even just any little advantage he can while staying out of line of sight of the other teams is, you got to try it. You got to try it.
3 smokes still outside of nade range too, so it's not going to be impossible. But once you throw that first smoke, you're going to be beamed down by literally the remaining, well, I was going to say the entire server. In actuality, only 5 players. That's still enough now. The shots are coming through already. You are in trouble, I'm afraid, here. Mr. Xiong, that's for sure.
Because ultimately now he's hoping for, can I get a second place? And actually, already next Herc, if he, Keanu's job right now, he's laying down suppression fire against this, but if he gets knocked by Xiong, they're throwing away almost a guaranteed second place, because Xiong has to move against the Northern Lights position.
Yeah, I don't have to really estimate here. Do I go for that kill, or do I try and get up my player? He goes for it, he gets it, but is it too late? It might just be. This one could have been spoon-fed to Northern Lights 3v1. Keanu, solo player left on his feet, and here comes the nades. Northern Lights, they've been playing it safe all game, and there they come. Easy cleanup, 5-kill win for NLT.
Yeah, Na'Vi up at the top says, is it a bird, is it a plane? No, it's Aurora Borealis in the sky, because Northern Lights comes to play here for game number 1. The Kings are looking to take back their crown, but that's a pretty simple, clean-cut game there for Northern Lights, considering they had a compound like this, and it is an absolute, pardon the pun, a killing field are all around them here. Not easy to play for anybody else.
Not a flashy win for NLT. No. Let's put it at that. Pretty much served to them, but you know what? They'll take it. They'll take any win coming their way, and at the end of the day, it's still a 15-point game.
Yeah, absolutely. You may as well get those conversions if you can. And I mean, dealing with all the threats that are potentially around you as well, there are still opportunities for some of these teams to try and crash. Of course, there's a lot of crossfire that could potentially come in, but all of these teams on the edge, they're playing it slow, trying to keep themselves alive as long as possible.
Exactly. All the action commenced to the south, but the victors came in from the north. We'll go to a short break, and then we'll be back with more Wrangle after this.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
The first game of day 2 is done, and so much to talk about. But the thing that I want to focus on right at the get-go, NLT, that was an easy chicken dinner for them. That was so...
Yeah.
That was like they just drove into the drive-thru, picked it up, and left.
Look, at the end of the day, it wasn't the most flashy. It wasn't the big kill, 20-kill chicken dinner that they maybe would have
It was the 4-kill chicken dinner.
It was the 4-5-kill chicken dinner. They got a really good compound. The circle censored them. They had to move a minimal amount of time. You don't throw that away in pursuit of kills if potentially 10 placement points are coming your way. They did what they needed to do, so fair play to them.
Yeah, you obviously have to make sure that you keep it, that you don't get breached. This is a pretty breachable compound early game, but once you get to the later stages of the game, there's simply too many players too close that it's going to be a scrappy fight and you end up losing it. So you have to play a lot, like you have a lot of firepower in there. You have to make sure that everybody knows that you're not splitting the compound with someone or with somewhere else. So they were able to defend it because nobody directly breached them, and they're able to stroll out of it once we got to the very late game and everyone else had fought a lot.
Some highlights on your screen right now, and of course the big talking points, because we spoke about them so much before, was Na'Vi going out in Tropic. I asked where they were, and there they were. They were shooting Na'Vi in the head.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Yeah, the absolutely insane performance from Evas there, almost solo wiping the team. It was really delightful to watch. But we had a string of great performances. Code Marco here was a machine. It took 2 squads to stop him. FaZe had to come in, and even then it wasn't instant. Like, there were some great individual performances in that first game of the day.
And this was the one we were talking about here. Evas being able to take down Na'Vi after they had a late rotation. But we're going to talk a bit about that later. Really good performance from Iris, though.
I like how you teased a little bit. Also, Ends popping up in the top 4. Happy with that.
Oh, yeah. I'm really happy that they have to have this more consistently. Otherwise, they're going to continue to be outside the top 8.
They're coming back. We've got loads of underdog stories now, right? And NLT coming back, Ends creeping back up into the top 4.
Would they be... This was my thing, though. I was about to say, so maybe we're going to disagree here.
Okay.
Underdogs, I mean, they were all in the top 8, and now you see where the leaderboard is. I was going to say it's that consistency still coming up, because the likes of Bystanders, Skade, Polish Power, these are teams, question mark even, all teams that did reasonably well yesterday as well.
Yeah.
I think every single one of them finished in the top 4 at least twice. The big thing for me, though, is Northern Lights obviously getting those points, but Skade is going to be really happy as well, because they're obviously competing to catch up with Na'Vi.
No, that's a really good point. Maybe it's more for some teams, it's the, is this the spark, the bit of momentum they needed to start climbing the leaderboard?
Some points to catch up with Na'Vi. That for me, I mean, if I was playing, that's the thing everyone's going to be thinking about, right?
Or is this one good game and it's a bit of a blip and they're going to go back down again, right? They have to keep that momentum up. And there you can see, look, the gap's been cut. Not as much as we would have hoped for.
I was going to say, not much. I mean,
still 30 points to second.
It's had a haircut, a little bit of a haircut.
You know, when you get down in PUBG and you're like crawling through the grass, that's what I feel like all the other teams are doing while Na'Vi runs away.
When your hair is like all the way down to your hips and you're just getting it cut, just a little bit of a trim.
We're still going to talk about how close it is from 2nd all the way down to 10th.
For sure.
17 points different, guys. It is extremely close. And the difference in prize pool, in PGC points, is insane. So if it continues to be a sponge fest in the very top for Na'Vi, maybe also for Skate, then it's going to be even harder for these teams to try to get any points, because all the kills are going to go one way. But still, happy to see Entropic kind of jump into this now. It means that there's a huge gap between Entropic and Sakura Sanson.
This is going to be, at this point, like I said, the fight for Na'Vi, but also that fight for 2nd place. And obviously, all of these teams, the consistency starting to come out that we're seeing. Someone like a team like Question Mark, obviously not sitting in the top 8, but like you said, everyone's starting to play that catch-up. Do we see everyone calm down a little bit in Game 2, get a little bit nervous about making too many risky moves?
We're in danger here of splitting it almost into 3 different groups. You've got Na'Vi at the top, 2nd through 10th, and then there's like a 15-point gap between 10th and 11th right now. So the number of teams fighting for 2nd place is the most exciting story we can focus on, while those teams aren't letting Na'Vi get away. What about those teams at the bottom? Like, that gulf is real now. We're 7 games in. It's more than 2 points per game separating 10th and 11th. You don't want this to become like 2 classes of team. So we need to see those breakout performances very, very quickly indeed. Maybe even before we go to Miramar.
It'll be interesting, and we will see if we do get that. Now, Na'Vi, obviously the big talking points at the start of the day, because yesterday they won 50% of the games.
Right.
As you do.
They went out, but let's explain, and I think that this is always fun. We get to jump into the players' heads. Let's explain why they did exactly what they did, and ultimately how maybe they should have done something different.
Yeah, of course. Let's jump into a little bit of a illustration here, the fun tool that we had yesterday as well. The point that they did, obviously, was go into the area that we saw with Entropic, right? They went there to try to breach this small shack here, and it didn't end up being that well. And what for me was kind of hard is that could they go somewhere else? But now looking with this overview here, I'm not sure if you can see that I'm drawing on the map, but overall, the reason why they didn't go anywhere else is because you have Polish Power that have the sidelines of basically the whole area. You have a lot of dips that could have been played here. Yep. They could have played on the east side, but the hard thing is that if they didn't go to try to breach Entropic, then they're gonna third party them immediately, and Polish Power was gonna fire on them, and there's a lot of playable space, but that is kind of the only strategic approach. If you go for a breach in the center compound, it would have been hard as well, but it's basically just to try to go into the Tropic area and try to kind of maintain control of that kind of southeastern area of the circle. So it is the correct play, it just didn't work out.
And Na'Vi, they're a kind of team where when they're playing on it, they're used to playing backs free, right? So you go too far around Entropic and you might get a dip or something, but you know Entropic are on your back. Whereas if you take Entropic's position and you know they're eliminated, you've got no one behind you. You can play a lot more freely. So I get the logic for why they chose to go that way. Obviously, it didn't work out for them this time.
And also with the confidence they had built up from yesterday, right? You're expecting to be able to pull up into a shack and just get these guys. But then there's a guy like Ivers, that top fragger of the upper bracket, absolutely just dominated them, and there's nothing to do. So it was the correct play. I would have loved to have seen a center compound breach. That would have been a potential winning play if they're able to pull it off, but they know that it's probably a team with many players alive, so it's a lesser chance of success. But if they succeeded that, then it would have been great.
Really useful and helpful if you ever want to play professional PUBG. This is how you learn. Take some notes. I hope that you are writing those down. You should also write down this particular list because it is the top killers, if you like, the players that got the top kills. And
so far, a little bit of a change, but still
a little bit of a swap around. But I mean, it's still Uber up at the top there. You think he's going to get caught today?
Could do, but I think it's going to be rough because even if it's just 3 kills difference from Spire and God Marco. Uber is going to continue to get the kills. He's going to continue to do really well. And also, I want to point out, Example also top damage. It is so often that Example gets the top damage. This man is an ADR farmer extraordinaire.
That's the problem, isn't it? Right? We saw Code Marco with some brilliant knocks in that last game. Only managed to get the 2 kills out of it. And even after all said and done, and he manages to do those incredible plays, Uber's still Uber.
Yeah.
He's still got that golf.
We're talking about kills, question mark. This is an interesting one for me. 10 kills, that's double digits. They're not in the top 8, but I thought they looked like maybe they'd eaten really good cereal this morning. Who knows? It looks like a little bit of a different team. I don't have such a big question mark around them anymore.
I see what you did there.
It was so cringy.
A clever pun right there.
It was so cringy. I wish I hadn't done it. But
No, we'll keep bringing it up. Don't worry about it.
Started saying it and there it was.
They are a little bit boom or bust. They're a little bit like the Joker in the deck. When everything goes well for them, oh my god, the individual skill on that team is absolutely incredible. When they don't go well, they lose themselves one by one.
But let's talk about the fact that they went well now. 10 kills.
Yes.
What worked for them?
I think they were in a position where they can cover for each other during the team fights. No one got lost unnecessarily during rotations. When they had those fights, if someone was getting knocked away, they were in an awkward position, someone was always stepping up and hitting those shots. But being in the right place is step 1 to hitting those shots and getting the team wipes, right? And they just did that consistently that game. So I want to see more of that. If they can do that consistently today, every team should be afraid of them.
What I really liked specifically in the fights was Dante being able to pull off a 1 versus 3 versus FaZe Clan, and also them being aware that the fight and the third party that had unstarted us earlier, that there was only a few players there. So when it came to the time that they wanted to take over that shack, they could. So they won the fights, they third-partied at the correct times, and Dante winning a huge 1 versus 3 when FaZe Clan was pulling up on them after they had 2 players knocked. So a huge clutch from Dante.
The thing about question mark though is they have these really good games and then they kind of fade away a little bit into oblivion. I know I've had Toby during Super Weekend I think that's actually where that pun came from. I'm pretty sure he used the question mark pun.
Right.
It's all his fault that I was cringy there. But this is the thing. They're not consistent, and that is potentially why they're not in the top 8. But if they can do some double-digit kills, it's so close, they might be able to climb them way higher into the prize money.
Like Martin said, it's all about they strung together a series of really good reads this game, especially like the timing on the shack and knowing that they could move in. If they're able to string that decision-making together, there is no question about their fragging ability. They're some of the best players in Europe, right? But it's being able to do the right thing at the right time, and it just clicked for them this game. So fingers crossed, we see more of that.
Some of the best players in Europe, and we haven't seen them at all. That's Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Again, I'm going to harp on this because I feel like
they're going up against Na'Vi, right? They're trying to take a fight with a team that is currently #1. And
you have to beat the best to beat the best.
They didn't have a huge advantage. They didn't have it like it was a straight-on fight. It was some 1-versus-1 fights where you're taking on a player like Example that is on fire, another player like Uber that is currently top frag in this tournament, right? So they're taking an early fight. Yeah, they went out early because they were playing the current best team in the lobby, which is obviously something that's going to be really hard. So you have to have these team fights that's going to be working out for you. What I would love to see going forward is them taking advantage of their really good looting spot, their knowledge and advantage to when they can kind of get into the fights, because right now when they start these 4v4 fights, it's not working for them without them having an advantage as there's a knock player from a distance or from another team, or their timing on third parties, because these guys know so much about circles, so much about the terrain, so much about the other teams that it just, if they win little bit of a change, a little bit of a winning those fights or the third party rather than engaging the fights and opening the fights themselves, then they're gonna have a huge amount of success today, I hope.
You are such a pro, because my follow-up question was going to be, what do they need to do? And then you just answered it. Well
the flow is just so good already. Yeah.
As you can tell, Avenger bullied me a little bit yesterday, so now I'm being very nice to him. And instead, I've been giving Toby a whole hard time and blaming him for... I couldn't even get the words out there, blaming him for making me cringe. I should just leave. I'm going to go climb under the desk. Kalaris, Toby, you need to do the work now.
Thanks very much. I mean, yeah, I'm here with the cringe man from Copenhagen. I mean, what do you got to say to that?
I'm just not going to say anything.
Nothing?
Last time we were here, I told Sam, I don't engage in this. I'll get my win in the end. I don't even know what they're saying in English. I know it's in Danish.
It's the long con.
It's like the last laugh sort of thing, you know? I'll get there eventually. I'm just waiting for the final match, and then there's no segments after that. She doesn't have a chance to go back.
It's not the last laugh if everyone's gone by the time it happens.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong about that, but I'll get her. I'll get her. Don't worry, I'll get her.
All right, let's get into it. It's game number 2 of the day. It's game 8 of 18, and we have our plane path in the air, and not exactly the most kind for anybody going down towards the south, like Millie, for example, but that is oftentimes only people's backup jobs for the most part. So people are going to be quite content, I think, with this plane.
A game that won't go towards Ferripure. Could you imagine? Yes, I could, and I'm all for it. I mean, I always said it. Now it's probably going to go down in that direction anyway. But I am indeed all for it. We saw a little bit of commotion, a little bit of contesting for this exact vehicle yesterday, but today seems to me like Lowe will get it all to himself, driving off the right side of the road smart. Again, this is a small thing. Most people won't even think twice about it, but the pathing it just took with that US was the one wrap he could do in order to make it possible for the least amount of skate players to hit him should they get a gun early. It's just so smart. Go up the hillside, go back again, instead of just driving down the road the whole time there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Small things, but that can be the difference making whether you succeed or not.
Oh, definitely so. This circle is a different one.
It is.
An interesting one.
It is, and I'm all for it. Out towards the east we go. Creed X sitting very well in the center of everything. Now, I want to see them center up as early as can be, because there will be teams coming for some of the spots they currently have control of.
No, definitely so. All right, let's figure out how this is all going to play out. I like that, Entropic has quite the split that they have here. Just they know that nobody's really going to be going down towards Milt Power, etc., and things like that. So QBE can flex out there quite nicely, whilst the rest of the guys are over in Lipovka, just looting up, Bryn spread out a little bit, and from there, I mean, you can even find a car or two down there if you want.
Yeah, a lot of teams having to make their way in from the west, but I think they'll be all good. I mean, Bystanders looting it all up. They should be just fine with their transition. I'm curious to see how aggressive Bystanders opts to go, because now, I mean, they are passive in their name already, but they have a lot of different options at their hand. How daring do they go on that first rotation?
No, indeed. Indeed. I think that whilst we see eventually everybody collapse down onto this spot as well. I think that this is an opportunity for some of the teams that are not doing as well in the tournament. I'm looking at teams like Stardust and Creed X. I want to see if they're able to hold on to kind of middle positions here from Shelter, from kind of that Prison Mansion split, etc. Because realistically speaking, if Creed X, we saw a few games in the Super Week actually finishing around those woods near Mansion. If you're there early, it's a really nice spot to actually start controlling.
You could get yourself an LT game from last game.
Just
you could sit around and wait for the chicken McNugget to come your way, and you'll get it. You're good.
That was a Happy Meal.
Oh, that's what it was. I tried to steal your joke from the break, and I ruined it.
You know, you only get the 4 chicken McNuggets. You get that little bag with the little
It wasn't like the
carrot
Michelin
pieces.
chicken dinner. It was the drive-through chicken dinner.
It was definitely the Happy Meal. I wonder what the toy was, but you know.
But regardless, a chicken dinner, so they will be well satisfied. And speaking of Stardust, here they come, full speed forward they go. I want to see them, as I said, with Creed X as well, claim real estate early and commit to it. But don't only claim real estate that you're looking good at should 9 circles go your way, but also make sure that, like, hunker down on a spot from which you can scout further forward.
All right, let's see what Stardust is already.
You're looking the wrong way.
Wait, please, Stardust and Creed X, don't run into one another right now. That would be.
Nailcorp just looked with his stood with his back turned as 2 players from Creed X drove right past him. So something tells me they have no intention of fighting each other.
No, I guess not. I guess not. As Zagaxi will take some nice little, as you say, real estate up towards where Bystanders is, where FaZe is as well. They'll be coming down from the north, and Northern Lights is going to be coming in from that west side. So to start off in Phases 1 here, for the past 2 games, a lot of attempts at trying to center up decently for all of this. Because again, in terms of this circle makeup, it's not actually too dissimilar from our previous circle makeup with the amount of water that's in there. Once again, slightly accelerated a game state as these teams try and jostle for position.
And one of the interesting things to me with the circle in particular is that while we have obviously kind of a big mass of teams in the middle trying to claim that early real estate, we oftentimes see more teams that don't get the center play the north side rather than the south side. Because down towards the south, it's Prison. You don't want to sit in there. We all see what happens if you play Prison early. And then you have the forests around, and you don't want to play that big open field too early. Again, one of those 360 positions where threats can come from all directions. Whereas up towards the north, you have the hills, you have the compounds, you have the space to look down towards the south and downhill. So we will see, at least I would suppose so, more teams opting to play the north side of the center than down towards the south.
Gustav with an MK14, nice to see in hand. Skade will take some shots from Question Mark, where they are oftentimes always roaming in this area when it comes to these kinds of circles, and they play it very well, aside from, of course, the situation against Tropic, one of the games during Super Weekend. But beyond that, they play it normally quite well. But, I mean, just going back to Gustav for a moment, yesterday, 2.7k damage on the board. 1.1k of that was from that first game. You were really popping off, getting himself kills left and right and center. So Gustav definitely yesterday really having a great performance for a FaZe, still sitting way up there. And now he has a lot of firepower in his hands.
Indeed, he does. FaZe as well in a very good center position in what is the first circle. Of course, I mean, yesterday we saw it all day. Phase 2, you think you're sitting good. You get the massive hardship Phase 2, and all of a sudden that compound that you felt good in, not granting you the benefits anymore that you had from that previous circle. Liquid now, though, coming in from the south as one of the few teams, as I said, they're going to be sitting up here. They know they're late to the rotation. They have another 3 minutes until the next circle pops, but they'll spread out, I would assume. Spread out, get some high ground, scout into the fields and see what you like, see what's available, and then come next circle, make the rotation accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, for Phase 1, if you're coming late, I don't mind the position. You've got, you know, the hills near Prison to try and then scout north, I suppose. Not
also,
terrible.
They know they're playing uncontested right now.
Yeah.
I mean, but let's put it this way. If I know something is coming in PUBG, the players will know twice the amount that I do. At least I hope so.
And then tell us we're wrong,
And then most likely tell us we're wrong too. But no, I mean, I would assume that Liquid is well aware, even though they don't see all the players on the map that we do, that coming in from the south in this particular circle should be the least, not saying it won't be contested, but the least contested area of the map. So they can spread out again, they can take some control, they can set up both for, should the circle come south, but also what do we want to do in case it doesn't.
Yeah, Sakura Sensen and BBL are actually so much closer on the rotator that I was a bit scared for them, but they've kind of split off now. Sakura Sensen is taking the far wider route. Meanwhile, Heroic isn't even playing this map, guys. They may as well be on Miramar. I don't know where they are. Like,
one of them pressed M for the... Wait, we go... Oh, guys, get in your cars. We have to go. We have to go east.
Yeah. And they will eventually get there. And to be fair, there's tons of room for them to inhabit, so they'll be fine.
They will be just fine indeed. Norkis and Polish Power once again side by side with Skate. We saw it in the previous game towards the hills up by Pachinki. This time around, the fight obviously happening much earlier. Kabi, Crunio, full speed forward, driving into it. Norkis will find Shunk from the side, and here comes Gemty, getting one in return.
Yeah, knocks himself up, so he's cooking a nade. Crunio goes on towards Gemty now and finding himself. Pixelic gets a nade on towards one, but that's going to be a Norkis also going for the trade once again, finishing things off. Pixelic now kind of stuck here for all of this.
And look at who's coming up. We saw the M-Cake being picked up just before Gustav is making his approach to this hillside. When you hear the action, and most importantly, when you see knocks and flushes on both sides, you know that there is a third-party opportunity for you.
Yeah, FaZe is a little bit split across all of this, so maybe they won't go super aggressive against it. Pixelic knocks Norkis, though. It's up to Marcelek up in the hills to be able to make something happen for this. But the fact that he has some decent cover for Pixelic to be able to then eventually slow down the fight. A Spiro takes him out from a distance.
That's
Hello?
heaven.
What? That's miles away.
Heaven. That's a kilometer away.
That's so far. What?
Oh my lord, is that a tilter? If I have seen one now on his own, does have a shotgun, so damage can still be dished out. More shots coming through now as the remaining FaZe member. Spiro, go away! Let them have their fun. This is not your fight to take.
How is he getting these shots? I mean, yeah, I was looking at the map. Not quite the kilometer, but you're bearing on 800, 700 meters. That's ridiculous.
That is insane, and that's just what you're up against. Here comes Nauik, shotgun in hand.
Nice.
Takes out the threat, but unfortunately the damage is done already. And just before they get a chance to take a breather, here comes question mark.
Yeah, and playing downhill from the position that they are very well versed at is going to give them a nice advantage against this. Although that being said, you know, oh geez, that is hard.
Heroic, hard rotates west around. They know it's going to happen. They know that they have to know that is the rotation to make. Hard shift down towards the south. That is you flanking all the way around this thing, even potentially going all the way under the hill towards farm to come in from the south.
I mean, this is for Team Liquid, this is a great opportunity for them now to like flex out in this a little bit. I know that they're going to kind of hunker down, get themselves their spot and stay alive, but they have been effectively, they're not center circle, but they were the most southern team here to try and benefit from it.
Exactly. Well, question mark. They had a chance to say, nope, you know what, we don't want any part of this. The circle is shifted, let's make a move. But because they didn't, they just got beat by 3 teams to make their way down south. Issue is, those 3 teams that rotated out will be part of what I can only assume to be a somewhat chaotic traffic jam that should commence a couple of moments from now. Northern Lights, in the meantime, spreading out in the fields, not in a hurry to go anywhere.
They sure moved from heaven fast, though, so I don't mind that at all.
Oh, no, not at all. They knew that there was going to be prime real estate, for sure.
Yep, not too bad. Trying to keep control of these locations. Against question mark now. Going to be trying to finish off Skade. That was as easy as 1, 2, 3 for question mark. And I mean, they knew that there was wounded states of teams here in these locations, so the push could have been all the more aggressive, all the more quick, all the more furious.
Exactly. Checking to make sure that there's no FaZe players still sitting in the compound down below. Wanna be well sure that you can go loot without any threats, because maybe they've heard the shots from Spiro, or at least saw the kill feed like, wait a minute, they're not exactly around here. Let's leave them for now. Let's just play this one safe, because again, all 4 players still alive. Take some time, spread out, take control. Liquid in the meantime, well, as you said, James, they've had the south to themselves for a while, but here comes FaZe. They were let in, and now here comes Heroic 2, so Liquid soon will be contested up on the hilltop.
FaZe looking to go back home. Don't go all the way to Milta Power, boys. That's a long time ago. But yeah, they're chilling down here, finding themselves some compounds. Now, it's interesting that they've taken these locations, actually, of all spots down to the south, because I feel like there's all the opportunity in the world for this to shift away. In fact, Gustav is going to Milta Power. What?
Maybe they're still looting.
Maybe.
I mean, you never know.
Yum, yum, yum.
I don't mind the disengage. Again, I mean, as we've said before, playing that Prison Hill, knowing now that teams are coming in from the south because it was a southern hard shift, they know if we sit up there and we have teams all around us, there is as good a chance as any that we get shot in the back when we try to take a fight. We don't want to have that happen. So let's become the edge team. Let's effectively rotate out of what was the center of the circle to become the edge team. Now they can set up on the shorelines here, scout their way forward, and move into the next circle with info rather than sitting and waiting for multiple teams to crash into them.
Yeah, a proper covering of the back here.
I like it. I like it.
FaZe. I do too.
Center circle ain't always the best place to be.
Created a barrier as well for them to be able to... I mean, the position that Gustav has taken is actually quite high up compared to a lot of that coastline north of him. So you can see quite a bit from there as well. But Na'Vi setting up their cars, putting them next to each other, so at least if one car does get popped, then the other ones should be safe off the back of that. And DA still
waiting for the Lipovka hard shift.
Oh yes, that famous Lipovka hard shift.
See it so often. I mean, it's just one of those days where
I'm bored of the Lipovka hard shift. Well, it's not that bad far away, to be fair.
This has gotten somewhere in between Na'Vi and Entropic written all over it. And now, I mean, FaZe, again, they wrapped away from this hillside. Now they've seen that no one has taken it since they were up on that prison area. And now they can go straight back up in that direction. They effectively rotated through everything to make their way down south, and now they can play back in from an area of the map that they're used to coming in from.
A proper funnel, and barely anyone shot at them. And there was like 2 shots coming in from Team Liquid, and that's about it. So now the onus really is on Heroic, Team Liquid, and yeah, as you said, to a certain degree, FaZe, to start get moving from this south side position. The other team shouldn't have too much of a worry trying to get in, but there will be conflict down towards the bottom potentially against, to be fair, big teams that are looking for big points. And my money is usually on Heroic because they have been so consistent, even though they fell 4 places from the previous game because they just didn't convert anything in the previous game.
And when we look at the map, the way that the teams are spread out right now, Heroic Liquid, that's really the only fight that kind of has to happen. Because there's just not enough space for both. I mean, unless if one of the teams opts to go away, then they're just going to force the fight to someone else. That's really the only fight I'm saying that's bound to happen because everyone else can get in without contest.
Unless one team finds the dip of dips, the sweet and sour dip of dips.
They would still all have to get into the circle first.
Yeah.
Yeah, James has done exactly that. He's sitting on the inside, now starting to maneuver his way out. Mexi here as well, obviously spots one. I think he has eyes on Correxi down there in the bottom as well. But how does Heroic go about this is what I'm curious to find out. Sitting tight, spots one. T-bone damage done. Final bullet finds Mexi and Liquid right now spread out extremely thin. Clip, Vard nowhere near there to help. James was making a run up the hillside, but simply too slow on.
Yeah, just the kind of trigger discipline. I mean, T-Bone already put the first boot in. Beamy actually getting the M24 shot on.
That is huge, because that's the third party. That is the third party that's coming in and say, ooh, we're hearing shots up here. What's happening? Let's go up and check it out. Instantly met by a bolt to their face. They're backing off.
Oh, you want to come this way? Nuh-uh. Get away from us. And Heroic, though, still kind of caught in this fight as it does go on. James goes to the spray with the barrel. Doesn't quite connect too much, though, onto Correxi. He is half health at the moment. The nade will follow him just to make sure he doesn't stop in vicinity, but he actually catches him with it.
The nade.
That's beautiful from James.
Just before he goes down to Clip, solid spray comes through. Does find Beam with the final bullet there as well. But still has James on his knees. Shots now coming in from miles away. That's Na'Vi. Of all the teams you do not want to be feeding points here, that would be them. Vard spots T-Bone on the run in towards the circle. They're kind of tangled in between each other. And FaZe now coming up in this direction too. Alia does get James. So points granted to the team already miles ahead. As this fight, again, it was bound to happen and it's bound to come to a finish with at least one of these 3 teams out.
FaZe could easily be the cleanup crew of this situation because both teams wounded at the moment, not exactly in the best of positions. Vard will clean out Heroic from their position. I feel like Team Liquid, they're turning to maybe look for this fight, but I think FaZe has all the advantages on the angles here.
The firing squad is ready and waiting. Oh, they're taking the cost, but that's not helping anything. They're coming straight towards them. Shots now starting to be fired. Fex finds 1. Will Fex find 2? I'm not sure. But Clip in trouble. Just the rock for cover. Half of his viewers to work with as well, but okay, FaZe Clan not liking what they're seeing, or maybe just not wanting to spend the time up here, because of course, I mean, 24 seconds to go, Circle will force them to make that move, so might as well back off and make the play while you have time to maneuver.
Yeah, this is an escape plan. I like that from Clib. I feel like Fex is like the lollipop man of PUBG. He's just like, any cars trying to rotate past. Do you not have lollipop man in Denmark? I mean, it's going to sound weird. It's going to be something really strange.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that.
No, please say it.
No.
No. But yeah, anytime anybody's driving past him, he's like, denied. He's not. They're not allowed to go back. He never misses shots when people are driving past him. He's crazy.
Oh, that's what it leads back to. Okay, I've never heard of Lollipop Man before. Fair enough.
That's what it is in English. When you want to cross the road, the kids. No, stop cars.
Oh, that guy. Oh,
that guy.
Yeah, I'm with you now. Skolepatrulje, exactly.
You did not just say Skolepatrulje. There's no way.
That is the Lollipop Man in Denmark, I suppose. In any case, Credex, well, I mean, they had the pleasure of mansion for a while, at least to themselves. Now, question mark, in here saying hello. They know the bystanders on the other side. You can see that Vox is looking up in that direction. They've heard the shots from there for a while. And this is where I want to see a team like Credex be proactive. They cannot just allow for teams to maneuver in from both sides to do damage. So in the meantime, well, Clip, he was far away from the circle. So it was going to happen eventually. Even if he had gotten that much closer, BBL was there waiting. FaZe now making their way in his direction. He was probably not going to be making his way to placement points.
No, definitely. One of the golden rules, nobody gets out of prison. It's rough. It's really difficult to escape from, unfortunately. So FaZe now will move up alongside them. But Ents now trying to find themselves a nice angle against Ibis. They know he's on the roof. That was a nice cook. Almost able to get Ibis from all of that. But QBE even, I should say, as well as Nail-Up. This isn't Sandhawk.
I mean, he might as well be a gun at this point.
Yes.
He's hitting everything.
He's a turret.
Yeah.
Actually bringing down Squeaky to his knees very quickly. Nookie is spotted, and Lucarux will take the shots in kind.
Yeah, Lucarux peeking on a win. Once again, I mean, we're seeing this more and more often. I feel like lately it's the defenders that are coming out, not just victorious, but they're getting the first frags on these parts. Ents made the push on up. They said, we want to try and see what we can contest, because usually you can force a team back from one of the sides, but this time around it's not working their way. Kvetpa, solo player left alive. There is a nade, and it is close, but not enough to take down Gustav. He will be allowed to maneuver further forward. Issue is he's in the blue, and now it's phase 5. It's starting to hurt like hell. Molly lopped on forward. It's going to hit the tree. It should hit him as well if he doesn't back off. Not within range for the Molly, but there you go. Gustav gets it around the side, but look who's flexing out. It's Na'Vi coming up the hills.
He's going to heal up and actually get himself potentially in. Even if it's just a few points here or there, he can actually lie down on that. So Na'Vi, though, still in the fight here with question mark on this western side. They're rotating all the way around, but they're easy pickings for Northern Lights, who are able to really hammer down on that rotation. Oh no, Hobbs is left, and he goes right to Gustav. A free
question mark thought they had the 9 billion IQ third-party opportunity down towards the south, but they ran into a spike strip with the name of Northern Lights on it, and they all got butchered before they knew what was going on. And Gustav then just there ready and waiting. Oh, I'll take a free kill. I mean, don't mind me.
Spike strip or Scholar Patroller. I don't know.
The fact that you remember the words that I say. I am impressed.
They tickle me so much. They don't tickle me so much. They're just so funny. I love them to death. But anyway, Tixu likewise might not be loving this situation, because going up against Entropic, not the easiest, but Tixu already gets himself nailed up. Lucarux gets the trade. Second trade as well. Will he be able to get more from this? Rustam manages to catch Ivus with all of this, but going up against anything whilst we have bystanders also moving onto the compound is difficult.
Perfect timing, but they lose Flammy in the middle of that transition. It's one of the starters players over the hilltop to find one, but I'm loving the engagement on the side of there. Rustin Mars, solid shots coming through, finds the flush onto QB as well, trying to stay put for Ents for as long as he can, but the fact that bystanders have just come in over the top of Entropic puts them in such a difficult position.
Yeah, I love, that's one of those lovely little angles you get in PUBG where you're like, oh, it's perfect. He can barely see me through this door angle whilst he's preoccupied on the other side. FaZe will go down on the other side, though, of the map, because, of course, Gustav can only do so much. He can be only so much of a god, but Lucarux will be the god that takes away Ents' ability to continue in this game.
Yeah, into placement points, become 8 teams left alive. It's DA now out towards the east. It's been quiet. I mean, they were one of the teams going to run the gauntlet early, but they found a place to lay low, and now they're going up against the Corotans. 2 teams that haven't exactly fared all that well in this tournament so far, but what's better time to start than now?
Yeah, not a bad opportunity here to try and get some points on the board against some of the teams down towards the bottom. And will they be able to push up against this? Because right now, whenever this finishes up, Na'Vi is lurking in the wings.
You cannot fall back if you're Sakura Sanson. That's exactly what they're doing right now. They're 2 meters back from now, and they are getting shot in the back, no doubt about it. They're trying to use the smokes. They're trying to play around them, but Sheila and DA are ready and waiting for it. Salty does manage to connect some bullets, but not enough. And as we're saying, the more time this takes, the more Na'Vi are maneuvering this way.
I would almost rather they all end each other right now before Na'Vi gets themselves more kill points.
This has gotten 5+ kills for Na'Vi written all over it if they continue to move forward. And again, Na'Vi playing this so smart. They're maintaining the 3-1 split with Uber playing the contained behind, so they make sure they don't get backfilled either. But look at this 3-man Na'Vi push coming in. They're hurdling Sakura Sanson into DA, forcing the two teams to fight so that they can take the leftovers. And DA, smart, honestly, in backing off here, because they know that there's more than one team around.
Yeah, pressuring their position and encroaching on their territory. Mert will hit He-Man in the face with that one. One punch necessary as Mert gets himself salty as well. Here comes the follow-up from her, trying to get himself techers. He goes down alongside Mert with chillers, getting the techers down, and that is Sakura saying absolutely butchered, but Alia picks up one of the steals.
I love the DA hesitation on that play. It was Sakura Sanson to throw those smokes to make separations to DA initially. They say, we'll play in the back of these smokes, we're not in a hurry. Once Na'Vi comes over, they say, now you have to run through your own smokes, you are screwed. They stay back, they sit back, they don't push into it, they wait for it, and they get the kills and they stay alive.
Northern Lights moving towards the middle here, and Stardust will be in their way, already knocking one from the vehicles while that was going down, but they're kind of stuck in the middle here of a lot of these teams. Na'Vi's eventually going to have an angle on them. Credex already did, as Blue Star was shooting on their position too.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what more we can find. Does have Gaxi playing outside the building, but these flashes are not really rewarding anyone right now. Gaxi throws one more in, has to push eventually. Here he comes, gets one, gets the second. No, he doesn't. Kelty able to turn that one around, will fall down in the end. Creed, 6 plays is where they end.
I feel it's imperative that Northern Lights take something from Na'Vi here in this position, but Stardust is still a looming threat in the north. So Northern Lights has to be very cautious about how they play a very tight location that they currently found themselves in.
I mean, Spirit just full speed reversed all the way down that hillside into the wall of the compound. So he clearly wanted some sort of hard cover. But Tulans Lou still up the hill, ready and waiting for any pushes coming their way.
I can't believe Na'Vi's almost going to break 100 points after 8 games.
It's unheard of.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Also because, I mean, I'm not going to lie, despite how well they played yesterday, I had my doubts come into today.
Yeah?
I said, we know how good they are, but oh my lord, have we seen it many times where they get those 4 or 3, like yesterday, wins in one day, and then get a 15-point day immediately after, right? This shows me that's probably not going to be the case today.
I mean, we were saying it whilst this game was, ground to a standstill for a moment. When they were saying, how often does that happen? A 3-win day or something like that. We cast our minds back, way back. It was Na'Vi with I think a 4-win day.
4 wins in 6 games.
So it's only their name that comes to mind. They're one of the only teams that can do it. And if they convert here today as well, just absolute gargantuans of the game at the moment.
Indeed. Na'Vi looking for what more they can find. They're the only team not really... I mean, that's not true. We do have D on the east side as well and Stardust towards the west. So they're the only half of the teams that are not inside the circle yet. Na'Vi, again, not in a hurry. They know they're playing backs free. Example continuously make his way out towards the offside and see to make sure that they have the buffer space needed to maneuver into the circle.
Well, for Northern Lights, they did find themselves the spot in the circle on that west, so that's great.
This is exactly where they want to be, down the valley. There's no way that bystanders can take the fight to Northern Lights without Na'Vi engaging, and the same thing going the other way. They know that they will have cover from above, regardless of which of the two teams take the fight. So all we're really waiting for right now is what does DA do with the position they're in?
I mean, for this location, a lot of tree cover exists in terms of foliage cover, but still, we've seen many times where these pro players don't really care too much about that because they're really, really keen-eyed when it comes to even pixels moving around.
And you're saying that, but from where Na'Vi are right now, they cannot move further forward because it's downhill towards that compound without being in vision. So now let's see circles closing in. These teams will have to make a move, and if you're NLT here, you want to get this over and done with as fast as possible. One falls down, that's killed. Oh, team flash suboptimal, because look at the blue damage. It is hurting like hell. Here comes the mollies as well. Keanu does find Lou, so damage done to Northern Lights at a time where they would not want to have that happen. Fortunately, the kills do come through. Just 4 teams left alive.
They sowed absolute panic for Stardust.
Yes.
It was just constant panic there from them, just from utility alone. But here come the knocks, and an MK14 for Keanu rings in the air and taking down Northern Lights.
This push down from Keanu is crucial. So smart from him to wrap down, make sure to backstab a team that he knows is fully focused on what's going on inside the compound. Herc does fall in return, and now Flammy finds Youth as well. So damage done pretty much on all fronts, unfortunately, except for Na'Vi.
No, they're stalwart, man. They just never get hit for some reason, but they will. I mean, even when they third party the fight on the east side, DA was like, okay, it was Na'Vi getting one knock, let's run away. Because you don't really want to be fighting them in these moments in this tournament. So avoid where you can, get yourself some placement points. Because right now, everyone's shooting at everybody, and Na'Vi's kind of coming out the victor of this situation right now.
I mean, again, I can't help but go back to, while this game has been different in the way it's unfolded, it's about how much space Na'Vi makes for themselves. That's good, Nate.
That's beautiful.
He's dead. It's about how much space Na'Vi makes for himself in the mid game. Whenever they come into what will not be the final circle, but the final area of the game, they say, which side of this, like whenever phase 5, phase 6, which side do we want to play this end game from, regardless of where we go from here, and how do we make the most space for ourselves? They've done that. Once again, they do it here. They pushed out, they took down Baseland, they made sure that all their sides were clear to now be able to have full control, full line of sight in the south, and everyone else has to fight. Their last 3 wins, all of their wins yesterday, go back and watch them. They play it out the exact same way.
Flammy still had 5 smokes to his name. Now we're going to try go for the smoke trail so that they can transition down to that lip of the hill. They know that Na'Vi in the distance is waiting, but the question is that once the smoke trail ends, where are they in relative terms to the crossfire of Northern Lights?
Oh, Flammy's just exactly staying alive as he makes his way into the smokes. Yoda still got to make that play, but that car, that blue is hurting, and it's getting really, really close to throw those smokes. Throw them now. Get going, maybe shoot defense. Don't know if we want to give up the Q, but nice call, nice spot on that rock side. He spots it from afar, gives the info to Keanu to wrap on over.
Very much so. Na'Vi, though, now sees bystanders trying to make this move. Smokes abound, but...
This is not GG for Na'Vi.
No, it's definitely not, especially with still that lurking presence of Northern Lights in the west. Bystanders have made a great transition, all things considered, when I thought that maybe they would be held in that combat. They had some great utility usage here to get themselves to this lip.
And this all comes off of the ballsy rotation they make up to take the hill while Ens and Entropic are fighting in that compound. The proactiveness we're seeing from bystanders here is the day 2 proactiveness from the teams that never really get it going on day 1. I love seeing it now, but I want to see for future tournaments that this is something bystanders can do on day 1 as well.
All right, let's see. As we once again are going to now slow things down for a moment. Nobody wants to really make the first big sweeping move here. They're going to play it a little bit patient, scout from rocks, maybe do some jump peeks here and there to see if they can spot exactly where people are. And from that point on, then it's about corralling. Who eventually gets corralled into the other team. No team really wants to be the first in a 3-way to be the first to engage.
Exactly, but you can see with the way that the hill goes down towards that compound down below, there's pretty much no way. No, I mean, unless if bystanders just say, screw it, we don't mind getting backstabbed by an LT, we'll take the fight to Na'Vi. Or the same thing for NLT, let's just take the full-on fight 2v4 against Na'Vi. Unless if one of the 2 teams do that, there should be no way Na'Vi does not get to be the team that third parties here.
And as the circle closes, bystanders have used a lot of their utility here. They are down to minor amounts of smokes, no throwable nades to speak of, really. The one smoke that Flammy has is now being primed to find themselves a spot.
That is half the utility they had left.
Yes. There's a little bit left for Na'Vi, maybe some for Northern Lights. I'm not quite sure, we haven't checked in just yet, but that's important here in the final moments.
Exactly. Yep, jump in for info, seeing the nade come forward. They know exactly where they are. Just one step further forward, they'll start seeing heads as well. Nades now coming in, headshot connected, nades connecting. That one's right at the feet of Flammy. 297 damage. That is going to open up the push, but here they come on the other side. Keanu finds a double. Now it's time to reset for the 2v4.
That's massive, absolutely massive. Big for Na'Vi, because they're going to take that with both hands, and they get themselves 4 wins in 8 games in a lobby like this. What are we watching? This is
absurd.
not good for everybody else.
It is absolutely absurd. No other way around. I mean, the fact that bystanders could not have played that any better. Keanu, the instant double. They got those kills as fast as they possibly could with what they had to work with. But the nade onto Flammy, the immediate response, knowing what they had to do, when to do it, Na'Vi just superior.
It comes down to exactly what we're talking about just before these engagements happen. The fact that bystanders just has no utility coming into that fight, basically, makes it so difficult. You barely even need to shoot bullets in some of those moments.
Yeah.
Once Na'Vi is able to use a grenade or two to open up the opportunities.
Once again, Na'Vi stand strong. Will anyone be able to topple him? I don't see it happening, but who knows? Maybe the teams will as we come into the final game of Wrangle on the day. We're going to take a short break, then we're back and ready with more.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
More than 100 points after 8 games. That is Na'Vi. Should we just give them the money now?
The trophy?
Is this the
Here
trophy
you go.
now?
Yeah.
I mean, they don't want the
now.
trophy. They want the money. They want the PGC points. And should we just give it to them now? I mean, how do you catch them after that?
Well, it's going to be hard. But, I mean, we were looking
Do
at...
the maths now, Venture. We did them earlier.
There's
Let's
no
go.
maths.
Analyze. Analyze.
There's no maths. They won 4 games out of 8. They won more games in 8 games now than they did in the previous tournament. It was not as big one and as important as this one still, but the performance that they had there was the same. They won it. But now, yeah, it's going to be hard. You can also see how calculated they're playing, how coherent they are in their play style. They're making sure that their 4 guys alive as far and as deep into the later stages of the game as they can, and then they just show up with all the utility, all the firepower they have, and they're practically impossible to stop at this point because the confidence you get from being this far ahead right now, it's crazy.
This was what we were talking about while we were watching this in that final fight. I like the way that they control the pace of the game. So the moment they get into the final 4, Na'Vi just goes quiet, and it's like you said, they want to make sure that they've got those 4 men alive. But it takes there's a certain amount of confidence that comes with doing nothing and just posturing, if you like, or peacocking. Na'Vi does that so well, and the results are that it's not even a chicken dinner anymore. It is probably a peacock or a swan on that platter.
It's very easy for any player, any team to get caught up in, we just had a big firefight, we've got a lot of frags, let's go in and go for the next one. And it takes a tremendous amount of discipline and patience to say, okay, now we play conservative. We were aggressive before, now we flip between aggressive and conservative, and flipping that coin, flipping that switch is something that Na'Vi does so well, and this game was a great example of them doing just that.
Another team that's been doing really well, and it's a consistency thing, is Bystanders.
Yeah, Bystanders silently consistent here. 2 times second place so far today. I think they might be sneaking into the top 3 with this. It's kind of crazy to see. Not winning any games yet, but some of this Keanu here with the double spray down onto NLT and Batulis is great, but then obviously, and we were talking a bit about it while the game was going on and the guys were casting, right? Obviously Na'Vi winning, but let's focus a little bit about that. We're talking about it. So what's going to happen here with 3 Bystanders alive? They should have been 4, by the way. Let's go back to that later while we look at the leaderboard.
Yep.
NLT is 2 alive. What do you do as Bystanders? Do you try to take on Na'Vi and go for the win? Or do you take out the team that has even less players than you and secure another 3 points for you? 2 from the kills and 1 from the extra placement point, right? So it was obviously the right play. And especially going against Na'Vi, it's going to be so hard to win it. So you would have to, like, and NLT is thinking the same, like, they want to force a fight or third party the fight between Bystanders and Na'Vi. And the only chance for Na'Vi not to win this game is that both NLT and Bystanders, they think, let's all take on Na'Vi. As a 5 versus 4 from 2 angles. That's the only way they could have won. And there's no chance they're going to do that. They're going to try to get squeeze as many points out of it as they can. And look at this lead.
That's magical. But I mean, it's magical for Na'Vi. It's not so magical for anyone else in this lobby.
No.
This is huge from Na'Vi. We were asking ourselves at the start of the day, are they going to continue the momentum? Because if they do, you'll take a giant gap and turn it into an all but impossible one to bridge. Of course, it's possible to claw your way back from this.
No,
but
it's not. Let's just be frank. If Na'Vi continues, I'm going to call a spade today. If Na'Vi continues to do this and finishes, if they just get like 2 points every game, how are you going to catch up?
We're talking about here in this case that they need to have 2 really bad games in a row, and the teams that are chasing that are close, Bystanders and NLT right now, they need to have 2 massive games, potentially wins with double digits before they even close. Also, I want to point out again still the increase from how far away second place is from 10th right now. We're up to 22 points, I believe it was.
Yep.
Which is, it's kind of increasing the size of our mid pack and how far away they are from each other. So if you want to keep on keeping on as Entropic, you have to start putting on more kills, better placements than they are right now. Otherwise, they're going to lose track and lose potential of being able to catch the top 4.
When you take a look now, if you take from 11th down to 16th, so 11th is sitting on 27th, and 16th is down on 15. You're looking at the scoreboard now. There is no hope you are getting into first place.
So I think I think before almost piggybacking off the Na'Vi point, if you're sort of 11th and onwards at the start of the day, you needed them to do badly and you needed a miracle. I feel like that's now slipped away from them, and in order to catch Na'Vi, you're really looking at the chasing pack of teams that are immediately behind them, because we were asking ourselves the question, is it possible that they only get 1 or 2 points per game and leave the door open? Maybe. Oh no, they've just gone ahead and won another game and completely shut that door in everyone's face, right?
We have a chance to take a look now at the top killers. I wonder who's going to be on top.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's find out.
Never guessed this.
Oh, there we go.
Look at that. Well, we get another player to join us from Na'Vi. Oh, yeah, there. It's close. But it's a two-way tie. Spyro, or a tie with Spyro and Example, and also just 1 kill behind Uber. Still quite impressive on the damage there. Gustav keeping on, considering FaZe Clan is right now sitting in the 6th place. And them not having that good performance means that Gustav been able to put out almost half of the 41 kills that FaZe Clan have right now. So quite impressive performance from Gustav. Again, we know that he's capable of doing this. Why it's very impressive for me is that he's also IGLing. He's also making a lot of decisions. He's able to do both damage, kills, and do these macro decisions. This is very
I always
impressive.
put him in my fantasy league. But
Yeah,
just
it's
saying,
great. Yeah,
he's
yeah,
always
it's
my
great.
top pick.
Yeah, 3 IGLs somehow worked out for you. Yeah, it's great.
Still on that. Still on that.
We're really looking forward to the 4 IGL pick from Sam for PCS7 for the fantasy. It's
You
gonna be
sound
even
like
better.
a bit of a sore loser, my
No,
friend.
there's no solid. I think it was. On paper, it's not the optimal strategy.
But in reality, it worked
In
very
reality,
well.
it worked out.
We don't live on paper,
And
Martin.
it's just like Nations Cup in 2019. Sometimes a broken clock is right twice a day. You know? It's great.
Twice a year, 3
I beat
times
you.
a year.
That's all that matters.
It just keeps
I
going.
beat you. I very quickly wanted to talk about this. Liquid obviously finally getting some points on the board, taking out...
Little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Not quite enough, and they are sitting right down at the bottom, but they were able to take out Heroic, so maybe a little bit of confidence coming from that?
Sort of. Liquid was sort of stuck, really, on that south side with Heroic after they chose early on. Was it they had the option to possibly crash Navi's compound or find a way in? They chose to move south in the circle, down by Lumberyard. The idea is it's a little bit of a gamble, right? If the circle shifts south, they're gatekeeping everyone else. It was a great fight against Heroic. Good stuff, but then FaZe was waiting for them. And remember, they shot at FaZe, and FaZe drove back north. So Liquid knew they were there. They kind of squeezed themselves out just a little bit, but good fight.
We're moving into the next game. Avenger, just remember that time I beat you in Fantasy League. Now,
I will never forget.
it is time to head on over to Kylaris and Toby, and I do have to ask, the Twitch chat is going mad about this. They really want answers. Who is Zhong?
Who is Zhong?
Who is Sean?
What do you mean, who is Zhong? Samty? What are we doing? Why?
It's Sean.
It's Zhong. Why is this even a thing?
Also, do you remember the time that we beat Martin in fantasy?
I mean, that almost happens every single time,
I know,
to be
right?
honest.
It's just like-
it's
it's
actually
just-
host power. Me and Sam actually were able to beat them plenty of times.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what's going on over there. They're
don't know
doing
anymore
weird
either.
stuff.
I don't know either. Anyway, one thing I do know is that the game just started. So let's
Yeah.
let's talk about that somewhat Eastern plane for the final wrangle of the day. Let's get into it. Not a good plane if you're a hard-committed Saki-looting team, or if you're Heroic, because they would have wanted to go towards South George this time around. Obviously, going towards Kameshki, knowing that FaZe ain't sticking around up there. They get their Milta spot, so Kameshki is Heroics for the taking.
I can't believe Sam's feeding the trolls in the chat with who is Zhong. I can't believe it. But, you know, here we are.
Let's see that circle. Let's see that circle. Millie. No. Not Millie. Not this time.
All right, well, that's the end of the game, guys. Thank you very much for sticking around.
This circle is as ordinary as can be for a couple of reasons. First of all, very little water in. I mean, yeah, okay, you have the south end, not really going to play a factor at all. Unless if, of course, we get that quintuple hard shift down south, which is most likely just not going to happen. This, though, is going to be a compound race. No doubt about it. Team's getting loaded up. Who is this guy? I'm still not sure. This is his brother,
Not a
though,
clue.
Gemty. Yeah. It's going to be a compound race. I'm calling right now the teams that get... I mean, I'm looking actually similar to the start of the previous game. What are Stardust? What are Credex going to do with these games? Now, of course, you can't just full commit 4 people into one compound. You could, and win the game off of that. You got to spread out, but you got to spread out wisely. How can we transition between compounds? Do we have a clear exit strat should we get ambushed? Because so many times we see it where one team will start looting on up, and then another team pulls up and they're just not ready for it.
No, definitely not. And I mean, at least at opportunity, where opportunity is, there's a lot of room for people to take spots here as it does sit, as it does hold out. But I think that overall, what we've seen so far across 8 games is Na'Vi constantly make moments and constantly make themselves the centerpiece. However, now there is an opportunity for another centerpiece to arise in this tournament here, with especially where Northern Lights is in the position that there is, and as proven as they are as a team, to show one insane comeback off the back of this. I mean, it's funny because whilst we were looking at the points whilst they're coming into this game here, Toby, we were like, oh, it's 38 points. Actually, that's not as terrible as I felt like it could have been given 4 wins out of 8 games.
I'll put it this way. It is terrible, but...
It's bad.
But the team sitting right behind them are the champions of coming back in tournaments in NLT. Bystanders, Skate, Polish Power, all great teams, let alone the fact they sit where they are, but not teams we've seen. Come on, Gustav, you get one more shot. At least you might actually get 2 on this.
I mean, he's been a beast in this tournament so far. You know what? You deserve
Danish. You're Danish. You deserve it.
Okay, maybe not because he's Danish.
No, that was too much. He jumped out the window. But honestly, I mean, I wouldn't expect this comeback from Bystander, Skate, or Polish Power. But the fact, like, I'm not calling it quits yet, like they did on Disc. The fact that Northern Lights is the team on the hunt right now. That is that's what keeps me in it, and not just I'm not going to give Na'Vi the crown, not just yet. And also the fact that Althoff, that 4 games won in a 6-game day, their following day was a 15.6 game day. Na'Vi could crumble tomorrow. I mean, with how they're playing right now, it would be the opposite of a good prediction, but it could happen. And when that happens, if it just for the slightest moment happens, that is when from Northern Lights comes sprinting back into the top.
They definitely could. But one thing's for sure is that 3 through 5 that you're mentioning before, that was hard to say.
Flim, flam, flume.
That's almost as close as, yeah. I take the mickey out of you guys all the time. But it's a really interesting situation to see that 3 through 5 and see where they're at right now. As you say, they're not necessarily the names that really come into the mix usually up there. But Bystanders in particular, I think it's been kind of a long time coming that this roster is able to get a performance like this so far. We constantly see these guys. I think they're extremely adept at getting to top 5 situations, be it with 4-3, whatever it may be. But you constantly, when you see them in qualification processes, always there, always in the mix, always in the case. So consistency, great for them. And on the opposite side of that spectrum, for Heroic, I normally always expect consistency from them, but only 2 points so far today. We know that they're capable of a lot more.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. And, well, the thing is, to me, I mean, as you're saying, out of the top 5, we have 3 open qualifier teams, right?
That's cool. That's really cool.
It's amazing to see. And also, again, just kind of puts a more emphasis on how deep the player pool are within EMEA PUBG. But I say we know, but we don't know. We just always see it happen that some of these more established teams come back on that final day. But I'm not going to lie, I would love to see a top 5 where we have 3 open qualifier teams go through also the very end, because that means that they're here to stay. That means that it's the house health teams, so to speak, that are going to be the ones to have to adapt to the teams that are coming in through open. But it also means that you never know what you're going up against, because you never know who's going to be qualifying through the open qualifiers.
Yes, New Happy, you won. Good job.
There's a lot of teams there who aren't from EMEA. That was kind of toxic observers.
One day. I mean, you know, we're really decent at staying around in the upper echelons at World Championships.
Yeah.
Just not quite rounding it out, you know.
We don't need a first place team and then like 12th through 14th. We'll take like 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 4th.
I think we've got a decent shot this year. I think it's us or China.
I think so too.
I don't think Korea has a shot this year right now, as I look at it. This is a bit of a bold claim, potentially, as I am normally a sympathizer for our South Korean overlords. Anyway, that's a way bigger topic. I don't want to talk about that right now. But yeah, exciting for the end, for the World Championship once again.
Anything competitive PUBG is exciting to me. Gaxi proning inside of Glasshouse, it's incredibly exciting to me too. scouting forward, making sure that his team will have a compound to go to if need be. Blue Star going doing the same thing from where he is. Gaxi still scouting, making sure that his team is in safe. Yeah, Blue Star scouting as well. Honestly, I would kind of love it. I could see how that would go so wrong for Credex, but I would love to see a situation where they prone down, come next circle. If it centers up in the middle, they just prone down, wait for the team to come, and they shoot at them. The issue is, if you go Heaven phase 2, you go there expecting to take a fight. Like, there's no way you're going there phase 2 going, oh, this must be free.
Especially if it ends up centering around the area, right? Exactly. Then all of a sudden you've got like 4 or 5 teams that really want to kind of lay claim to that territory, which gets really wild. But then you have even the low ground underneath Heaven to that south side, which people normally end up kind of crashing into. That becomes nade bait. It all gets a bit hectic around there.
A lot of two-way splits, and even more so as we kind of pan over the map here. Just still, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I said how simple this circle was, and this proves it. Every team has had an easy entry to it. No one's been forced to take fights. No one's been forced to maneuver through other teams in order to get to where they are. We haven't lost a single player because everyone is sitting tight in this circle. But having said that, what is an amazing phase 1 with room for everyone could also easily become a brutal phase 2. Because if we head up towards even center or center east, we're in the some of the most barren landscapes of all of Erangel, where if you don't have a compound, you will be taken out. So if we send up, or like just go a bit further east, kind of in between the split from Stardust, so many teams will be in so much trouble. And I have a question for you. For how long is Sakura Sanson going to wait for a team to come military? Because we could tell them. We could dial them in right now and go, boys, you're the only ones there. There's no one coming. I'm
going to say 30 seconds max. I don't think they stay there for much longer at all.
I'm taking time.
Okay.
Do you think they were going to tank blue? They heard leave, so they know that they're playing backs free.
I've given you 30 seconds, and the blue will be on them by then. So
the blue is on them now.
Yeah.
Do we full commit? Honestly, seeing that no team is coming, that might be them saying, let's rotate back over towards the east then. Literally go back over the island. You're already in blue now anyway, and there's clearly no one coming. But you know what I think they're doing? They're waiting for the next circle, and I think it's a smart play. Yeah. Wait for the next circle. If you're going hard east here, you go back over Millie. If it goes hard west or even north, you wrap up where you are. It's phase 1. It doesn't hurt. You'll be fine. Petulance is far away from his team, though. And that window has not yet been broken. Texu looting up, and there you go. Center circle is where we are headed. Lots of compounds, but not enough for everyone here. If you don't have one, you're going to be in trouble. And, well, for Petulance, if you don't have your teammates, you could be in trouble too.
I feel like that was the saddest bridge camp I've ever seen.
It was unfulfilling.
Yeah. Unfulfilling.
They are still there, though, so you kind of got to give props for the commitment.
It's longer than 30 seconds.
It is a lot longer than 30 seconds, especially now. I mean, they've seen the next circle. And while everyone else are rotating on it, I mean, here they go. They're all starting to move. Get over to this cast, Sakura Sanson. Get moving. You will need it. Petulance now finds one, takes the cord on the roof, I would suppose. Takes him down as well, and ends. While they are having... I mean, they're sitting 11th place, but it's far from the performance they were hoping for. So, Tixu getting caught in the middle of the open there by Petulance, who, for reasons unknown to me right now, is still back in apartments. It's unfortunate. Now it does get seen, though.
As was alluded to on the desk, though, as well, I feel like ENCE and Team Liquid, having qualified through the lower bracket, or the lower groups, I feel like they did need to come and show some power here on this stage. We've not quite seen that materialize just yet. There are still games to go, but it really has not quite worked out here for them, because realistically, when you look at those two names, you'd be thinking they'd be in the 3rd through 5th spot. But right now, they are not.
No, not indeed. Squeaky, realizing there's not a whole lot more to claim up towards the north. He's going to be grouping, or not grouping, but headed down towards his teammates to some extent anyway. And Sakura Sanson now finally making proper landfall on the main island. They'll continue the way through, but Chinky. And honestly, I mean, we just saw them tank blue until New Shift came in. I wouldn't mind them sitting Pochinki for the next circle, then going, you know what, if it goes north, we'll head further up towards, like, mini Pochinki towards school. If it goes south, we back down over the mountain, or the hillside. Sit there, tank a bit more, maybe go to the double bonds and just wait it out.
Yeah, you could. I mean, cutting into there,
They're
I mean,
not in a
even
hurry.
slightly waste time, but beyond that, yeah, I think that you just wait for your opportune moment. I mean, even rotating south of question mark is not out of the realms of possibility, depending on where the circle goes, if you want to go north or south, of course.
This is trivia with Toby. I've seen 2 double crate drops today.
Nice.
They just
What was
don't
it,
happen
10%
to them.
chance?
I was going to say, I can't remember the exact statistic on how often it happens,
Yeah,
but I've
yeah.
seen 2 of them today, and I don't feel like I saw any yesterday. So there you go, players. Take some cards.
I think there was one yesterday. Because it
That
dropped
doesn't
south of
change
the
the
compound.
fact that I don't remember seeing it.
You didn't see it. You chose to not see it.
I ignored it to make my point stand out more if it happened twice
You
today.
read the future and thought to
Indeed,
yourself,
I did.
I'll ignore that one.
Exactly.
Okay.
Squeaky making his way down to his teammates. And again, how basic the plane path was to follow with 2 very simple first circles, it's all right. But we all know what happens, James. Calm couple of first circles. We have 1 kill in 13 minutes.
Yeah.
Which was Tixu getting cold. Like he might as well just have been alive in this moment. We all know that when we get the small circle, when we hit phase 4, the entire server blows to pieces.
Right. I mean, especially getting caught by a lone Batulins. If that's the entire
just-
of Northern Lights, you're like, okay, yeah, it's
you
probably
can't-
going to
you
get the
can't-
knock. But one guy alone?
There are some things you just can't prepare against. Yes, I
Yeah.
mean, we always have to be 2, so you can always trade a kill. It's just, that's not the way the game plays out. Sometimes you just get unlucky.
Although, speaking of 2, I was actually kind of breaking down Heroics games from yesterday's as we have the circle pop. We'll take a look at that before I continue on my point. Because right now, not too bad for the likes of Stardust, the likes of FaZe, the likes of Entropic.
Not too bad for the 3 teams that are indeed in good position. For the remaining 13, they are in for a tricky one here. Salty taken down to low HP. Intense tries to wrap around the nade. Fortunately does so, forcing back Nuki. But this is not NLT. This is not the team that was here before. This is a whole new fight, and Liquid is up over the top with a chance to third party this.
I also don't know if this is the place to be fighting, because not only
It's
the
not.
Liquid party, third party, but also the Northern Lights potential entrance to this fight. But Tulins has already shown that he can be aggressive on these angles. He's looking that way, and Northern Lights is lurking mostly in the east side of all of this.
This is a get away while you can situation, and for Secure Sands, I mean, remember, they're coming in incredibly late on this one, so they're coming in with little to actually no info as they wrap around that hillside of the north, the north side of the potato, and now they're trying to wrap back south. If Mexi shoots here, that's info given to ENCE that there is still a team on the hilltop, but I'm not gonna lie, I mean, Clip might find one here, but this is not a bad rotation for Secure Sands. Come in from the south. Does find one with the final bullet, of course, in the chamber, but Himan is there to respond.
Drive-by shots big for Secure Sense then to make it go down for Clip. That's unfortunate for him. As Vard trying to find himself intense as he weaves through the foliage of these trees. So the cover is enough to get him out.
The loss of 1 is almost worth it on a gutsy rotation like that, because if they come in from the south, I mean, looking at the map right now, the south is the only place where there's technically real estate available. If they wrap all the way underneath, if they get the east compound off of this, of course, Sanson is a team that will make a move like that. Go the full ring around the Roshi, out all the way to the east on the other side of the road from where FaZe Clan is, and get a compound, literally one of the best spots in the circle, for free.
And one of the good things about it as well is if you're coming in from the south, it's pretty scoutable. You can kind of get, unless the cars are on the north side, if there was somebody parked there, you can quite easily kind of get in there. But yeah, it is a long way. We will see FaZe here just trying to hold out question mark from that little high ground position, because there's not many exits from one of those Harry Potter towers, so you can keep those angles covered.
There really is. And ENCE essentially doing the exact same thing as, of course, Sanson, but on the opposite side of the map, trying to find some sort of a wraparound rotation into this. Na'Vi allowing for Liquid to push through the middle here. Ooh, I mean, they've all heard it. Question mark will have heard it, but this is, again, Na'Vi saying, we don't want to fight you. We will allow you through, take the fights for us, and set us up for a perfect third-party opportunity. Here comes Liquid. Vard finds one. James runs over a Doty. Hobbit's immediately there to follow. They are all being taken down by the second Dante. Last one to try and pull up on this. Nothing's happening. He goes down, as a matter of fact, to Alia from behind. But one knock came through, and here they come. They allowed them, and they said, go for it, go for it. We will use you as bait. Now Na'Vi comes to clean up.
You're a battering ram, and we will finish this castle off here as they come up against this position. I mean, it was a great breach by Team Liquid, but unfortunately for you, the champions of this at the moment are pushing up against it. Northern Lights might look for this opportunity to backfill this as well, though. But Gene starts things off well against Melman.
This is absolutely huge. If NLT, of all teams, the team right now hunting Na'Vi, if they come in on the back end of this and get them all, that would be absolutely huge. James, Maxi, single 2 players left on their feet for now for Team Liquid. Uber, you can see wrapping around the side, trying to get the angle, but the smokes simply impossible to get a good angle. James does find example. So 1 left in the open means 1 more down for Na'Vi. And with that happening, NLT are getting ever so much closer.
I think Alia in the back is going to get completely blindsided by 3 people here from Northern Lights.
There you go.
Oh, Alia actually takes Spyro, but I don't know if it's going to work out further. Lou will get that trade off. It was going to be difficult for him to hold off on that back line.
Responses there immediately. The entire team is coming up to play this hillside. Na'Vi literally, I mean, essentially it's Liquid doing all the work for Na'Vi, so Na'Vi can do all the work for NLT here. But with this happening, we're talking about some of the more passive teams starting to get active. Stardust is doing the exact same thing that NLT just did. We could see a, I don't even know, 5th party to this fight up the hillside if NLT continues to push on in. Na'Vi out. 13th place for them. Liquid stays alive, but for how long? BBL now on the move to this position as well. This has got everyone wanting to claim control of the Southwest.
Only 1 point gain for Na'Vi. Meanwhile, Northern Lights have already gained themselves 5 points off the back of that and still have everybody alive. So they will move up against Team Liquid on that north side, looking down on that position. There are no James is knocked. It's only Vard that's going to be the potential threat. Likewise, BBL here now moving in from the south. They have to have heard the vehicles. They have to have heard the cars. They know the threat's potentially coming, and here comes the fight.
Exactly. Vard staying put against single player, trying to stay on his feet. Not going to happen. Liquid will go out, but damage done on multiple fronts. Northern Lights finds BBL, but it's going to be Stardust to take out Batulins on the back end of it. FaZe now making their way up in this direction too, and this is all happening because in the southwest side of the map, that 4th, there's only 1 spot to play from, and that is this hillside.
Nade's coming in from Code Marco, but he's under absolute huge pressure from ATM. Goes down. BBL falls. Bystanders is now going to rock up to this because you know what? Why not? We didn't have enough teams in this position, so let's have an absolute barn burner down here. Northern Lights going to be pressured now. Lou in the blue. Can he do anything from this? Bystander's going to drive on by. Kiana trying to go in for the shots. Lou has actually been tagged, and he will go down to Hjort.
So much damage done from Lou, but not enough to find the knock. Look at that Herky Flammy, both down to 1 HP, and now it's Gustav over the top, taking down Countrymen from the other side of the hill. And again, half the server fighting for this spot because they know this is literally the only spot we can play from on this side of the circle.
And now FaZe. FaZe is here as well. I mean,
they have to. They have to.
They were close. They have to come out of that compound. They know that the circle was going to shift from all of this. And breathe.
I don't think I've ever casted an 8th party.
I don't know. Yeah, this is extremely wild.
This is like Sanok parties.
Well, yeah. Just more entertaining. But anyway, we have Northern Lights here still kind of hunkering down in this position. The fact that they have people in the blue and still have people alive while this is going on, is ridiculous. You think they're going to join? I don't know if they go far.
9th party, I'm all for it.
There's no way they go that far. I think they're going to, they're going to cut in.
I would love to see it. They might as well just send all the teams up here.
Yeah, you just want the whole server in there. It's a proper deathmatch.
Exactly. 8C trying to hold, actually gets a tag through there. Impressive. Does manage to find one. Sheila comes out, does damage. They're running in circles, and somehow Sheila stays alive. Pixel so confused in the heat of the moment there, not sure where to look for the opponent. Shot in the back multiple times, couldn't turn around, and down goes Skate.
This game's like a crazy write-off almost, but the points still do matter, of course. Yeah. It's ridiculous what we're witnessing at the moment because this is still continuing down to the bottom. He sees his leg. Fex is going to go on the wide wrap around this. Nade came in against Perfectix into the blue to try and get the wide angle, but Polish Power wipes out Stardust on the opposite side of all of this.
This is what happens when the one teams to cause the one team to set the order, being Na'Vi, when they go out early, the rest of the players do not know what to do. What do we do when Na'Vi ain't here? We just start going completely crazy.
It's like they've gone into a bloodlust.
Essentially, it's like we need kills now.
All of a sudden, all the bloodhounds have been sent out. They're sniffing out. They're like sharks in the water. They sense it from miles away, and they're coming for them. And that bottom left-hand corner is the single bloodiest position I think I've ever seen in PUBG.
It's difficult being a shark when all the blood you're sensing is from other sharks.
Yeah.
That's
all great whites. Like
that is chaos unfolding before our eyes. And in the meantime of all of this, a team that we haven't had to talk too much about in a positive way over the course of the tournament so far, but are still sitting tight in Tropic, down towards the south. I mean, Heroic the same way, sitting very well in the position they're in right now. 0 kills, sure, but now they're backfilling. 4 on their feet, they are all right. And if they take down DA here, or at least some of them, well, they have plenty of space to maneuver.
crazy stuff. FaZe
That is wild.
have now solidified themselves a big chunk of this circle. Northern Lights is gone in 8th. However, they had 8 points from kills from all of that as well. And now, Entropic on this eastern side here is overlooking the DA and Heroic situation here, which could easily bag themselves a few kill points as well.
Yeah, sure could. Youth sitting tight, obviously hearing the footsteps up above him. Question is whether Heroic hears the footsteps down below. Oh, we were playing out in the open before, might as well just completely. I mean, oh, you want a tree? Well, you ain't getting any because we are headed towards the northwest side of this circle. We're talking there's one tent, and there's a tree, and there's a shack. And well, now there's a crate as well that you can play behind.
And it's an extremely awful road that a lot of these teams will have to cross one way or another.
And they will die doing so.
Yeah, so that is going to come back to bite them, as if there hasn't been enough bites from sharks and blood in this game to continue on. But Hjort finds Vex from a little bit of a distance there.
That's not a bad knock. That's them. Like that's essentially FaZe will have to make a move. And right now, all bystanders can do is trying to make sure FaZe don't peek down towards him because they're safe from Polish power. They know that the fight is going to escalate on the east before they really have to do anything. So as long as they can make sure the threat from the hilltop doesn't really go towards them, then they'll be alright. So that knock, while Vex does get back on his feet, everything is alright. That means that for the next 20 seconds, they won't be shooting at them because now they have to focus on getting inside the next circle.
Definitely. A little move over towards the east here for FaZe. Things slow down a little as everybody looks to where they're going to be moving to next, considering they're having to make difficult decisions on where they will make their next landfall for all of this. But Ivers looking into the high area.
A lot of this is going to come down to Entropic. What do they do from here? Beam in the meantime, well, they were going to peek down eventually. Don't take a molly out when your teammate is down below. Runs down to bullets, which means Mert does get the flush. There is a molly to follow, but fortunately for Mert, quick footy enough to get away from it.
Polish Power is putting pressure on on Entropic from the other side of this circle, so the lines of sight are even worse than I thought they were going to be for a lot of these teams on the west side. East side even, I should say, and Heroic is crashing and barreling down in what feels like it's going to be a ball of fire in a moment if they're not careful about this. Corexy calls out and tries to get himself a few shots across the way here as Creed X strikes constantly a thorn in some of these teams' sides here, and he will go down. Heroic is out.
Nothing they could do as soon as they leave that hilltop. And then you would do as much damage as you can up above, but we will have to leave eventually. Mert trying to shoot his way down below. Not going to happen. He's going to go down to blue, I would assume. 2. Yes, there you go. He falls. Fortunately, he does have Sheila and Metralia still inside the shack on the other side. There was just no way for them to regroup.
3 teams, big kill points coming in. Team Liquid earlier on. We have Northern Lights getting themselves some, but Polish Power, 9 conversions so far for them on all of that, as Lucarux will finish off. Reichs Marsalek actually gets the full kill. 10 kills going their way.
I think the east side of this circle has like 1 kill combined.
Yeah, nothing's happened.
Nothing's been happening over there until now. Ghost with a double. Takes out the remaining DA players. Those go down, though, to Flammy, taken out by Sheila. And here comes Entropic. Clown Car full speed forward. They need to take down Creed X if they want to get this. Jumps out of the car. The hipfire is active. Gets that one. Gets down, too! With the immediate spray transfer. The nade was landed already, though, from Vox, so he will fall in return. Now, where is the response? Stiggery does try to get Gustav back up. Not going to happen. So, phase 3. Polish Power 4. Bystanders still alive with 3 on the opposite side.
Ivers makes magic happen, but he can't bring people back from the dead here. That's as Polish Power is going to continue to commit and shut this position down. Meanwhile, FaZe on the opposite side of the circle is preparing for their move. How are they going to approach this? It looks like they're trying to find lines of sight. 8C will take out QBE, and that is Entropic down in 4th.
Masterlick making that play early, a little too greedy for my liking. They wanted to get the ball though, so they could set up for a phase push, because they knew this was gonna happen. Here they come, full speed forward. Norgis gets knocked. I thought he broke down below it. Not gonna stay alive though. 2 players left now for bystanders, but they're up against a 3-man phase who has the entire circle to work with.
Yeah, and now they can push up against this. Keanu actually does see this coming along, but he is just popping his head over the parapet to see the army marching and controlling the circle. They're flexing outside the circle here to shut down bystanders in their tracks.
This push they will not be expecting. Look at the flashes, look at the nades, all the utility being used. This has gotten phase written all over it, and there you have it. What a chaos game. Face the victors of the hill and also the victors of the game as it comes to an end.
I can't remember a game quite like that. It was that southwest side, totally crazy, and the execution at the end by FaZe just giving them no quarter, just cutting it off at the head and guaranteeing themselves the chicken dinner.
I mean, FaZe did the full merry-go-round. They played the hillside, they ran up the hill, and they go all the way east, and then they wrap all the way over to go off where they started. What an absolute banger of a game. What a chaos game, as you're saying. I mean, but that's what you get when you go where you were, because unfortunately, they all made the right play. Yeah. We have to be the victors of the hilltop, because if we are, as we saw with FaZe, we will most likely also be the victors of the game.
That's true, yeah. They came out victorious in all of that situation after about 9 teams crashed that spot.
Absurd.
I cannot remember a game that chaotic. That was so wild. And I think, again, Bloodlust, in terms of everybody sniffing out that scenario, really was a decent way to describe it.
For sure, for sure. I know that the players will take a breath. We will take a breath. You guys should take a breath as well before we come back with 3 games on Mirror. But first, a quick break, so stick around. We'll see you in a few.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back to G-Loot PUBG Season 6, the Grand Finals. We are halfway through day number 2, and what was that? What was that game?
It was insane. And it's not Sunday yet, but Fishman being able to jump in. I also want to point out the Danish boys, the bystanders, again, a consistent...
Kino. Again?
Keanu with that, it was crazy drive-by, crazy amount of control. In general, this game just... And I honestly, these kind of shelter-esque endings, they're so hard because you have this massive road that is really defining that nobody's going to be able to play in the center. So many teams were forced to play in the edge and make these crazy rotations. Also, Liquid winning versus Na'Vi in this case here.
Right, actually moving out there, going for the third party. Na'Vi then moving in, but then Northern Lights play spoiler and end up cleaning up. They must have been 4th or 5th party by this point. It was looking like we were going to see the story develop in that way, and then they just completely shut it down. The rest of the game, though, was madness as well.
I was like, okay, we're up on the top of the dirt road. There's so many teams playing edge, and it just ended up being such a huge fest. Also, this was why Sheila being able to survive that and getting seeded out. Also, this man is here with in general, there's so many things from this game, and the guys are obviously screaming and having an insane cast here. Wild game. Polish Power, huge amount of kills that they're able to pull up as well. Bystanders with them just taking that away. In general, this was such a good shake-up. All the kind of teams that are already on the cusp of trying to get into the top got a huge game for them. So it's going to shake up the leaderboard a lot, and it's also going to push a lot of our very, very good teams here that have been doing very well in this game, push them up in a good spot.
I mean, we obviously keep talking about Na'Vi and all those chicken dinners, but we do have to talk about your boys bystanders. They have come second every single game today.
Yeah, it's crazy. 3 games in a row, second back-to-back-to-back is crazy. The consistency from that, also being able to get the kills in there. So that is really great to see, and that is putting them in a great spot once you get to the overall leaderboard.
If you take a look at the leaderboard specifically from this game, you can see Polish Power with the 12 kills, Northern Lights 8 kills, Team Liquid no replacement points, 7 kills. Yeah. This was the moment for a lot of these teams to pop off.
It really was, and the kill-heavy meta here, obviously leaning into the teams that had a good position and knew how to use this game. Polish Power did a tremendous job wiping multiple squads. Team Liquid, the way they moved into that Wizard Tower was fantastic, and trying to hold off the other teams as well, managing to stave off Na'Vi, which is a big sticking point in itself. But throughout all of it, if you ask yourselves, well, where's the consistency here? It's great that we've had chaos. The bystanders are the one factor that have just been consistent throughout all of today. And they're almost outpointing what Na'Vi did yesterday. Just like, they're very close to the average number of points Na'Vi were getting yesterday.
You can see how much between sort of, like you said, second and I would say down to, what?
5th-ish, yeah. There's 10 points from Polish Power to skate route. Yeah, so it's still very close. But like from 2nd to 5th, we have 4 teams fighting for 2nd place right now. Obviously, there's a 31-point gap still from LNT up to Na'Vi, which is huge.
Yeah. I did laugh because before this game, I said, oh, you know, Na'Vi could just score 2 points throughout. That's exactly what they did. But even then, this is the thing. They have the space to have 1 or 2 games where maybe they only get 2 kills.
If they get 2 more bad games now, this is going to shake everything up in the top. But right now, still, it is insane how close it is from 2nd to 5th here. If that continues, we're in for an insane day.
Do you think that's in the back of the team's minds when they know where Na'Vi may drop. They know what Na'Vi sort of potentially might be moving around. Do you think that they're more aware, if you're in the higher levels, going, hey, that's probably Na'Vi there, we should get that fight now because taking them out will be good for us? Or is it just a focus on, this is my game, this is how I'm going to play?
I think some of those decisions, similar to what we said earlier, strategic decisions, where to drop and stuff like that, we're not going to see that. But we did see, even in that game, some of the tactical decisions coming in. I'm sure when Na'Vi moved up against Team Liquid and they started seeing those knocks in the kill feed, Northern Light will go, that's exactly where we want to be. And they capitalized on that beautifully. They're chasing Na'Vi as well on the leaderboard. More and more teams will start to take those opportunities as they arise in reaction to what they see in the kill feed.
Let's talk about the actual game though, because we can talk about the leaderboard forever and theorize. Best moment for you, Avenger?
It has to be the Keanu 3-piece there for me. Yeah, that's probably the one. He's he's a very good player. Being able to come in here and show this performance in the grand finals is great, and bystanders holding on to the top 3 right now is fantastic for them. So that's I'm hoping to see these guys continue. And also, 3 second places in a row is almost as crazy as 3 wins in 6 games.
How about you? Favorite moment?
Exactly the same thing. I'm not even going to spice up the broadcast by giving you something different. The Keanu drive-by was just beautiful. The most interesting, hilarious moments of the game, maybe looking down the shelter when Paige went streaming in and they had the Molotov ready. They had to hold back. A little bit of miscommunication there. That was a laugh out loud moment for sure. But the bystanders are stealing the show today.
Let's take a look now at the leaderboard for the top kills, because this might be shaken up just a little bit. No, Uber's still there.
Never mind.
But
All
look
good.
how close Gustav is.
Gustav is now, he has replicated himself and joined Na'Vi in 4th place. That is mental scenes. I'll tell you that the real 4th player in 4th place is actually Example. You can see by him leading just a little bit over Gustav, the real Gustav in 2nd place, but still very, very close. We have 3 kills difference, but still 3 Na'Vi players. Again, Example is the player on 4th, the correct player from Na'Vi there, and currently the damage dealer leader here in the top 5 with just a little bit ahead for Gustav.
Boom,
but
there we go.
I want to say, FaZe being able to take this home and the amount of points that they're able to get with this is going to make it really interesting, because now we're going to go on Miramar, and I think we're going to see some strong games from them there as well.
There's also an argument to say that when your team is doing well in general, it's easier for you to pick up those incremental knocks, incremental damage, because your teammates are always watching you back. You know everything is going fine. FaZe haven't had as smooth a tournament as Na'Vi. No one has, let's be honest. So the fact that Gustav is still up there, putting those kind of numbers in when they're not in those kind of situations as much, that makes it even more impressive.
You know what's really impressive is that he's also an IGL. And funny enough, if you put him in your fantasy
You should pick 4 IGLs for your fantasy team. That's the meta.
I can't wait for PS7 Fantasy League. It's going to be so great
Quadruple
when you pick
IGL.
4 IGLs. Like, it's going to be wild. Don't pick 4 IGLs.
Sam's going to win.
3 is the max.
Sam's going to win.
Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, it's... sometimes it just goes wild, yeah.
It does go wild. Sometimes I beat you in Fantasy League, which is what happened.
Yeah,
okay, back to the games at hand. We're moving on to Miramar. Big games from FaZe, that's what you're predicting. Are we expecting a shake-up? I mean, we're seeing bystanders keep that consistency. Yesterday, I think they finished 3 times maybe in the top 4. So consistency, this has happened over 2 days. Do they continue, or with the change of map, do we see a change there as well?
It's going to be extremely hard to replicate what they've just done on Wrangle over on Mirror. I'd like to see a win from them. That would be great, obviously, but we can't just hope for all the great things to happen all at once. Already them having had this today. What I'm just hoping is that we're going to see this great fight from 2nd to 5th place just continue. And maybe if everyone still kind of has an eye on Na'Vi and just make sure, all right, these guys, they can't go too wild. Because what we've seen so far in the 9 games, we have to remember, we're also halfway through the tournament right now with 9 games done. We have to remember that a lot of cases, it is Na'Vi that is the initiator of the third party. They rarely get third party themselves. And this was the case now. They got third party. They tried to third party Liquid, then they got third party themselves. And like everything's kind of unfolding quite well for them, and also in timings, and obviously it comes down to their strategy and their approach and their own timing, but it has been working quite well for them, being the one that is the last team to third party the teams that are either being third partied or already in a fight.
How many times did you say third
parties
there?
is great. Yeah,
third parties.
That's crazy.
They're awesome. Love those third parties.
Back over
They're
towards.
Like you mentioned, halfway through the tournament now. Halfway through the tournament now, and if you take a look at the bottom end of the bracket, should those teams be concerned? Because right now, how do you catch up with these teams that are sitting in the top 5, top 6? Do you start now playing for, how do I just get in the money? Never mind, how do I get in the higher money?
There's an extent to which that's true right now. You can have, in a 3-day tournament, a bad day and still come out on top if you put in a couple of days like Na'Vi, right? And that's already a little bit of a stretch if you were in the bottom half to begin with. Now we're halfway through, and those chances are remote to none, and you have to be thinking about, how do I maximize my position? Rather than thinking about the money, I'm more thinking about how many PGC points do we get if we leapfrog X team, Y team, to get into a position that helps us make this tournament do the most work for us come the end of the year. We're going to start having those conversations seriously take place.
I don't think there's a case where we see until day 3 where there's going to be a team focusing rapidly on another team unless they're in a straight head-to-head.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening. Like, obviously, focus on getting the most out of each game. That is the case for every single game, but we're not going to see these hot drops. We're not going to see the bridge camps until day 3. We're not going to see all these crazy things. And also, as we heard in an interview earlier in Super Week as well, it's like you don't want to have any enemies in PUBG because there are too many teams that can make the game hard for you. You have to focus on your own game and make the best out of it. If you focus one team too much, then they might come back at you when they don't have a chance. Like if you have one of the teams in the bottom 4 here, if they don't have a chance, they're like, I remember what you did in Super Week. You gate kept us, you bridge camped us, and I don't think we're going to see that specifically happening in until day 3. So tomorrow.
Halfway through the competition, so let's bring the mood down a little bit. Oh no, actually, I'm not gonna ask the tough questions because we actually have Keanu with us. So why don't we jump straight into an interview? Look how excited
look at
everyone
that.
is.
Here we go.
We made
Happy
it
times.
so much more fun for everyone. I was actually going to ask a really sad and depressing question. So Avenger Keanu, I'm sure you want to say hi. What's up?
Hi, brother. Should we just talk Danish to each other? Good to see you.
I thought I would let you have a chance.
Am I the first question?
No, I was just going to let you greet him in Danish, but it's fine.
Hej, har du det godt? Skal jeg sige det?
Ja, jeg har det rigtig godt.
Nice.
Det kører.
Yeah, that was it.
Kiana, I was just having I like to meme Avengers sometimes. Thank you so much for joining us. So we've spoken a lot about specifically Na'Vi's consistency with all the chicken dinners, but you have had such a great showing. How are you feeling in the moment? What's the vibe amongst the team?
We're feeling really, really good right now. We have a lot of confidence going into hard zones. I think we are salvaging our games very well, and we get into positions that we shouldn't really be able to get into just by taking advantage of other teams. So we're feeling really confident now.
Do you think Na'Vi can be caught?
Well, they are far ahead, but we'll give it a shot.
Yeah, sure. I'll go with the question. I actually want to ask, is this something that you guys consider? Like, are you considering? All right, when there's a third-party opportunity on to Na'Vi, are you guys taking that actively because it's Na'Vi, or are you more kind of hoping that all the teams are trying to kind of put a leash onto Na'Vi? Because right now, if it's not a collective effort to stop them, they're not going to be caught.
Yeah, I think we're going to focus on our own game for now, and then we're going to see until on the last day if there's a chance for us to actually contest them on the first place.
All right, and congrats on you guys, both you and Flamey, being in the top 10 killers. That's really, really impressive.
Thank you.
And
Keanu, we have to let him jump into the game. Keanu has to go and play some games, so we're going to say thank you so much for chatting to us. Good luck with the rest of the day.
Held og lykke.
Thank you so much.
Bless you.
Good luck in Danish.
Okay.
That's good. Good that you clarified that because we weren't sure for a second.
Of course. I mean, you're a multilingual person yourself as well. So
I thought maybe you were telling him how to win the next game.
Yeah,
I thought, hang on a second.
Yeah.
You're on the desk. Insider information, not allowed.
Well, we're on the right side of the
Right
place,
side,
so,
yeah. That makes it okay.
Yeah.
You're both just so weird. Anyway,
Wow.
You're watching G-Loot's PUBG Season 6, the Grand Finals. We are halfway through the competition. I can't keep a straight face anymore, so I'm just going to let Kylaris and Toby take us to Miramar.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm already dying over here as well. I've had to deal with his Danish for 5 years, and every time they say something, it's funnier and funnier. I just can't help myself. You got Skola Patrola over here. You've got whatever he said. The bear in the big blue house with his stupid grin saying, hello. Where do I even... It's your language.
I mean, I'm proud of it.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. But I mean, even when he was talking about the kill leaders and stuff like that, we're just he's saying, yep, Denmark. But
yeah.
Memes aside, it was actually cool to get a little bit of a glimpse from Keanu there after seeing these games go down on Erangel. Of course, they are in pursuit, and I think that it's reasonable to take it kind of one step at a time here, trying to catch up with the first place, but also the fact that they've put in these results at the start of the day here is very, very impressive for a team that comes in from open qualifier.
I mean, that's one thing. Another thing is every single game that they have had where, I mean, yes, they got a lot of second places. If we look back at all of them, I think the teams they go up against, the positions they're in coming into it, they were all going to be hard to win. I mean, this one, Phase, full speed forward, not going to happen. The previous one, I mean, you have Na'Vi, full speed around the side, not going to happen. So the fact that they come away with the second and also are the team to get the kills, to take down third, they get they maximize their games. Yes, they don't get the wins because they've been fighting all the way up until that point. Yeah. So they maximize everything they can coming into the final. But then you have one of those teams where, in this case, I mean, FaZe were fighting throughout the entire thing. But in other cases, you get the team that gets to sit back for a while, that then comes in, sure, they'll get the win, but those 4 kills that you might have had more than them, that makes a difference in the chicken dinner.
We oftentimes have that notion of like, oh, okay, we've changed from the map. Teams need to reset and stuff like that. To be honest, I feel like we need to reset after what we just witnessed on Erangel. It was more explosive than a tornado hitting a firework factory. There was just... It was a bit ridiculous.
It was pretty insane, yeah.
And to that point, I cannot recall a more ridiculous, constant, never-ending stream of teams coming into that spot, but they understood the value of the position, which I think is really cool, because all of these like-minded teams, once you're playing at this level, you're thinking at a high level, everyone then just congregates to the best spots.
The funny thing was, I mean, we see the place where the whole thing kicks off, right, is we see Liquid starting the rotation towards that watchtower, wizard tower, whatever you want to call it. And we see Na'Vi letting them through, going, this is a really heads-up play from Na'Vi. They're letting them through so they can get to third party. They come in, and then you just see a swarm of team. And I'm not sure if it's because it was Na'Vi and, oh my god, we got to take them down, that made NLT full-on commit to that early on. But they full-speed send it in their direction so they can go, if we deal with them, we're all set. It's as if all these teams, they see their perfect third-party opportunity, move forward, not thinking, what if there's another team wanting to do what we did? 5 teams did that and all got butchered because of it.
Yes, they did. It was the butchering of Erangel. But now we change gears. We're heading to the desert. It will be game number 10 as we have a east lean to this playing path. Not easy for those teams towards the west, but we have 3 games remaining today. All will be on Miramar here, Toby, as we get things geared up and good to go.
Exactly. Towards the east we go. Usually always, also I should say, calls for a somewhat eastern plain circle. I'm still exhausted from that previous game. That was
it was a rough one.
A hectic one. We didn't see a whole lot of contesting, or well, any really, in the previous day of Miramar. So I wouldn't expect to really see any confrontations here early on either. First circle though, about to pop. Nuke shooting a few shots towards the Lazar, but nothing to be connected.
I mean, that last game was so rough that it was like, you know, when you get turbulence in a plane and then the plane dives down and you get that sinking feeling in your stomach there for a moment. That was that a lot.
One thing that I want to try and break down as we take a look at this circle, though, is I always like to talk about entry points. Entry points to the circle. Now we're seeing a ton of teams forced to stay up here on the north side. The circle should be even bigger than that because it really is the entire north side.
Yeah, it's a lot.
But what do you have to rotate into? You have La Bandita here. That's a no-go. You're not going through that area whatsoever. You have Picado not going through there unless if you're on the very dead end of things. And then you have the city center, or it is the city center, but also the circle center. That's Los Leones. No one's going to opt to stick in and around Los Leones at any point in the early game, so you're forcing teams to play out of the circle center, but you're also not giving the teams, because you have Minas here and you have water all the way down here, you're not giving teams an entry point. You're essentially saying, hey guys, if you're coming in from the north, you have 1, 2, 3 funnel entry points, or you have to wrap all the way restaurant. Find your way all the way down underneath. That's the only way you're getting in. And look at the amount of teams we have up here that has to make their way in. This is going to be a hard rotation right from the get-go for anyone up north.
Yeah, so you're expecting your question marks, your Stardusts, etc. to make that, as PUBG be praised, of course, and they will be the teams that try and make that hard west rotate, which usually there will be a little bit of room. It really depends on how far your Northern Lights, your Team Liquids lean west, I suppose, when it comes to this circle as a total. But you definitely can tell Ansvar's observing, or part of the observing crew at least, right?
Hulk Jesus.
Very strange.
Never disappoints. Yeah. Hulk Jesus. It's been a while since I've seen him. There he was. He's every single time a player gets a bad circle, he's there feeling bad with them.
Yeah?
Yep.
I mean, how many of our circles have really had a ton of water in today? It's been every single one, right? Like, well, apart from that middle one in the second game, I suppose. But
he's grieving too. And one of the things that I really find interesting with this, so now we talked about the entry points to it.
Yeah.
But I mean, and of course, let alone the fact that we have Los Leones being the center, making it hard to play the center, essentially. We also so often see how by the end of Phase 1, over half the teams will be on the southern side of Los Leones. Because, I mean, the hills around Los Leones being unplayable and all, and they're only really being proper compounds down south. I wouldn't be surprised to see a, let's say, 12-14 or 12-4 split with the 12 teams on the southern side of Los Leones, even even though that there are this many teams still north looting right now.
It's going to have to be an early move for a lot of those teams there.
But they know that they have to in order to get a good spot in the circle. Because there's only so much. Like, there's a reason right now that all what would be center teams, all of them hard south.
I think a lot of the northern teams, for my money, I think what ends up happening is they go north or east, and then eventually the congregation down towards the east side. But Ivers is already having himself found a little bit of spotter bother here against Creed X, and straight away Gaxi turns on that corner. Nice start for him. Entropic cannot catch a break in some of these situations, man.
It's the danger of being the team to win tournaments. Everyone looks to you going, what are they doing that succeeds? And then, well, teams start catching you off guard. And this time around, it's Ivers going down. We've complimented Entropic time and time again for just never taking casualties earlier. Now, the fact that it's starting to happen is a clear tell to me that teams have been looking through the Entropic material. What is it that they do? Why are they so dangerous? We have to deal with them. Now they do, and that allows for a team like Na'Vi to overtake.
I think it's not only a studying of Entropic, but it's also Entropic looking a little bit more loose than we're used to seeing them in like a PCS 6. I feel like there's not been as much a shoring up about some areas. I mean, Ivers has had moments where he's been able to suddenly save 1v2s, 1v3, stuff like that. But if you're having these small catch-outs here and there, I feel like they can tighten this up.
Maybe it's the G-Loot curse. Maybe we're all getting superstitious alongside Martin. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe it's just the fact that they're not having the best tournament, because we are only humans after all. I know that sometimes these players make it look like they are full-on machines and beasts and whatnot, but sometimes games just do not go your way. And Entropic, I mean, this is a split they've gone for plenty of times before, but Creedex this time around catching them off guard. So one down early, and now, I mean, when you're forced to play 5-stack outside of Los Leones in Phase 1, you know that you are in for a tough game should the circles go away.
Is that building that I can remember the DBS being used by footballers?
Yep. That was the dumbest thing I've seen.
That was amazing.
Because they had just done that. They had just done the exact thing to their opponents, and then they go, I guess they won't do what we just did, and then they die. That was the biggest facepalm of 2022 PUBG.
The thing is, every time a DBS moment happens, I'm just like, it's burned in my memory.
You don't care about the moment, you just care about the gun being used.
I just care about the noise the gun makes. It's not even get the ka-chong, ka-chong. I absolutely love it. It's the best gun, and also not the best gun, but it's the best gun.
Chad, what is your most facepalm moment of 2022 PUBG Esports? I would like to hear.
Don't say the DBS. Just so you know,
you're on Team Toby on this one. It's the DBS moment.
What do you mean?
To be honest, I mean the players have granted us with quite a few, but I still like to think that moment was pretty dumb. Also because they had literally just done the exact same thing to another team.
Yeah, admittedly, the fact that they kind of came up against the DBS is like, you know, guys, what are you gonna do? It's maybe.
And for those of you guys who don't remember, it's all right, because let's focus on the game at hand. We still have 2.5 minutes to go, and I'm not going to say that my 12-4 is correct right now, but looking at how teams are split, we're getting ever so much closer to that potentially being the case. James is counting. There's more teams, but James, they're still rotating. Give them some time. They got 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
There's going to be 6 or 7 teams beyond where Sakura Sensen is to the north.
I mean, James, it's easy to call things. It's like 5 seconds before it happens.
It's not 5 seconds before. What are we talking about?
In any case, Polish Power started to wrap their way in from the west, and I'm looking. I'm looking to them, unfortunately, go right in between where Liquid are. The issue for Polish Power is they're coming in late, so they've had 0 chance to scout anything. But Liquid's in a split right now that can easily be punished, because not only are they far apart, they also have no way of watching what each other are doing. That usually comes with a far apart element. So should they get pulled up on, they better be damn ready to get the hell out of there. And I kind of hope that it's Vard's position and Mexi that gets pulled up on, because then it's a downhill ride. Gravity works that way. You get more speed when you go down towards your teammates, whereas if James and Clip have to leave down there and drive uphill towards their teammates, they'll be done for before they get to safety.
Because it's uphill, and the gravity doesn't work that way.
It's going to be an uphill rotation for them.
An uphill battle, one might say.
If they decide to shoot, yes.
Mr. Isaac Newton over here.
I am not
Apples
that
don't
dumb.
fall up. Just saying.
No?
That's right.
Yeah.
It's science.
We're both smart, James.
Well, yeah. Actually, memes aside, your split in terms of the overall map presence of these teams right now is pretty accurate. I mean, I think in terms of dividing it north and south, I think the line that divides where south of Los Leones all the way up to kind of, I suppose, kind of Skade Ents area, that as a divide is extremely accurate and astute in your assessment, because those hills, the way those compounds work in those hills, you have to kind of claim land there, because transitioning between all of that, especially when they're all occupied, is really, really scary.
Tegas takes damage, but gets to live with the scare. BBL were full speed sending it up towards his compound, but I think shots coming in from the side as well forced them off. Salty up there doing a little bit of suppressive fire, saying, "Oh, you'll be fine. The entire team was coming, but I scared them off. Don't worry, Tegas. You'll be all good."
All right, in those foothills at the moment. Here comes Polish Power as well. Did they pick up?
They did.
Norcus, what's in there? What's in the box? It's an AUG.
It's an AUG.
An AUG.
A Steyr AUG.
You call them an AUG, right? Not an AUG.
Do people call it AUG?
Some people call them AUGs, and I just want to...
And I call this a very interesting circle too, because you know what's going to happen if this circle goes just the slightest bit to the west?
It's Los Leones, baby.
It is Los Leones. But it's Los Leones. That is completely correct. Whenever we have phase 2s where the very center is unplayable hills, you know you're in for a phase 4 hard shift. It's going to go crazy, unless if we already get it phase 2, but that's just going to be even worse. The funny thing to me is right now, when we look at the map and how few teams are in fact inside Los Leones, Northern Lights has it all to themselves with Stardust coming in, but look at the east. Look at the east. There are only 2 entry points to the city from where all these teams are. And right now, well, Batulans, you have company on the hilltop.
That's the weird thing about Los Leones. I mean, we usually, as Avenger will often state, have the golden rule: don't commit to a city unless you think it's finishing there. Los Leones is a bit of a weird one. Aside from the east side, of course, where you have those 2 exit points and stuff like that, if the circle shifts, Northern Light doesn't necessarily have to leave via those east paths. You sometimes will see them go out the north, try and go for a wide wraparound, etc., and things like that, because there are so many exit points elsewhere, even though they're not the optimal exit points, because Los Leones is like the biggest city we have, apart from maybe something that's coming in Destiny, etc. But, you know, it's huge.
Yeah, it sure is. Should be opportunities for them to get out of there. Fortunately for Metabay, not quite the case. He will get knocked, actually, able to fall down the hillside, so might be able to get out of there, but nah, not gonna happen. Batulans denies it full on. Nailquap will come on peeking on over. But the issue for Batulans and, well, his team now is that the in-game leader is caught very, very, very much alone. His teammates far inside the city. They cannot be of use, especially not as long as the fights keep going on in the north side of these hills. But Batulans, what's the most important to you? Maintaining the hilltop, or, well, being safe with your teammates inside the city?
Yeah, I think an attempt at a back off, or just at least some kind of support anywhere here. But at the same time, because nobody from Stardust is now up on the hills, it's difficult for them to wrap around onto this hill and get up to there where Batulans is. So if he lays low for a bit, he'll survive for a long time.
And also, Batulans is literally the only eyes outside of the city that they have. Yeah, they're committing, or recommitting, I should say, to this position. Now they are getting inside the vehicles. I think they are going to wrap around in the end of it, but I'm kind of respecting the fact that Batulans ain't leaving this position. Hopefully, though, Stardust won't go in between their spots. Let's see down towards the south. Na'Vi, Heroic, Liquid, all down and around here. And again, I mean, we said it on the first game of the day. We're forcing teams in positions where they really have to take those fights. Like, you kind of wrap out of this now. We have to tank a lot of blue to get out of there. I think all teams, James, saying, can we please just stop shooting for 40 seconds? We all want to know if we have to go Los Leones. Then we can fight there.
Yeah. And that will be, well, not quite as much carnage as we saw in the previous game in as short space of time, but it does get really irritating to transition from building to building, or even getting into the city if teams like Entropic are in the position that they're set up in. But anyway, Heroic at the moment, currently split across this big area. And I wanted to make the point earlier about Heroic. Yesterday, I really liked the success they were having in terms of consistency. Their 2-2 split that they usually have, which is usually T-Bone and Page, Curexi and Beamy, was prevalent in games like 1, 4, 5, and 6 yesterday, and it really paid dividends. A second and 2/3, and it goes towards Leones.
Get in there, guys. Sit tight.
Here we go.
If you ain't in the city by the end of this circle, you've lost.
Apart from the field finish that we had today, every game, I feel like, has been a non-stop roller coaster in this tournament so far.
It's just crazy. It's just crazy. As if the competition with the players on the servers weren't hard enough. The game is doing everything they can to put it on absurd mode.
Yeah.
So let's see Na'Vi, full speed forward. They go back, filling on Entropics. That's kind of useful if they don't get shot in front of you. You can drive behind them, at least until they stop. Gustav, in the meantime, going crazy. That's outside the city. They are indeed gatekeeping themselves. Skate having no entry point to this city. Shong trying to back his way into the city, and he's going to succeed in doing so because here come bystanders.
Yeah, he's going to go down if he's not careful. Actually, manages to weasel around that car as quickly as he possibly could. But Gustav is trying to get an overlook angle alongside Diggory. May to bring down Hort. Flamey will go down too. As much as bystanders just came off a great run from some of these games. This constant choke potential spot, you mentioned it. The 2 chokes that exist on this east side. Trying to get in there, Herc's having to bail and go around the north.
FaZe, they prayed for the kills. What they got was a saving grace from Salty and Sakura Sanson from behind, because they were looking in a very bad position up against a full-speed forward bystanders. But Sakura Sanson over the hilltop helps them out. FaZe lives to see another day.
All right, Northern Lights very close to Stardust here. And Stardust does not have necessarily the best of cover in one of those kind of dilapidated buildings that's under construction at the moment. So Northern Lights might be able to put the boot in a little bit more against that. Intense. Sees FaZe moving in. It's good that FaZe got so much of the Skade engagement, because otherwise Skade could have easily set up and tried to lock them out. But they did enough, took out 2, moved in, and also cordoned off bystanders as well.
Ballsy playing, Kelsey jumping up the window, not knowing what he's going to be jumping into, but does find Spiro. Spiro tried to throw a molly up, not going to happen. He's going to go down. But Fectix now, knowing where he has the Stardust players, not too keen to peek, as we can see on the right side there. Batulin's still down, which Lou has to commit to. They are Center City, though. They know they're going to be with a 90% guarantee inside the next circle, so they don't have to regress. Issue is, in these city endings, you want to be together. You do not want to start maneuvering around too wide, because you'd never run into a solo split. You run into a full team when you're in Los Leones.
Yeah, and when you do that, you sure as anything better have decent amounts of utility and a DBS. Actually, it all comes full circle. Yes,
that's where we started. No. That is where we started.
But to branch off of that, I think what's important is that the shotguns have actually shown so much worth in these current constant, like, either breaches into compounds, but just transitions between buildings as people are trying to push in. We've seen huge value from them in the Super Weekend. We're in full Los Leones mode now, and that's where we could see some value come out from those shotguns, where people swap them on a dime in the building at the moment they need them.
I hope Xiao Lu from the Chinese Nations Cup team is watching this tournament, taking notes, because while you might have a great shotgun, you also have to hit with them. If you didn't watch that game, go back and watch it.
On the corner of that building.
Exactly. T-Bone spots an opponent. He's going to be spotting a lot of them as Heroic make landfall inside the big southern city. Nail up, damage done in return, and this is just, I mean, these city fights are hectic as can be, because you have to care for every single angle. Skate not doing that, and they will be the first team to fall.
With a little Uzi off the back of it here. But Toolins, I mean, you were talking about shotguns. What about a little micro Uzi for good measure?
They're not that bad.
Not too bad at all.
Up close SMGs, they can be absolutely deadly.
Interesting, though, that Northern Lights managed to disengage from all of that Stardust scenario that was going on. Here's FaZe once again, just greeting teams in kind. They've been farming teams that are trying to crash into their positions. Tixu, though, manages to turn it around on a dime himself as Gustav and Diggory go down to him. Can they convert anymore? But he comes in here, takes down Nuki, does Vex. He's going to have to be the salvage here for FaZe.
Tough position for them to be, and I thought FaZe was going to be able to make an easy crossing, but Tixu denying the double. Now Nate's coming in. They have no clue where Tixu is, or as I'm saying that now, they just might. They wrap around the side, but they're on the wrong side of the wall.
Got to be super careful about this. Rustenmar finishes Diggory. Here comes the off angle, though.
As Vex denying the hit. That is so crucial. The molly denying the aim downside. That was a clear kill. An easy peasy for Vex, but denied by the molly.
Very well done. Understanding all the angles that you have to deal with here in even just these small areas that are not often played. 6-2 blind, goes for the spray down, doesn't get him. 8C turns around as well. The plight of Ents has become FaZe in these takedowns. And now, can they recover? Rustenmar finishing off. Rustenmar versus 8C.
The issue here becomes, I mean, yeah, you might win this one, but you want to be forward by the end of the city ending. He's going to be blind for 50 minutes.
Oh!
He is blind forever. 8C even heard him rapping in as well. Solid play. I mean, 8C, honestly, while we've been kind of banging the drum for Gustav with how he's doing in terms of damage and kills, we've had so many highlight moments from 8C throughout this tournament so far.
Brilliant plays coming in from him, and we were talking about it during the break, right? Actually, it's the whole roster of FaZe.
Yes.
Like, if this had been a normal tournament where Na'Vi hasn't just gone Super Saiyan for some reason, the FaZe, we would look at them and say, wow, what a tournament they've had so far. It's just that slight overshadowing here at the moment. And
slight.
The problem is that Na'Vi's in the center of the circle, but I mean, it's Los Leones. This could go anywhere, and then having to transition from building to building becomes the absolute kryptonite of all of the teams, never mind just one of the teams.
Once again, BBL finding targets on Heroic. No flushes thus far, though. Page is very much alone inside that center building, though, so curious to see if he's going to be able to get over there.
Look at this divide that's happened in Los Leones as well.
It's tough.
Because so many teams took up residency in the south side of those initial 1 and 2 circles, as well as the east side. We now have a barrier being created in Los Leones. And actually, one team that just would never even join the pack was DA. They're chilling.
60% of this circle is unplayed.
Yeah.
It's completely unused. And it's absurd.
Because they're all next to each other, they then have to transition right in eye shot of each other from windows, from doors. So DA could get easily a top 5 here for not doing much at all.
We're essentially forcing teams closer together than they had to be, but they want to get the tournament done with. Shotguns indeed, as Herc finds one more, found one before, and now he's going to get himself a second. Salty falls on down. He's going to be able to stay alive for a little while longer. But Sakura Sanson, honestly, I mean, similar to what you say with DA, they were on the southern side of all of this when it came to. And they were the last team saying, you know, we don't... Oh, my lord, there was a triple kill just waiting to happen. But Sakura and Sanson, I mean, the fact that they wrapped North around on this and now backfill, if they get this kill here on Herc, they have all the room in the world. Yeah. They were the team saying, we're not going into the city unless if we're absolutely forced to. Now they are, and here they are 3v1. But... it's against Herc with a shotgun.
Yeah, I think the issue is that they know Herc has a shotgun, so they want to be very careful about this. They already heard a few shots ring off while this was going on. They don't know how many mollies are still left available, but smokes are going to try and buy some time alongside flashes here for Herc.
I think City Endings is one of those few situations where I go, you know what, you want to share that building?
Go right ahead.
Because if not, this is what happens. Herc once again active with the pump action shotgun. Does he jump out? No, he doesn't. Because just like we know it with City Endings, as soon as you leave your bag exposed to any one angle, people will be shooting at you. So continue throwing those smokes, deny the entry upstairs, hope the next circle goes your way, and who knows? Maybe another team is going to be coming pushing into that building and you'll survive on the top floor.
And you sure as anything, if you want to take a fight in a City Ending, you want to finish it fast. Why?
Yes.
Because you want to recover the utility from your opponent's body boxes, because making smoke trails to transition from building to building is very important. You can use that to get to them, finish the fight, and then take their utility. It becomes exponentially more powerful in scenarios like this.
You have situations where there's no way you get third parties. Then you have situations where if we take this fight here, we might get third party. In City Endings, if you take a fight, hell, even sometimes if you don't, you will get third-partied because they are literally right next door. So as you're saying, completely correct. So you got to finish these fights fast. Again! Continues to take him down. They continue to get the rests, though, so still 3 alive. But for how much longer?
I was going to say, it's intense on the second knock from all of that. From the shotguns. He is the cannon fodder at the moment for Herc's shotgun. And he's looking... No! Ooh, okay.
From down below, Salty continuing to look upstairs, heard him up there now. Look at the space Sakura Sanson has, because, as you said, everyone's trapped on the right side of that road. No one wanted to claim the garden in the middle of everything. They are set tight in the bottom right-hand corner, and Sakura Sanson, almost a quarter of a circle to play with.
Surprised he didn't go in a little bit further with all of this commotion going on in the east, but here we are. Shots from 8C, because FaZe just doesn't stop shooting at anything today, apparently. Sending in a nade forwards. Thankfully for BBL, there is a wall blocking, so will not be the case, not be the problem. These buildings are a little bit deceptive, because especially when smokes are covering some vision, sometimes you're like, okay, yeah, there isn't like a hole in that wall. Correxy, though, on the opposite side of this with Heroic, is taking a huge fight to Team Liquid, who were very spread across a city finish, which is scary.
Again, they are. I mean, Heroic, they were on the southeast side, wrapped all the way around. Now they're backfilling on this. They want to get up to the quiet side, and they're correct in doing so, because look at what they avoid avoiding all of this commotion down here. There's a full-on rainbow on your minimap because all these teams are so damn close to one another. BBL out in 13th place as Question Mark tried to stay afloat, but they have Creedex right next door.
Of course, the game wanted no let up from the previous game situation and put all of these teams right next to each other in a city finish as we continue things on. Watchsick, I'm a big fan of this guy. I think he's a great player on Creedex. I keep repeating it, and he will be able to go in.
He got him, he was blind!
It's not enough. They actually take him down.
Hobbits was fully blind, hip-fired with the hand in front of his own eyes. Still connects the headshot needed to get the kill. And Question Mark, as you say, stay alive with all 4.
Nice stuff for them. And they're still, though, in the thick of things as we have this circle helping out Polish Power, Northern Lights, Na'Vi, all teams towards the top, looking to sink their teeth into more points at the moment, but still waiting for the DA and heroic moves on that western side as Vard continues to linger about down towards the south.
This game, I feel like it's going to end on the west side. I don't know why. We just always tend to go to that double, like the open market compound on the left side. Always tends to happen. If that's the case here, that is like there's literally no team in that area of the map. And we have DA outside the circle towards that area, but no team in and around it. Vard forced to jump on down again. I mean, as you were saying, Liquid came in on the quiet side of this, but by splitting out in a situation where I'm not going to say they shouldn't, because they're obviously smarter than me, but where it's very dangerous to do so, they get picked apart one by one and they die because of it.
I mean, I get that you don't, well, especially you don't want to go into the open courtyard. There's not much cover whatsoever. The market location that you were talking about as well, technically there's not huge amounts of cover, but 80 sneaking in.
Saika denied.
Yeah, that was as quick and easy as that for Nalep. So Entropic gets some very valuable points. 6 kills going their way, but FaZe, likewise, I think they got themselves 9 in this game as well. They are slaughtering their opponents.
That's another West Circle. Are we ending with NLT up on the construction side?
Please, okay, so one, I don't think they've had opportunity right to climb.
They are there. Lou is up there.
Is he?
He was at least before.
Did he?
Yeah. In the meantime, Elliot peeking on over, spots an nail up mid-transition, whose corpse gets flashed as well, so he's going to go down and out. And that's the first kill for Na'Vi. Goes to show they claimed the city early. They've been sitting tight. They were one of the first teams to make the move. And while everyone else has been fighting on the side, sure, they don't have any kills, but they have all 4 alive with pretty much no damage done towards them. Entropic out in 9th place. Tough game for them here as well.
I figured that maybe they wouldn't have the time to climb because there were so many people so quickly in here. But yeah, I guess they may have. We'll see as time goes on, as you say, if you've been able to spot that. But one thing's for sure is that all of these teams down towards the south, they're still definitely not down and out, even though that high angle might have been taken. Quick move, potentially, to take a little look through those smokes, but there's nothing there. He did. He got. Oh no! Oh no!
Look at the amount of. I mean, and not only does he get a chance to dish out a ton of damage, but Perfectix is up there too. Not only, oh my god, Batulins is as well. Not only do they get to do damage, but they can see the entire server from here. Example, wanted to cross, denying that move from Hobbits. Double headshot connected with the barrel. Solid spray coming through from Na'Vi. They want to alleviate all the pressure from the south so they can once again be the only team on their side of the circle.
And they know that Northern Lights is still in this lobby, so Na'Vi here really wants to get big points from this. Batons is up here as well. Mate, if this ends, ends here, I will lose my... it will be crazy. But as you can see as well, on the other side, Correxy bringing the fight to DA, bringing the sword down on them. But Perfectix just firing through the smokes and wow, I mean that's an air raid if I've ever seen one. That's so
max distance on the nade. Yeah. Unfortunately, the knock came through earlier from down below. Perfectix now spots one molly to follow.
A molly.
How far do we go with that one? Probably short, I would assume.
He sees him.
No, it actually gets him right on top. Perfect molly. Max distance. Finds the kill. 7 now for Northern Lights as this game continues to get crazy. 8 now make it as they find one more.
This is unfair. This is kind of unfair. I don't know how you're going to be able to deal with this as some of the other teams, especially if we keep narrowing down on the location. They're still in the circle.
It's ending on the high ground. It's literally like the dot. Oh. The dot is going to be on the freaking...
Have you ever seen this? I've not.
No, I've seen games end in this area, but the players wouldn't be up there.
Yeah,
so, and they wouldn't have a chance to get up there. I've never seen it where there's actually a full 3-man team up on the scaffolding.
Of course it's Northern Lights. Of course it's Batulins, the bloody rock climber himself.
And no one, like, the thing is, Northern Lights is only in danger if they peek. As long as they just chill on the roof, they can get guaranteed second place.
And the fact that there's 2 up there, so if you even do get knocked, the pickup potential. Is there 3 up there?
All of them.
Oh, well, never mind. You know what? At least it's more than 2.
I think Happy knows where Beamy is.
Maybe. Look at him.
Something tells me.
There's a little barrel. Just stick it.
Oh, and now he moves. Oh, he didn't. No, he's still standing there. Well, there you go. That's Northern Lights firing squad.
What?
The thing is, I'm seeing a world where NLT doesn't win this game.
There is a potential, yeah.
There sure is a potential for them to be forced down one way or another. Let's see, Uber inside the building, nowhere for him to go. Perfectic's gonna look for something here as well. No helmet for him. Again, every single time they peek on over, it's pretty much only headshots that can come return.
And for a lot of the teams around Northern Lights, the objective right now is stay in buildings as long as possible. Until the very last second that you have to move out, because you know that there is that firing squad all the way up there. He-Man knows that they're up there. Example.
But what can you do about it?
Well, that's the big problem. You just kind of, I guess, bide your time and wait against this. But this huge damage coming in from Na'Vi as Polish Power tries to trade in kind against them, but Na'Vi just ripped through their front line.
They sit side by side, but Na'Vi clearly victorious. 2 kills confirmed. Kabi, Cronio still on their feet, but in a tricky position. They do have the spot to play around for now, but here we go. The star in the middle will confirm the end of this, and let's see just exactly where it is. It is just on the right side of the crane in the middle. So that is going to be a brutal one. NLT will have to win it or play it down. And this is the only entry point, really. This is the only entry point at this point for anyone else to the roof is running up the side of that crane.
It's like they're playing a different game.
Should not be allowed to do that. There's got to be a Northern Lights player committed to making sure that position does not get pushed from.
The thing is that they have to try and formulate a plan themselves. Of course, yeah, they have this advantage. And of course, they've done enough in terms of they've gained themselves so many kills from this. But from here, how do you now make the next transition? After all these fights go down, Perfectix actually finishes off, steals the kill. Northern Lights get even more kills. 13 kills on the back here.
They had 7 seconds ago.
He's going to get more.
They had 7 just before. They've doubled that, if not even more than that. Example now does find one, and I'm still looking towards Sakura Tansen. And if they want, they could push up right here, right now, because all of Northern Lights is looking towards the south. 5 for Lu as they continue to find more Lu. Wants additional ones, but look at the ammo count for Northern Lights. They've been getting the kills, they've been finding the knocks, but they've had no chance to re-ammo themselves up. 13 bullets available, none left almost for Perfectix, either 10 to spare.
Difficult to get the ammo when all the body boxes are so far away.
Exactly.
And you don't want to go down. And now we're going to see Batulians try and use, of course, the Kar 98 because it's the most effective in terms of using the ammo itself.
Do not fall down. Imagine, they would fall down.
But now this has the potential of being one of the biggest kill games, biggest kill wins in the tournament thus far. There was a 16 kill game for Na'Vi before, but Perfectix once again finishes off Crunio.
Oh, yeah, man, this is a good play. Get up below, but you have to be fast about it. You cannot play those stairs for too long, because remember, this is a tricky one. Lu swaps out for a sword out. Spots one make rotation. Does find the knock on the first one. Perfectus find the second, but Lu, you got the blue going your way.
You've got to move.
This is a tricky position, but they know it's the last player. Just one left alive. Salty, a chance to heal up one last time. What do you do from here? Lu falls down. Couldn't do it. Perfectus 18 bullets up on the roof. Wants to go for it, but Swans can't get down either.
He might drop and go for a ridiculous car shot.
They're going to get the nade. Bounce off the roof.
No.
It's the wrong way.
But they know it. This is... I cannot believe what I'm witnessing.
They can't get off of here.
Mate? Yeah. You've got to go for a drop shot. It's amazing.
Right
oh my god.
Oh my god, he got him. There's no way. He bounced it off the crane right on his feet. 19 kills for NLT. You have got to be kidding me. There's no freaking way he got that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
break.
We thought the previous game was ridiculous. Yeah. We're going to break.
Break.
See you in a bit.
Break.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
WTF. That's all I've got for what just happened there. You're watching G-Loot PUBG Season 6, the Grand Finals. I think you're watching that. What? I don't know what I was watching. What was that
frag
game?
grenade? Oh my God.
Yeah,
that was the most excellent way to end that game. Oh, good. I love he missed the first one as well. We all knew what to watch out for.
Right.
And everyone was watching that going, this can't possibly do it. Get it?
Yeah,
and it
exactly.
did. It was incredible.
I was like, okay, he's on the other side. He was on the safe side. But then he was like, oh, I need to get in because that's where the circuit is. The blue one was pushing him away. Yeah, it worked, but yeah, I think we can actually show it again. Let's take a look at that.
I don't think we're gonna show it now. We're gonna first do all the.
Okay.
I mean, we normally do all the serious stuff. You got very excited, but it turns out production, they're a fan of yours, so we can actually show it now.
Okay,
that's what
all
you
right,
said to me as well.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Clever, Avenger.
All right, let's take a look. How
Here we
this
go.
worked out. The chances of this working out, John, right? This is crazy. Let's just take a look at how this...
Is this the first nade? Do we get to see the first one as well?
The thing is just the very last one that worked out, right? So the nade follow bounce. So it bounces.
Oh.
It bounces off just the edge of the crane. It's insane that actually worked out. Let's just look at how beautiful it is again.
Do you want to put an arrow on it?
No. It's...
No? No arrows?
Oh my god, that's just... The chances of that hitting like that is just so tiny, and that is insane. Beautiful, beautiful nade. And again, the amount of kills that NLT and points that NLT was able to get from this, and the extreme rare ending that an urban ending like this is just so beautiful. It's chaotic in a beautiful way.
The points are going to be a big talking points in a bit. But like you said, chaotic. But even from the get-go, it's just interesting or fun, however you want to call it, Circle. But there were so many highlights. This was just a crazy, crazy game.
This isn't Destined. They don't need parachutes. They get the job done. We had plenty of action before it was confirmed as an urban ending as well. But I think, Martin, it was you that said upstairs, as soon as Phase 7 popped and we saw the construction site in the middle of the zone, instantly, NLT are going to get so many kills. I think we all collectively thought that. But so much action was going on at ground level as well. Herc has got to be a standout performer. I mean, single-handedly entertaining us for God knows how long. What a great play.
And single-handedly also taking the entirety of the durability of Intense's armor away with that shotgun in that range. That's crazy. And I'm sure that these teams are hoping that this... So when you're that... like high up, the smokes are not that tall, right? So you have to use an insane amount of smokes because they have so much vision, so they need to be bloomed out. And you can see how many smokes Navi is trying to use, how many Polish Power is trying to use, and Perfectis doesn't even need. They don't even need. The guys didn't even need the helmets here. They all lost them so early on because they're only head peeking from such a high ground. So that's almost the only thing you can hit.
It was just incredible from
Beautiful.
NLT. I mean, a little bit of luck as well.
Oh
to
my
find
God.
yourself there, but look at the.
What?
Excuse me.
I
So
have
this
not
is-
seen this in a very long time. Only one team with double digits.
One team with double digits. They were sitting right on top in game. They're in top here on this leaderboard. And the thing is, what's going to happen now,
20
which
points
we're
ahead.
going to see in a little bit, NLT, this game might have just changed the whole of the grand finals.
Now, bear in mind, we were talking about how much of a gap Na'Vi had. They were still there or thereabouts in the top 5. There's still a little bit of damage
Let's look at
limitation
it.
here, right?
Oh my god, 10 points
there
only.
we go.
This was it, but you had to have a come on, let's be honest. This was not going to happen unless you didn't get the crazy game you just got. We could never have guessed that was going to happen. Right time, right place, making sure that they had the high ground there. This was like one of those weird things that happen in the universe because by rights, this shouldn't have happened. And now all of a sudden, Na'Vi is not running away with this competition.
But remember, in terms of craziness, we looked at game number 9, the last game on Erangel, and we thought, okay, that was a bit mad. Let's go back to something a bit more normal. And instead, we get something even crazier. This is PUBG. You have to expect this sort of thing to happen. We might get Toby's Island ending for all we know.
It's never going to happen, Toby,
never gonna
but it's okay.
happen,
This is insane because if you see how that leaderboard is completely shifted up, it is now the fight begins between NLT and Na'Vi. But what I'm curious about is obviously at the start we spoke about Entropic. I do want to kind of go back. Where are they? What is happening? We've seen them a little bit, like they came in now and then we've seen them in bits and pieces, but they're just not the Entropic I was expecting.
No, honestly, for me here, the question is that we were talking about it after PCS 6 and now after the Super Mario. Okay, so is it time for the Entropic era? Is it beginning? And NLT there, it's just sitting silent in the background. Second on PGC points total right now. They're like, nope, it's still the NLT era, guys. We're going to take another year. And if they do that, if they win this, they're going to be so far ahead, especially considering Entropic, who's their closest competition right now. They're quite far ahead, or quite far behind.
When you were saying that, when we were saying Entropic era, I just imagine NLT now, the top.
They're like, nope.
Throwing a nade, laughing, going lol. Like that's always going to be my NLT look.
Remember, though, at the start of today, we were thinking no one is going to realistically catch Na'Vi if they got a chicken dinner, and Na'Vi got a chicken dinner. So we're at this point now with NLT. There is still time for a third team to join these first two. And I know that sounds silly, but we thought it was silly Na'Vi could get caught at the start of the day.
I thought this entire last game was silly. So
Well, there you go. Yeah.
We do actually have another scoreboard that's going to change completely.
Oh,
Top kills.
okay.
This I'm excited to see because now it's all going to shake up for sure. Goodbye, Uber. There we go.
Wow, Gustav being able to jump into that. But still 3 Na'Vi players in there. Kind of surprised we don't have more NLT players in there.
You know why?
After that. But
Spyro went out early, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, so
right,
it was everyone but Spyro on top of the construction site.
I can also tell you why. Perfectix, Lou, and Betulus, they're in 17, 16, and 16 kills, so they're kind of close to our top 5 right now. Just a few kills behind the current top 5.
Do you think that FaZe can catch the Na'Vi Northern Lights? Is there a chance? I mean, actually, anything can happen now based on what we just saw, so ignore that question because I don't even think it matters at the moment. This is... It's all to play for.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. The question is it going to be a fight for first, second place right now, and then everyone else has to fight for third and down if they're able to kind of continue that trend? The question is with the amount of performance we've seen now from NLT, and also Na'Vi was third in this game. They just didn't have that many kills, so their consistency in placement is still there. Just the case of this extreme ending with Northern Lights being the only team up there to farm everything.
Are the top 2 going to continue to grab chicken dinners? If the answer to that question is no, there are a number of teams who are a FaZe Sunday away from joining them in that fight.
Okay,
I see what you did there. Okay. I'll be honest, I think NLT and Na'Vi are about to battle out. That's where my head's at, but what do I know?
10 points difference.
I think that this is going to be the NLT Na'Vi fight. One of them is going to take it. I'm going to put my head on the chopping block right now and say that.
Okay.
And I'm not going to let you say anything about it. I'm just going to let Kylaris and Toby take us to the next game.
Because as if the games can't get any more ridiculous. We thought to ourselves here that this was almost a foregone conclusion, with Na'Vi getting themselves in such a strong spot. However, the High Ground Kings bring us a 29-point game in what was, once again, after our previous game, I thought that was ridiculous. And then we get yet another ridiculous game here at G-Loot Season 6.
I love how we segued into the beginning of that previous game. We go, let's take a deep breath. We had the 7 teams fighting on the hillside. Let's just calm down, get a Miramar game, get things going, and then they go out and do this. And I'm now at a point where I'm like, I do not know what can top this. That's where I am emotionally within PUBG right now. I do not know how we top that last one.
Technically,
I want to see the players do it. I do know, but I can't say it because then it doesn't happen.
Likewise, the Death knows, but that's not going to happen. So we'll probably just get, that usual Northern Circle that we've had in Miramar this whole time. And then, and some of those teams down towards the bottom will have a hard time rotating, all those cheeky rascals. But I think fair to say, we need a breather. These teams need a little bit of a breather. We will see. It will be Northern playing path here going into game number 11 for the tournament as we get down to it. This is the penultimate game of the day, and now there is not a foregone conclusion at the top. It's still all to play for here in Season 6.
This might not, for the more casual viewer, look like such a big deal, but if you're a competitive player sitting out there watching, I'm sure you're with me. Planes do not get more northern than this, especially not when they're like straight horizontal. Usually you have a dip on either the east or the west side, but this forcing every single player to jump out that far up towards the north, this is going to make for some interesting alternate drop spots, and most likely, no guarantees, but most likely also going to make for an interesting first circle.
Because the reason that when you see a south plane and it kind of looks even more south than this does north is because of the water offset.
Yes,
right. The way in which we have our 8x8 divided here across Miramar. So yeah, very north lean indeed. Not easy for some of the teams to get down to their spots. You're going to see them just kind of, it's easy in terms of it's just slower. You find your cars, you get to your spots, and you lose a minute or so in terms of those rotations. And it's not east enough for you, Toby. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm waiting for the perfect moment. The moment knows when it's supposed to present itself.
I mean, after those 2 years, it might have been
just like my good jokes. They usually don't come, but one day the stars will align.
No, they're not
going to happen. No,
no.
I'm getting too high expectations over it. I can feel it already. But this first circle, you know what? This is kind of a breath of relief. Not that it's good in many ways, because we've seen these circles. I mean, the El Sahar kind of death road over towards Hacienda. How many teams have died trying to cross over by being on the wrong side when the circle shifted to one or the other? But we're getting something teams know. It's going to be hard. No doubt about it, but it's something teams are used to. Because how many times have we been towards Minas Mountains lately?
True. And I feel like Heroic in these moments just can't catch a break today. Like, they're so far away from the circle being in an alternate drop spot up north. Northwest.
That's what happens when you come out of day one and start tweeting, oh, I feel like all the circles went against us. You just know that you're setting yourself up for ultimate circle disaster come day two.
Yeah, the ultimate Wario minigame comes in. It's
literally
like,
couldn't
we'll
be further
away.
Could not be further away.
Yeah.
That's an argument that if they all looted prison, they'd probably be further away. But I think that's pretty much max distance.
But who's going prison? Come on. You know.
I mean, someday.
All right, well, steady on, fella.
It's the coolest place, and just so much not.
It's only the coolest place because the only people that ever get to see it are people when they're spawning into the game for the first 60 seconds.
It has kind of become the spawn island or the spawn point that you can't go back to once the game starts. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
you are not wrong. But to get back into this one, rotation paths into this, pretty doable. I mean, there's enough space on the southern side of this circle that you can maneuver pretty much where you want. The big thing to me is everything that we have from Minas and east. That is the big downhill dip towards south. It's pretty much impossible to scout south to north in that spot. So curious to see how teams are going to maneuver with it. In the meantime, now, Skate caught in the open early. Flammy, the one to take shots. Gemty is taken down, and Keanu is actually pulling up on this, but he's against two players.
Keanu's at the front. They're actually going to take shots against him as well. Xiong, great start here from the car to kind of have the answer back against what Bystanders is presenting them here. But where are reinforcements for Bystanders? Because the thing is, Skate could eventually get the pickup, but Bystanders, it's hard for them to get this pickup.
We got a nerf drive-bys.
They're really good, aren't they?
They're pretty good. We got a nerf drive-bys. He pulls up, hero play from Keanu. Cars just come driving past 80 kilometers an hour. Someone peeks out, double headshot him. The players are just too good at it.
They are very good at it.
We got to nerf it.
Yeah. But then sometimes me and you can do it.
If we can do it, that's usually the indicator, right? That is usually the indicator. The fact that I could do something like that and make it look just somewhat decent is like, yeah, I'm not supposed to be able to do that. Yeah, you're not wrong. And if you want a good travel these days, go with Exotico, because they'll take you to Destin.
Yeah, but don't go to Amsterdam Schiphol, because that's a nightmare.
I've heard that they're having a hard time these days.
just stay away.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a few airports right now. They're having a bit of a rough time.
It's not the best time to be in the airporting industry. That's for sure. That is what it's called. That is now. The more you know, James. Don't even question it. The more you know. Yep, you learn something new every day, and sometimes it comes from me. Airporting industry. Don't even Google it. That's just what it's called.
All right.
Yep. There you go. A team that don't need that, but probably would want one, is Polish Power. Because as much as I see them as an aggressive team, and now, I mean, obviously they're going to be dead center at least phase 1, so they'll be all right. They are one of the teams that surprised me by the way that they rotate. I have never seen Polish Power do as many blue rotations as we've seen them do over the tournament so far. Some of the, I mean, it's not a bad rotation. It's just not something I usually see from them. They're more like head-on, dead center, just go full speed in type of team, where we've seen them do a lot of these wide rotations. Unfortunately, it hasn't quite always paid off, or that's a danger, obviously, of doing so.
Let's be real, they were very known for that widely. Like, it not only just kind of the absolute brute force play, but almost like to a fault in terms of that brute force play a lot of times. But seeing them go for those wider rotates gives me a bit more hope that they're kind of, you know, they're hedging their bets and trying to make the smarter play to find their entry point to then, because again, their firepower is very, very strong and could go up against Code Marco sometimes, but Code Marco is extremely efficient in his own right.
Yeah.
So he'll be chasing them off.
He's proven himself time and time again, but Norkis and Krunio, I mean, they're not quite done with this angle. Now shots are being fired, and I would suppose that's them dipping out of here. But, again, looking back at the kind of history of Polish Power, what Norkis and Krunio just did was drive down. Did we hear anything? No. Okay, let's drive around. Let's take a peek from another angle. Do we see anything? Now we do. Now we leave. Polish Power a half year ago would have went over that hill straight into it without doing the safe second peek first, and that could easily have cost them 2 players. So we're already, as you're saying, seeing a Polish Power that ain't 4 unleashed crazy hounds anymore. They're playing with control, but with the same ferocity.
Yep, definitely. Scary prospect. I mean, especially since they're still sat in 4th place, above a Bystanders that was extremely consistent throughout the day, aside from obviously our previous game, which fell away from them as a whole.
Fell away from most of the teams.
Yeah, it did indeed. Apart from the one team that didn't need to fall down from their high perch.
Yeah, that's going to go down as one of the most absurd City endings I've ever casted.
After the previous game as well. So
back to back.
This one overshadows it.
It really
completely.
does. It makes that game look sane.
Yeah,
and it takes quite a bit to get that. it really does.
It does.
It really does. Question mark late on their rotation, not too surprised, but of course Heroic are going to be the last entrance. They were as far away as possible, and now they will indeed get up here.
What is going on down in the southwest, though? Because Entropic and Northern Lights are locked in bullhorns against one another in not the best of positions, and Sparrow and Perfectix are potentially cutting this off at the pass.
On purpose. Full speed forward, get up on that other side, but as we were seeing, Lewis not there to help out now. Spiro is there, finds shots initially. The power of the drive-by is strong, but not stronger than Spiro as it takes down Lucarux.
Oh, that's got to feel good here for Northern Lights to be able to get that first knock. Oh, Spiro! Huge shots coming in from him. Switch to the mini, goes for that confirm, but Nail Up now is trying to find... they've got to leave. You've got to leave us, Entropic, surely.
Yeah, there's no way you get... there's nothing more to come for. Spiro said, guys, you had all the fun last game. I'm in here now. I want to get my portion of the fun. Finds two in an instant. And just like that, Batulins from over the other side of the hill saying, yeah, I want a piece of this too. And there's just, I mean,
they're still open.
It's one more bullet.
They're still open.
One more bullet. Is it going to happen? No, not going to happen.
That's got to feel therapeutic for Northern Lights.
It must.
Against Entropic here, they have gone on record saying that this is one of the teams, of course, after PCS 6, that's properly challenged them. Yes, Entropic has not had the best of times so far, but they are still middle pack. They are still 7th, and we do know that they can still bring that firepower, so that's got to feel good for Northern Lights.
And I say it all the time, and I'll say it now again. There is no better kill than a kill where you risk close to nothing. NLT is still on the hunt, because while they are only now 7 points behind Na'Vi, Na'Vi can have a pop-off game, and all of a sudden we're straight back to the 30-point gap. NLT getting 3 here, Na'Vi seeing that in the kill feed. The more pressure they can apply on the shoulders of Na'Vi, the better off NLT are, because NLT knows how to play under pressure. Hell, they're one of the teams that play the best under pressure. Na'Vi, while they're an amazing team, they've played phenomenally so far, they haven't been up here in a while.
Yeah. And especially when it comes to the Northern Lights position as well, just to kind of round this out as quickly as we can before we get into the rest of this action, Northern Lights, obviously, yes, they were sat at the top for a long time. It's hard to stay at the top and then constantly be studied and then stay at the top. But Northern Lights, I feel like, is a team that loves to have that pursuit, loves to have that challenge. And that's why I think they enjoyed Entropic doing so well in previous tournaments, as much as they might not have won. But now seeing Na'Vi as well enter the fray as not a new challenger, but definitely to this position right now, yeah, I think they're excited for the challenge.
For sure. New circle pops. Well, I mean, question mark face, not really too fussed with the circle right now because they have something else going on, trying to find one another. Gustav has left the perimeter, going full speed across Al-Azhar, wanting to get there early. 80's getting back to his car too. They do have a knocked player behind a car, but it seems to me like FaZe aren't really too fussed with it. Issue being Fex. Yeah, there's no saving grace there. Diggory down as well. No help coming. FaZe down 2 players early.
Nice start for question mark. Now maybe take some pot shots at Heroic, trying to rotate past. And the spray not quite connecting as much as Northern Lights in the prior. Stardust. Metabay is able to get himself smash in the distance.
That's just rotation kills. Teams trying to break their way through and make their way further forward, just not possible. With so many teams coming in from that north side, it's all the teams that came hard west that opted to flank north around, and then we have teams that stopped on the edge. And I mean, Heroic hasn't stopped their vehicles yet. They're still going from that initial rotation and only now making their way in here. So, makes pretty good sense that they are all now making their way up towards the north. In the meantime, BBL, Code Marco, unfortunately, already down.
Exactly.
This is troublesome. I mean, again, we know Smash is capable, but
I mean,
BBL just haven't been on the same...
Yeah. Let's be real, though. Taking out Code Marco, that's a big scalp to take in a fight like this when he has been currently the star player for BBL. So this may open up an opportunity here for Stardust to continue on against it. Does come around the corner, but Quepa, he's got skill of his own as well. And Naked Cop will be able to actually shut that down. Smash needs to now salvage that around the corner, but Apocalypse should be pushing an angle in turn. Ooh, Smash, you're good, buddy.
The good thing is they're miles outside the circle, so if he somehow gets this 1v2, that's 3 rests he's going to get back up as long as the flushes don't commit, as long as the flushes aren't fully committed to instantly. Let's see, peek from the side. There comes the first flush. Unfortunately, the second one will follow, but as I say that, Smash actually on the side now of the vehicle of his teammate. 2 tags come through, a lot of damage done. Nail Cup can't commit to the rest just yet.
Through car windows, tracking him there as well with obstructions in tow.
Go for the flush.
Not too bad. But yeah, there's 2 angles he's going to have to deal with. He's trying to isolate it so it's not 2 angles. Goes around this right-hand side to push up against Nail Cup, and then that would only make it so it's 1 angle for both of them. Tries to go for 2. Oh!
I saw that happening too.
I saw it coming, but nope.
The triple flash, but unfortunately it's just off the backside. And I'm not gonna lie to you, and I'm really not trying to take anything away from Stardust here. But BBL losing a straight up 4v4 against Stardust, that has me worried on behalf of BBL.
Yeah, that's not the best of states for them. And again, I mean, you know, even those micro decisions for Smash to try and isolate an angle there. You see these kind of moves which could quite easily Smash. We've seen him get those spray transitions from one target to another, so that could have easily gone awry for Stardust. But it is what it is. They get themselves to win that.
It is what it is indeed. Not really showing up during upper bracket, dominating lower bracket. So then now come into what's not upper bracket again, but grand finals, and just not really showing up. Now there are still games left to play, of course, so it's not done and out for them. But those PGC points, there are only so many of them up for grabs, and they would want as many as possible. NLT, they've been hard wrapping on the southern side of this. Now they're coming in from the side of the circle with nothing going on. Full speed forward, into the middle they go. No scouting done, and here they are.
And they're going to end up right next to Na'Vi in the hills.
Couldn't be lined up any better. The thing is, Na'Vi has the compound, so I don't suppose that they were going to be leaving anytime soon. But if for those of you guys who have the map streak, go into the VOD, watch how they got to where they are. By just, like, massive wrap underneath. They go through DA now, they go through Creed, and they're sitting smack bang in the middle of everything. But it is, again, one of those 360 positions they have to play from.
They're interested in checking out the saloon location, I think, for Sakura Zensen.
They know it's not free. They're going to have to fight for it.
Yeah, so they just get in that little scout information, knowing that that's not there. I mean, they have little ridges that they can play on the other side of the road, but they were checking that location.
One knock on an overpeaking Sakura Sanson player.
You think they push it?
And they are there. No doubt about it. That's not something I wouldn't be surprised to see it with the aggression we've seen from NLT these days. I'm not saying it would be the play to make, but I would not be surprised to see them go for it. That being if they find the initial knock.
I think they're not adverse to the position that they already have, though, right? There's a lot of little dips and divots that they can take there. They're not all stacked on one dip, I suppose, for that location. As we continue things, just warning shots from
very dangerous.
Yeah. That's the least dangerous bear noise we've ever made.
All these players, they're so usual to gunshots being fired. Like, bro, I'm battle scarred at this point. Gunshots don't scare me. I'll come to you anyway. And that's exactly what's going on. Deuce is still continuing to creep on forward. Hasn't quite made landfall in the compound just yet, but of course he still has all of his teammates down below, so it makes pretty good sense that he's not opting to go full on forward. In the meantime, while that was happening, bystanders from Hard North as well crept their way down. I was curious as to how far they were going to continue, but they have now made landfall in the circle center as well, right next to both NLT and Sakura Sanson.
And your scenario narrows right now, right? Because if you do have a knock on Sakura Sanson, then making the push, bystanders could potentially come in as well, and it's not entirely worth.
Off of what we just heard here with bystanders coming in, I'm loving the retreat from Ents. They know that they have hard cover, which is very hard, to come by in this circle as of right now, especially on the north side. So Ents going back towards Junkyard to secure at least some sort of landscape. I think that's the right play to make. Still worried with their two-way split, especially if a team like QM comes in between you here, but love the fact that they go back to fortify the position.
Yeah, just they're fleeing from this spot at the moment, and they know that there's teams above them in the hills as well.
But it's proactive. It's active play. They play according to what they're receiving, not just being stale. I love it.
Yeah, you've got to try and get together when these kinds of things happen around you. You can't just stay still and stoic for all of that.
Circle?
Not quite.
That's right.
But you know what? Who's in favor of all of this? It's Na'Vi and Northern Lights. They are, again, it's the tussle of titans really at the top here for all of this.
It really is.
As we now have them situated in a good spot. Heroic versus FaZe, though. This is a big moment for these two teams, trying to then transition from this spot. But Gustav, unfortunately, was cooking a grenade whilst getting knocked. And Corexi will finish off 80. That is FaZe getting taken down swiftly.
They knew what was awaiting. Like, they knew what was waiting inside the compound, and they positioned themselves perfectly forward. Smart playing on the side of Heroic to get that one. Oh, Cappy taken out. One more goes down. Norcus finds Mexi in return. James now, again, from a distance. Liquid are split off, but they do manage to take out the team. But how can they reset? Mexi does go down, but 4 kills come in the way of Team Liquid, but at the loss of 1.
That push from Polish Power, that's kind of what we know them for. But they didn't really have too many options, really,
they were
given where they were. So,
especially with question mark coming over the top. They knew either we go now or we get third party. So they had to pick a fight. The fact that they picked one I loved just did not go their way.
No, definitely not. Skate now going to try and transition through the middle of some of these teams. They're going to have a lot of teams shooting at them, though. Not only Sakura Zenzen, but also Heroic and Tropic might even get into the mix of things. As Spyro from the distance here, able to knock Beamy while all this is going on. And for Northern Lights, this is important. As they continue to trade off against some of these guys as well, as Skate is trying to move through, you need to control some of the low ground around this. Otherwise, you're going to be risking the potential of them pushing up here slowly against you and compromising your position.
This is perfect for Northern Lights, really. I mean, everyone's fighting around them, but that's allowing for them to just peek on over. Oh, there's a knocked player there. Let me just get a flush there. Let me just get a flush there. 5 kills now for Northern Lights, just 5 points behind Na'Vi in first.
That's terrifying. The fact that they've been able to catch up so swiftly here.
It's in 2 games, exactly.
Northern Lights, how do you do it? We are witnessing some magic here at Season 6 for G-Loot, as we have shots coming in from the distance from Heroic. Not down and out just yet at Heroic. They've not had the best day, only about 11 points to their name, but they can easily make this bigger in this game with the room, a little bit of room on this side that they have. I think they can go from fight to fight.
For sure. The fact that Batoons is pressuring off Sakura Sands right now is absolutely perfect. He's forcing them to stay in all. He's forcing them to take the fights with one another up on that north side, essentially making more space for themselves. Because the worst thing that can happen is the up-close fights and the immediate follow-up by other teams. Beamy, in the meantime, the quick peek on over. Goes for one, doesn't get it. Goes for the second. Oh, just off the side. Jemty, though, with the nade, does find one.
And that's why Northern Lights really had to stop that Skate movement in from the side. They can easily get that utility range working in their favor. And Skate at this point, they're a wild animal up against the corner. They don't have many options. They're going to fall, but they had to, well, Skate as a whole had to try and make something happen against anybody around them, so they just swiped wherever they could.
Yeah, fortunate for Skate didn't quite pan out the way they would have wanted it to. Now circle left once again, over towards Na'Vi, over towards the likes of Stardust and Liquid. The thing is, for Na'Vi, yes, the compound is great, but I'm sure they're sitting pretty low on the kill count, at least for now.
Yes.
So the worst thing for them that could happen is now already Northern Lights has the kills, but if they get the kills and they stay alive, that is a dangerous game regardless of how long Na'Vi is sitting, because they're still sitting at 0.
Yes, exactly. 0 kills, but it kind of comes back to game 1 of the entire tournament where Northern Lights had a King of the Hill situation. Na'Vi now kind of has that in their hands if they so wish to use it, as the fights do continue on. But for them, what's important here is watching Northern Lights still racking up the kills in the West.
Yeah.
So if they could find an angle on them, great, but Perfectix connect on Beanie on this side, and they're not done yet.
They're in between 5 teams, and they're still holding each other's crossfires. I mean, that is absolutely unheard of. So well played, with now more teams joining in. Question mark, full speed forward. Yord, Flammy working together to take down 3 instantly, what they have to do in order to keep the vision, to keep the composure here, with more and more teams coming their way.
Heroic. Will they be able to land some of these shots? Because they know now that the blue is going to be up against them if they don't have it. They previously had a little bit of room to work with 7 kills. This is a big game for Heroic. This will move them up the standings, but Corexi goes down. Pure against question mark. They're on each other's doorsteps. They're so close to one another, but everybody feels pressure to take these fights because they know the blue is encroaching.
Where are you going with this one?
That's pressure. That's pressure.
I'm afraid they own a whole lot of places to go. Flammy throws the molly. We know that's +2 damage because of his name. We'll see if he gets anything with it. Hobbits does get to get the first aid off, but now he is quite literally on fire. Or at least I thought he would be, but Batoon lands from behind. They're sensing a moment of freedom to go aggressive on the backside. And the more damage they're doing here, the better off they're going to be on their own side of things. So why not, while you have Na'Vi right next door, Heroic right next door, take some time, look the other way, and also take out Sakura Sands in the middle of all of it.
Yeah, ENCE is pushing up against Team Liquid. Meanwhile, we had actually Northern Lights flexing to hold out bystanders on the opposite side of all of this. with Ents trying to go for some shots here or there, redeem some of the points that they need against it, but no clip. He's already been a bit of a beast in this game. They're up to 5 kills to start things off. Both of these teams need the points, but Rustenmar will try and hold them off for a little bit longer.
Good flash comes through. Yep, hands in the air. Denying the vision, at least for now. Clip, though, not blinded to the same extent, but these ridgeline battles so difficult. Here comes Rustenmar, though, over the top. Bart goes down. He has to push out of it. Not going to work out, and Bystanders fall in 9th with Liquid instantly there to follow in 8th.
Very nice. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bystanders, as I say, done in regards to that Northern Lights situation. Now Northern Lights has a lot of room to work with. 9 kills. They are absolutely on the hunt here against Na'Vi.
He found him.
And he found DA down
got
to the
2.
south. Oh, they're getting even more. I can't believe
There's
it.
no way. They're 1 point off for tying this thing.
Yeah. That's
a game and a half ago, they were down by 31 points.
What a roller coaster. 2 days has been, and we still have a third to go. And another game today. Oh, jeez.
Both these teams almost 40 points ahead of the competition. But look at 3rd through 5th, all tied at 81.
Yeah.
This is insane. This is insane.
And now with this lobby playing out here for the penultimate game of the day, yeah, you have all the bottom teams that are desperately scrambling for points, but the top 2 remain. And Na'Vi still has a decent position, and with Ents wrapping from the north, there is an opportunity here for them to, I'm gonna straight say it, get some more kill points, because Na'Vi should win that fight.
Na'Vi cannot take casualties here, though. They already have Alia knocked. They need to go back and commit to the rest. Now you see the smokes coming through, too. Northern Lights have forced all the teams away from them. Look at the amount of space they have that they can claim. Once they hear a fight happening between Ents and Na'Vi in the compound, they're going to try and see if they can get over the ridgeline and third party.
Definitely so. Still need to deal with the DA situation, though. And a 2 versus 3. That's a nice nade. I think you need supporting fire here. This is great utilization of this for Metralius.
All the suppressive fires.
Here it comes, the
Not
reinforce.
there yet, but as you're saying, the cavalry is arriving by the second. Molly's over the top, wanting to see what they can find. But Tools is completely blinded. Peeks on over, instant shots coming through. Finds 1, finds 2. Let's see if they can find the remaining 2 in Lewin Spiro.
Metralius has taken 2 down so far. If he's able to get another 2, it'll be a whole 4-piece here for him. As they move around on this side, looking for the extra angle, sees him. Metralius gets 3. Oh, and Huth manages to find the 4th, but that's a ripping apart of Northern Lights.
Hello? DA, welcome back. How are you guys doing? Can we get more of this, please? Picture perfect engagement, uphill battle, hard fight to take, but they do it and they come out victorious. Great stuff from DA, and I want to see more of it.
Yep. Very, very well done. Creed will finish off their battle down towards the bottom blue star, doing all right. Finds himself in the top 4 right now. But this is all a great opportunity for Na'Vi to edge out a little bit of a lead here against Northern Lights, even though now it is all equaled up. As much as I didn't think we were going to be saying that after Na'Vi getting 4 wins out of the first 8 games, there is an opportunity here for them to step forwards once again.
Sure, kill counts are still low, though, for Na'Vi in this game, but those 10 kills and the win, that is something they would want right now, because a hungry NLT is not something you want to have close to you on that leaderboard.
Especially going into the last day, right?
Yep.
Like, any cushion you can find here is Na'Vi, considering you got this, but there's the potential for 5 wins in 11 games here.
That'd be unheard of. Absolutely insane. Circle, well, me Blue Star, you're a solo player, so I guess we'll give it to you. Do you get guaranteed second place for sitting in that shack, or do we have the entirety of DA pulling up on it now? There might just be a world where that's what they're doing, and I can't fault them for it. I mean, they've been scouting towards it for a while, and they haven't, because Blue Star hasn't pufferfished in any way, shape, or form, they don't necessarily think that there's anyone there. So we'll see. They're still scouting forward, not seeing anything. You're going to have company in a second, Blue Star, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and Alia's line of sight is constantly fixated on that angle.
I like this play. I think I know what they're about to do. Metralius holds the angle. There you go on the shack. Cover the door. If anyone peeks out, you're ready for it. Give the info to your teammates. Go for the info. This is essentially bait. He needs to do the damage. Now the shots are being fired. They know there's people in there, but there's multiple teams shooting their way.
And I like the use of this little lip here, just to try and find themselves extra cover away from Na'Vi. He's gone. He is out. DA, really beautiful little play from them.
So it's just, again, 2 back-to-back smart plays from DA. Very well done. In the meantime, though, by leaving, it has allowed for ENCE to backfill on the east. I'm not sure if Metralius heard Rustenma make his way around here. I'm not sure if Rustenma is aware that Metralius is here, but they will find each other very soon.
And I get it, because why on earth would they ever try and go into a compound that they know that there's a team in when it comes to trying to push through that?
He had no idea. He had no idea.
Yeah, that's
no
rough.
clue that Rustenma was coming. I was going to say that smoke is going to give you away, but
it's very wide and late, but also given the circle layout as a whole, you don't expect people to come in where that road is. It's very open. Like, it's quite a risk to make that wide rotate anyway.
Well, he gets to live with the scare. Rustenma missing essentially all the bullets there. Unfortunate. He still has a play to make, and that's the issue, right? Because he's not going to be safe inside the circle until he's down on the other side of that ridge line. Oh, as I say that, there is a rock up there that he might be able to get to.
I think at inside a window, though, but I feel like window is rapidly closing. They're going for the 2 up against Na'Vi at the top here, but Uber, he's got an AUG again.
Yeah, that's demolishing.
And they're gone.
That's a demolishing. I was going to say there might be a world where DA wins this game, but at this point, with how fast Na'Vi are finding ENCE players, it's looking very, very hard to do. Rustenma, a smoke for cover, now trying to backfill up towards that rock.
You know, I was totally wrong. That window wasn't, like, rapidly closing. It was slammed shut,
opening.
bricked over, and there was nothing left. It was rough.
It was slowly opening, but that was because Na'Vi started walking in through it. Melman, damage done again. Metralius, try and hold them off. You know they're going to have to find their way down this hillside eventually, so try and see how much time you can buy yourself in this position. Rustenma, I mean, if you can find the knock here, that'd be huge for DA, really.
Yeah, needs... It's kind of like, we were talking about it, like, if you go back to a winner-winner chicken dinner style, like, these two teams would then now need to just ignore each other and try and deal with Na'Vi at this point, because if you don't deal with Na'Vi, I'm sorry, they're about to get a 5th if you can't deal with them.
Yeah, gotta try and team up somehow. Rustenma, of course. I mean, there's also just a world where Rustenma really wants second place, but I don't think there's... I think him being outside this circle is the clear cut that that's not going to happen. So let me see how much damage I can do. Maybe I can find the knock here that then allows for DA to get the rest of the kills, and I'll get the kill on that one player by the end of the game.
If you draw the fight out, Uber actually doesn't have huge amounts of ammo across the 2 5.56 guns that he actually does have here. This is minor things as we kind of break it down as a whole, but, you know, you just got to keep an eye on the minute details here when things do get slowly drawn out. But I think ultimately what will happen is they'll dislodge ENCE eventually, because he has to come in from the circle, from the blue pushing him in here. And yeah, he's slowly going.
Now blue is going to be on him. Might just deny to blue, to be honest. Worth it at this point, but they still have a rotation to make. And I'm not going to lie, I mean, DA kind of zeroed in at this point. They're hitting their shots. And here we go, 4v3. Na'Vi has the high ground, but they have to move down.
And they're going to have too many angles, I feel, here against DA. Like, the fact that they are just cordoned off, not in a great position here to deal with this as well.
0 utility, too. Not sure how they're going to be able to make this run on down. They need to hit the shots. They're, like, straight up dry. They need to just hold the angle, peek it, wait for DA to peek into it, and make the run. There is a smoke being thrown on the right side, but I saw them before. I think they only have 1 or 2 available for the team combined. And there can be no lethal utility. As I said, wait, was that 2 nades? Throw them, please? You know exactly where they are. Lop the nades down there.
I feel like I can just hold them here, though, for a while, even with the shots, no? I mean, unless they get an unlucky knock on their side of things. I mean, they know the angle that the entire team is on, and it's where they're all shooting at. Here comes a ambitious molly.
DA has 15 mollies combined.
Oh,
I need them to use some of them. Oh! The initiator, Melman.
That's good.
Goes down. Metralius, solid player. Now you better spam that fire. They need it. They need it. You need to make the run on forward with it, though.
If there is a move, you make it now. They're going to try and smoke this off and maybe try and just block their lines of sight, maybe make something work from that as a whole. Melman still down. The pickup is not happening, correct?
Not yet. They're holding the angle, relying on the 3v3 win here. Mert down to low HP. I'm not sure how much Mets they really have to play this one through. Look at the angles they're trying to find damage via. Not making things easy. And you can see this. They're not going for the rest at all. They're trying to see if they can win this one here and now.
3v3 still, as we have now. DA trying to throw some mollies forwards on towards this position. That's a lot of mollies in hand. It's coming over the wall. Will it be able to crack? And it's just on the back line. Oh, no. They've found the perfect little niche in between all of this fire. This is fine.
Short. Now they're spreading around the side. Example finds one. Oh, Metralius again! Finds one more Uber though with the tap from above. Finds one in return. It's a 2v1 again. No rest is being committed to here.
Yeah, and with only one left, Metralius tries to peek around the corner.
GG.
The blue's on his back, and it's not 4, it's 5 for Na'Vi here in the tournament because Northern Lights punched back in the previous game, but here comes the right hook in from Na'Vi once again.
Na'Vi gets to get the win and the points with it, but I think when we take a look at the scoreboard after this one is over with the desk, those points from this game alone, very tight. So yes, they get the win, but they do not get to extend the gap down to NLT.
I feel like we're going to need oxygen tanks by the end of all of this because it just never ends. It's like a constant many round bout between these two teams now, considering how well Northern Lights came back. And Na'Vi's not giving them any space, taking another win.
Not at all. What a game. Again, we'll go to a break, try and get our breath for the final one, and then we'll be back with you with more action coming up right after this.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Surprise! We're back. It is the G-Loot PUBG Season 6 Grand Finals. My name is Tekul, and if you've been watching, you have seen the juggernauts of PUBG Europe perform again and again. And I as much as we'll talk about the points later on and how close they are, but the point that I really want to focus on here is 11 games, 5 chicken dinners. That is unheard of. Can they be stopped? Na'Vi are just on a roll that is scary.
Well, the good thing is that we have more games to find out if they're going to be able to be stopped. That's the great thing, right?
Yeah. I can't. Joe, so you can answer the question. Go ahead.
I can see them winning 1 or 2 more on the last day at this rate. That's what's scary. We get a lot of tournaments where teams do well one day, they don't do well the next day, or vice versa. That's fairly normal in PUBG. Na'Vi have shown us that they're not interested in adhering to those norms here. And
this shot.
I mean, it's difficult to see how it's possible now, honestly, Sam.
We're talking lots about Na'Vi, but we do need to talk about the highlights that are on your screen right now, because this was another crazy game.
Yeah, fantastic game indeed as well, and also NLT being able to have a good one of some interesting and funny fights with the Liquid and Polish Power. Like we were talking about, this is more like the Polish Power we know, like the pull-up. Liquid being able to survive it. Heroic also kind of keeping on with getting a good amount of kills. Ends doing quite well with the wipe and being able to get into a good spot as well here, John.
Yeah, it's been a little topsy-turvy in that regard, but one that we definitely want to see. Bystanders being eliminated outside of the points here as Ends continue to steamroller through. Rustenmar did have a very lonely end to the game, though, it has to be said. But yeah, I thought they did brilliantly. We need to see a little bit more of that as well. And Digital Athletics there, taking the initiative, finishing off Northern Lights, but then unfortunately getting a little bit stuck in that shack towards the end of the game.
But still a top 2 with a really good amount of kills. Also, us here, we were talking about this when Metrelius got that initial knock, it was going to be open. And the amount of Molotovs they had to completely push them off that rock was insane. But unfortunately, they didn't have any cover after that shack themselves. Yeah. And if they just had a few more smokes, like if they could do something more with that, they could potentially contested Na'Vi. But nope, it's going to be a 16-point win for them.
You're all stuck in a shack. You don't want to throw your mollies anywhere. You get hurt, man.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why they had like 12 at the end there.
But look who sits in 3rd place. 10 kills, Northern Lights. This is the team that I love to see. When they're like this NLT, the super aggression, they always finish really high on the leaderboard, even though they might not finish high in the game.
That's what we were talking about at the end of day 1 and earlier today, where if you can make sure your bad games are high kill games, if you get no placement points, but you wipe 2 squads, we'll take that. Northern Lights establishing that as the baseline now, and that means that despite the chicken dinner, Na'Vi can't pull away as much.
I mean, you say that. There was a moment in this game where NLT had their 10 kills, and they were tied with Na'Vi. Right there, it was happening. And then, obviously different from a placement sort of, but they were right there. They were nice and close, and then Northern Lights goes down. So I wonder if Na'Vi gives a chicken wing to Digital Athletics for doing that now. But ultimately, it's given them an opportunity to push themselves a little bit higher, make the gap a little bit bigger.
It's 4 more points from last game, so now 14 points. Still doable. We had a few bad games here and there, if that's the case again. And NLT is going to be able to continue their performance that they've had today, especially on Miramar. Been very impressed with their Miramar game so far. But still, I want to point out the 3-way tie we have with Bystanders, Polish Power, and FaZe. And it's obviously with the new rule that we have in place for the settings here is that placement is first, the first tiebreaker. So Bystander has the best placement so far, 30 points, and then it goes down 29. So they're extremely close with each other. And then FaZe Clan really high on kills. So yeah, if they are able to continue that, it's going to be great. And then they have quite a gap here, John, with down to 64.
How's this for a stat and a gap? Northern Lights are the only team within 50 points of Na'Vi right now.
Yeah.
That's mad.
Yep. Yeah, 51 points away from the ties there. That's crazy. It's going to be hard for anyone else to get into the first place than NLT, and it's going to be a little bit hard as well to get into second place considering how well NLT has been able to do today.
Exactly.
There's going to be lots of fights over there, specifically I think more for the 3rd place now. That's really where the battle's going to happen. But I do want to talk about the other side, because the fact that Ents and Liquid are still sitting in the bottom there.
Fighting against each other.
For who takes the lowest spot, they're out of the money. And Ents is a team, I mean, this was spoken about when we were watching the game. Ents is a team that their PGC spots is not guaranteed. They need the points. What is going on with these two teams? And I know that I focused on them the whole day, but the reason I'm focusing on them is because these are institutions in European PUBG. These are teams that have always been there, up there. They're the top dogs. They are, I mean, Liquid is lower than teams that really they should not be sitting behind on the leaderboard. And there's no more excuses now because this has been Super Weekend, now Grand Finals. What is going on with Liquid and ENCE? And I'm putting them together because I think the question is for both of them.
Right, I definitely think that it's a case where you're not being able to refresh yourself. But like, it's so hard to play against these teams that are coming in competing at this like the very top level, and I can't really pinpoint. Besides them, they're losing fights, both of them, sometimes against each other, which is important, and they're doing it very early in the game, right? They're fighting for places, for compounds, and they're losing their team fights, and when you do that continuously, you don't get into the placement points. And then when they're trying to do their edge play in some games that they have to based on the circle, then they get caught in third parties, or they're the first team that get engaged on from some of the other teams that has more players alive, or they get gatekept by other teams. So it's just been some really, really rough games for them. It's like they have had little to no circle lock as well.
How do they fix that?
A big difference between what is happening to ENCE and Liquid and some of the teams that are doing quite well at the moment is the teams that are doing well are staying more tightly together as a group, in the sense that if someone gets knocked, there's always an immediate plan for how to get everyone back in the fight. ENCE and Liquid have been losing a player here or there fairly consistently throughout the tournament so far. Do what you do. You guys have the raw talent to make it up there. We know they do. Keep it a little tighter. Make sure people don't get that point for free, and that will translate into endgame success.
There you go. That's the tips. I don't think ENCE and Liquid were watching. They were more than likely getting ready to play the final game, which is where we are going right now. This is it. Day 2, the last game. Toby, Kylaris. Let's hope it's just as insane as before.
Okay, we've had plenty of it. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it has been a day and a half, it does feel. And I've heard, ladies and gentlemen, that, of course, you guys at home are thinking to yourself, you know, Claris is a little bit short, all right? And that's understandable. What do you mean? I've lived with it my entire life. But, you know, we'll have to reveal that to you a little later on, I suppose. The magic of television. But as we continue on, it's the final game here. Game 6 for today. Game 12 overall. It's a completely central plane here from the northeast to southwest. And I hope it's somewhat normal.
One thing, James, is that it's exhausting for us to go meat grinder game after meat grinder game, while being incredibly enjoyable. But imagine being these teams. I mean, Na'Vi, Northern Lights, they both continue to survive for so long that their breaks between games are arguably shorter than ours, because they have to sit down, probably talk to the coach for a little bit, go, what can we prep for the next game? How do we go about doing this? What happened in that game? Not that you spend too much time breaking them down between the games, but still, they're playing back-to-back-to-back heavy-hitting matches. That has got to be exhausting, especially when they're playing 6 a day.
Definitely wearing. I mean, even when we normally have 6 a day and the games aren't silly and insane, people still go a little bit loopy in that final game. But here, coming into this one, yeah, it can be very different, to say the least. But we now see maybe a shot coming in. Iron sights on an M16. Will anything connect? Just switches target. I think you just stick with one target and try and see what you can get. But yeah, it is what it is.
Circle as center as can be. Not really. I mean, again, similar to that Wrangle game we saw earlier, everyone's going to have a opportunity to wrap into this one. One of the tricky things, though, I think, is that you have the Death Road in the middle and Power Grid over on the left-hand side, right? That's potentially where trouble can arise. But for right now, everyone has a path on in. It's just about how you take advantage of it.
Yeah, just in all states of things, a little too early to call, right, as to where we actually may end up going. So we'll have to see as this does break on down. But I think overall, Toby? Yeah,
I mean, I was going to add to that and say, I feel like the most, just as of late, the more casual and calm phase 1s tend to be, then when we get that one hard shift in phase 2, everyone just flips their tables.
Yeah. Yeah, the hard shifts are, well, hard, as you said in a previous cast, is because unfortunately, because you are in a situation where so many of the teams are already in the circle after a hard shift. They already know the positions that they want to take. A lot of these teams are splitting even 1-1-2, 2-2 splits, already spreading themselves over those very priority positions. And when, of course, all of these teams have to usually account for splits, do splits themselves, because if you're not, you're effectively hurting your own chances if you're not controlling as much territory as possible, which then hurts those teams coming in. So they have to make some difficult decisions themselves.
Indeed they do. I'm looking at the map right now. While we have Crunio and Uber somewhat close to one another, we also have one of the widest early game splits I've ever seen. Sakura Sanson are looting East Side Los Leones and El Azahar at the same time. That is that's a split. I'm all for it. By all means, the more info, the merrier. But it's
not a common split.
It really isn't. It really isn't. But in all honesty, they know they're alone with Ents out towards the east. If there's one thing Ents never do early game, that is fighting. And also, they know that they're the only team on this side. So not really too much to be afraid of. Only thing they could potentially have to worry about is if a team opts to wrap in that direction. That would be them in trouble, of course. In the meantime, Polish Power, well, they've pushed in this direction of Graveyard, and here you go, Na'Vi, of all teams, obviously starting things off.
Of course.
With a knock, no flush to be found, though.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get anything more from this. They'll just stake this out for a little bit, but Na'Vi's not going to go ultra aggressive on this just yet.
No.
They're very split. They don't want to try anything too crazy off the back of it. They know that smoke's gone down. They know that they'll probably try and recover, but Uber from another angle. I mean, imagine just being hemmed in here by these guns from this team. I don't envy the position here of Polish Power.
Almost as if they're being forced to dig their own grave.
That's grisly.
It's because they were at Graveyard.
I know they were at Graveyard. Why are you trying to point this out?
Because
you said in the previous game, maybe my jokes will one day be funny. It was like, yeah, I know what you're saying.
I failed it again. I'm so sorry, Chad. Even Hulk Jesus doesn't approve of my jokes anymore.
No, look, he's
Look
burning.
at his face. He's just going, oh my God, Toby.
He's so disappointed in you.
You've got to be kidding me. With that said, let's leave jokes aside. In the meantime, Hacienda occupied by Stardust, a team that... I didn't really have any expectations for them coming into this tournament at any point, but there has been glimmers or small moments of hope where, while this tournament, I probably won't be satisfied if they finish out in 13th, but I still feel like they've had enough positive things happening in this tournament to take away from that they should definitely, and try and build on that for tournaments to come.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, especially even for... As you sit as a... Wait a minute. How is Batulins going to get out of this one?
Bike, Batulins?
I feel like, yeah... Where is your trusty steed?
Oh, no.
Oh, it's not a bike.
No.
Well, they can get out, I think.
Yeah, you say that now, but that slow acceleration won't
He's
keep
on the
them alive
opposite
for long.
side.
Yeah.
There's cover enough.
Yeah.
Did they nade? I think they naded.
Now that is danger huge, even on the hunt here, but there's a... okay, a little bit over-aggressive, turns around in the end of it going, wait, who is it that loots power grid again? Oh yeah, it's Northern Lights, let's not go that way. Let's get away from there.
Abandoned ship.
And understandably so, too. I'm seeing a crate, James. I'm seeing a crate on the map, and we all know Frost says
that golden
where the crates go, the circles go. The crate is probably like they've looked on the map and said, where can we put a crate that is the furthest away from any player?
You know what?
If the circle hard shifts northwest,
based on that crate, I think Frost's golden law is wrong for this.
I hope. It's in some points I hope so, because I feel like we've been given enough chaos today.
Oh, that's very cinematic.
At the same, it really was.
Can we go back to that shot? You might have already moved. I'm sorry, I'm asking for way too much here. But it was very beautiful.
Are you kidding me?
There it is! Look at it! How beautiful!
Make a screenshot. Get yourself some new screensavers, everyone. There you go. That's the wallpaper you need. There you go.
Frost has messaged me on WhatsApp saying, no, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
I think that means yes in Frost language.
Yeah.
Yep. In the meantime, looking at the map towards the center, T-Bone currently split quite a bit off of the rest of her teammates. James is alone. All alone in Arena. T-Bone has just made landfall in Becado with the rest of the heroic players further down south. You have Paige and Beamy just now leaving the church area towards Chimicera, and Corexi is kind of the middleman holding off an angle, but T-Bone... Oh, you got to be damn sure that the entirety of Liquid has left before you make this play. But then again, Liquid usually does leave. So the fact that James, I don't know if he was just getting some more loot or what it was, but he's still here.
Notorious early leavers, right? But this is just a bit silly. No, he didn't get it. That's bad. They need to bail because wait, there's the car right there. This is a really nice park. But yeah, the fact that he doesn't get that. there's always the potential that T-Bone comes back looking for more. So I like the bail from Jeems here. It's a smart play.
We talked about jump scares. I think all the heroic team members have just like flung off their heads and like, what just happened? Because T-Bone just screamed, if he gets this knock now. Now that would be karma, not quite the case though, but oh my lord. I hope T-Bone wasn't taking a drink while that was happening.
I mean,
that would be all over the PC by now.
That was some phasmophobia stuff. That was...
It really was.
You're like, oh, you have to go and talk to the ghost alone? Yeah. No, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
T-Bone is never pushing anything solo again. It's like, no, I don't want to do it anymore. Nope. But he is alone still. But at the same time, I mean, look at the way his heroic is split. I love the way the position right now. They got one. They got Gaxi. We saw that. We saw it in the kill feed while having off screen. That was Beamy, I believe, getting the knock and the flush in that one. Now they went back to get him. They come back towards the north side, and they're sitting not only in, well, the compounds they are, but they have such a good overlook position to claim real estate even harder when the new circle pops.
Yeah, I'm always scared of when the circle pops in these positions because of the natural barriers that exist, right? Like, we know that, you know, Northern Lights, given their position, they'll try and control a lot of that mountain range that's kind of there. You already see Lou and Perfectix flexing out from Power Grid onto the eastern side of there, just knowing that there's the potential they could be scouting out a lot of information when that circle eventually comes from these kinds of angles. But, yeah.
Everyone's playing split right now.
Yeah.
So much splitting going on. But again, center circles, we said it coming into it. This is an easy peasy. Everyone has a simple rotation to make everyone spin inside this circle for the last 3 minutes, essentially just waiting for the new one to pop. But the simpler the circles, again, the deeper your playbook has to be. Because you know that if it caters to you, these circles, they pretty much cater to everyone.
Very much so. And as you say, these splits, wide splits continue on. Sakura Sensen is still 3-1. But when we say 3-1, you're normally thinking to yourself, yeah, okay, maybe, you know.
Couple of compounds between them.
Couple of compounds. Yeah. No, actually, there's a few kilometers between them, I suppose. So that is still a thing, which is interesting to say the least.
It's also interesting that they do it in the area of Ents, because Ents would usually be the team to do exactly that. So they're essentially taking away their strength and doing so. Hard shift, question mark. Well, I mean, the crate is technically still in, so I suppose that wasn't completely wrong. But oh my lord, James, are we in for a rotation here?
Yeah, so let's stay on this for just a moment here whilst we kind of break down what's going on here. Because ultimately, there's opportunities, of course, for kind of a barrier of teams, if we can just kind of quickly look at that as a whole. If I draw this barrier of teams on this side, this is going to be a potential holdout situation. Yes. So there's going to be already the movements around this left-hand side to try and get in out of this angle. That's an awful arrow. And then the wide movements here as well, coming in from here. Nobody wants to move through that barrier, especially with the likes of Na'Vi actually kind of penned up in there. So ultimately, wide rotates is definitely the name of the game, and DA and some of these other teams know that's happening. So they're going to try and hold out those kind of positions to maybe get a few cheeky kills.
And here they come, everyone.
Through the middle.
Speed forward. There's only so much you can claim, as you rightly said there, James. And they are fighting for what little is available.
Yeah, I'm surprised we have so much hemmed in, but at the same time, there's only so many ways you can go because of the natural barriers that we're talking about in terms of those cliffs that were running up alongside the left-hand side of where Team Liquid had to come in from all of this. But Stardust taking the fight here to Alia. Very nice start for them. There's still Team Liquid, though, still waiting in the wings, looking for an opportunity to try and strike out and salvage the position that they found. But Melman has already finished off Jeems.
Yep, Jeems down, Mexi down, Clip trying to fend off what's left alongside Vard here. 0 kills, yet another tough game for Liquid. Spots one doesn't get the damage done on towards him, unfortunately. Uber gets to live with the scare, at least for now. Closer flash doesn't instantly peek back into it, though. Now a smoke being lopped onto the side. They do not want to get engaged on from the side, but as I say that in Tropic, it's actually going to be QPE. Headshot from afar, down to half HP. Uber has to back off.
Very cautious now for the moment. They found themselves some solid cover in terms of the buildings, but how well can this last? Because they're going to have to expend all of their explosives to try and clear them out here. Vard still looking for that angle. He might have been able to catch a little sneaky peek for a moment, but Clib and Vard, they've been able to do magic before as a duo, but against Melman and Uber, they're up against quite the foe.
Yeah, they sure are. Sure. Uber Millman again. I mean, they ain't in a hurry until next circle pops, and we have to go up to the new grade, of course.
Of everything that came out from that engagement, though, Northern Lights is laughing. They're saying Na'Vi in the kill feed. This is only good for Northern Lights.
And I'm looking at what we're seeing right now on the map compared to where we were when you started drawing before. You were completely right. Every team that were in that southern east, because that's where we had the big bunch, right? They all had to do either the hard west wraparound or the hard east wraparound. So that's the lay of the land now. And if we hard shift back towards the south now, that's one of those where we go, you guys really just don't want us to win.
But to the point of those wraps, I prefer the southern wraparound to the northern wraparound, because the northern wraparound leaves you kind of in that water treatment, open areas, and eventually, if you've got bystanders in question mark where they are, how do you get past that?
Issue with the southern wraparound is you're rotating through non-stop unplayable terrain.
Yeah,
pretty much guaranteed to eventually shift out of. Let's see, Melman caught in between multiple teams as Entropic make their way towards the compound too. In the end of it, it will be Liquid to come out victorious, but as I said, Entropic now close, and all of the players are pulling up on this.
That was Liquid PUBG. We are hard in this moment. That was beautiful stuff coming in from him. I'm loving it.
Let's. UK.
That's right. Yeah. He's the world champion. But I mean,
he does what he likes.
He does what he likes. I think ultimately, though, again, when you look at Vard and Clib, given the desperation moments, that they're able to make magic constantly happen. It's not one, it's not two, it's 3 moments back to back from the Liquid boys.
And it's a perfect situation, right? I mean, it's become more hard ever since the carrier mechanic came into it, but I love it. You throw the first nade when the immediate follow ain't there. That's when you throw the second one. Blinding your teammate obviously does not help things. But when you get the first knock, let's see if you can get more. Nope, Clip not going to win that battle against UBE. Nail Cup will charm in from the side, though. So one found, one taken out to Vard. Will he get the rest off of it? Nah, because now we have Patulans of all players. The goat on the mountains.
Yeah.
Narnia far away, able to do damage. Vard spots one side of the smoke, not going to grant him any favors. Ivers gets the kill. Liquid down and out in 15th.
Sends them back to the showers early for that one, and it was almost Entropic that went back early. Very, very close indeed. So good reactions from, of course, Ivers. For me, for the team so far, throughout the Super Weekends, etc., he really has been a standout player for them, even though they have a roster of standout players. But Ivers has just gone from strength to strength.
Spiro is fighting all of Heroic inside San Martin, while Lou and Batoon's like, didn't we agree to play the hill? Spiro, guys, we're up in the hills right now. And it seems to me like Perfect Spiro has other plans indeed. They're sitting down here inside Billboard, which... well, for now, it's granting them all the cover they need, so not really too much of a fuss. But of course, the more time they spend here, the more likely it is that multiple more players will come into this area.
Stardust, a new threat arises. And will it be easy for them, though? Because this is Hacienda. There's a lot of angles you have to cover. Apocalypse will fall. Well, actually, take down Nucky. Sorry, I apologize. There's Tixu, likewise, on Nail Cop. We have ourselves... the small moment where Celtic is wrapping around on the north side. That could be good because they might not be expecting that angle. That's the angle that they came in from.
The push. I mean, Apocalypse is held down behind this building or inside. He's going to go down to that right there. When you're meta in this position and you have an off-angle position, you got to push it. Finally, it does happen, but maybe a bit too little, a little too late. Tixu does go down. They still have Nail Cop on his knees. They could potentially get him up. Ooh, that's dangerous. Peeking up with a nade like that. Might as well just throw it over early with the covers. But you're taking damage from your own nade, Calty. I like the aggression, but at least wait for the nade exploding.
Oh, definitely so. Comes around the corner here. Rustamar's going to be able to get himself one. Will he get 2 weeks first for the transfer? Does not. Metabay will clean it out here. That could have gone terribly for Stardust, but they do make it work.
I mean, it kind of went terrible for them, but as you say, they somehow still came out victorious.
Yeah.
They were doing what they could to make the job easier for ENCE, but not quite the end of it that ENCE would have wanted. New circle pops out towards the east. We go. Next circle should continue in that direction, at least to some extent. So what was once the city, the cover, the joyous living of urban spaces is now open fields and compounds.
Yeah, a phase opportunity to bridge out of that stalemate that exists in 3 through 5.
If FaZe wins this game, I don't have the stats to prove it, but I don't think I've ever seen a 6-game day with 3 double chicken dinner winners.
That's true. That's very rare.
That would be insane. I mean, 3 teams would take 2 wins each on a day. That would be pretty damn impressive.
Yesterday was only 3 winners, just in a different format.
True. Junio and Cabby now lining it up as Creed tries to make their way on forward, and that wall is only going to make the nades easier to throw. There you go, peek around the side spots. 1, spots 2. will get the third, I suppose. There you go. Creed down and out 13th.
That was some vintage Polish power there as they came in and stomped down the defenders. Very, very nicely done by them. And now they seize a pretty decent spot for this circle.
Score sense in the meantime. He gets one! Intense gets the second with the drive-by as well. Somehow He-Man is not dead. He does get knocked, but the saving grace of Intense is over the top, and somehow Sakura Sanson lives with 4.
I thought all these games were only over the top, but you know, we're seeing new things from game to game to game here as Tekkas will finish up Thendalos. Now gonna have to contend with this. Grenades come in from Smash from the distance onto Tekkas. Will there be any more? Will he lunge forwards against this? Because Herc is firing down from a little bit of the high ground that they have available to them. Actually, if anything happens from here, Bystanders has just got the superior position across all of this. More shots are coming in between Sakura Sensen and BBL, but they've got to be worried about the next threat that occurs after all of this too.
And Sakura Sanson is playing Bystanders are playing completely backs free right now. Question mark not doing anything to engage. FaZe does have an angle if they go too hard up the hill. You can see Flammy throwing the smokes now just to be sure that no shots come in from behind. But this right here, I mean, BBL, Sakura Sanson, I feel like no matter how things go down, either they get the kills on each other or Bystanders get all of them.
Marco, what can you do now? Because you are going to be the last hope, especially if that molly catches just a toe. But no, it does not. Smash still crawling out. Still, Bystanders will overlook this. Smash finished as well as Marco finished. And now Sakura Sensen, you're walking into the jaws of Bystanders here. I don't know how you survive this.
And I like the active play from Bystanders too, wanting to get those kills. But now, as the teams from behind, both FaZe and Question Mark, start looking this direction, they also know when to back off. Yes, there are kills. Yay, they look great and juicy over on the other side of the hillside, but we can't risk everything trying to get them because you still have a compound inside the circle.
Yeah, definitely so. Keanu as well, of course, just moving back to a position of safety. And now, that shift. I mean, for Bystanders now, I feel like the eventual rotate is for them to kind of, I suppose, potentially move early towards where Hobbits is and try on that transition, but even that is going to be very, very difficult for them. Fights go down in San Martin. It's rare we get too many fights in here, but we still have a little bit of it exist. That's a great nade. Beautiful.
Easy. Easy for Perfectix. First one didn't go in, second one does, and there you have it. In trouble. Na'Vi find kills, but Na'Vi are out. Out of this one, and Northern Lights, they're looking for more.
Definitely. Let's see if Merc can do anything about it from the distance. I say the distance. He's just over the road. It's a distant enough.
In an urban ending, that is like a kilometer away.
In an urban ending, it could be the other side of the world, all right?
Exactly. Nate, hello Salty, how are you doing? Hi Intense. Yeah, you did.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, that was a foregone conclusion, wasn't it? It was always going to be rough for them. Now, the problem for Bystanders, as we mentioned, they have really tough decisions to make.
Yes.
What do you do? They may, if they have the vehicles, try and bomb it past FaZe to a dip somewhere or try and go towards where Stardust is.
There's no dip to crash. I mean, I feel like either you crash FaZe Clan or...
I think they might go past. I think it's too... I think they know the position of power that the team has in that compound, right?
There's no position of power for them to take. They can play a shack.
They're going to go through.
They're going through. Full speed forward. They come, Nail Cup. Oh, getting the headshot onto Lou there as well. Good shots, but unfortunately had to reload, so he's going to miss the final opportunity. Yeah, and Bystanders full shack commit is what I see from them. They're going towards it. Gustav will find one. They're playing down below, and they're really limited what they can do. Nail Cup in the meantime, peeking on over once more, not finding anything the second time around. But again, I mean, Stardust, all the room in the world to work with.
I feel like Bystanders might have signed their own warrant there by stopping where they have done. But yeah, as the fights continue in San Martin, Heroic has got to kind of march through this pretty quickly. Perfectix will go down from a nice little spray from Beamy, as well as T-Bone.
Northern Lights, I mean, they're so spread out right now. But Tulin's inside the circle on one side. Lou just came in now. Spiro caught on the wrong side of things. They had their spread early. We saw it with players inside the city, but they just never had a chance to regroup. And now they're paying the price forward. This could have had Northern Lights written all over it had they just been able to regroup forward. But here comes Spiro from down below, but doesn't find anything close to it. But T-Bone denies.
And Northern Lights are actually going to have even more threats potentially barreling down on them later on as continue on. But Polish power to the north of all of this will eventually have to move in, and they're going to feel the pressure themselves. Now Bystanders could become a complete target here for Polish power as long as they deal with their south.
Exactly, that's a good nade. That's a glorious nade. Hergy, you're down for sure. Flamey might fall to follow Jord. 1 HP somehow still alive through all of this. Lives to see at least another, well, nade, I suppose, but still alive anyway. Heroic out in 9th, and we only just now breaking into placement.
This is pushing Polish Power into 3rd place. 3rd place for the Poles here against this. And if they can continue on, I mean, they're still 4 strong. Hoyot is holding that, so is Skade a little bit for Polish Power to try and make the transition. And I don't think they have vehicles to work with from where they were, because they were all on foot moving from building to building.
The victor of the North, we just saw FaZe flex out of the compound. The victor of the North could very well become the victor of the game. Question mark, FaZe up towards the North. In the meantime, down towards the South, all the remaining teams fighting to stay alive. Somehow, Jord is still on his feet, and that's maybe saying a lot. He's on his stomach, and has been for a while, but yeah, Polish Power still 4 up, 6 kills so far. They have a move to make, and they've got to make it now. Yeah,
asking who that guy in the distance is, but continuing things on. Question mark is going to make the move on that east-hand side, as FaZe is also moving into positions where they can have more angles available to them. But question mark crashing onto the position. They're moving into Hacienda here pretty quickly and try and displace Stardust, who have 8 kills, mind you. It's a great game for them to round out the day, but can they survive the push that's about to come from question mark?
Well, the rotation is done by question mark. It's FaZe that has me being excited for. In the meantime, the kills come through. Norcus does get flushed, unfortunately. Cappy down low as well, but the fact that FaZe gets to push out question mark from this and now just take full circle control here is completely insane. And look at the amount look at how FaZe is now starting to appear all over the kill feed with the amount of control they've been able to take. Skade in the meantime, Gemty and Noik working together to take down Polish Power. Then Gemty runs himself over. We're a little bit too excited, I suppose.
Yeah, with Polish Power, they got themselves third. We were talking about it before, but it might be short-lived with FaZe now having themselves a true position of power. You think Polish Power is good? Well, FaZe Power is about to encroach on this whole lobby with the position that they found themselves in.
Exactly, all by forcing question mark to make that move. Where Doozy running up, trying to see what he can spot, doesn't really get anything now. All he gets is stance his name, but he can't. No, he can't ADS because of the damage done from the molly, and that's why he goes down. Skate out as well, but Doozy falls too.
All right, and as this fight slowly kind of winds down while they try and finish him up, completely white. I don't know what he can do. Actually, opposite sides as well. Celtic gets him and is able to shut down question mark. It's a huge game for Stardust, but now FaZe knows where everybody effectively is in the lobby, and it's all the buildings to their south.
And while all hell has been breaking loose around him, is alive in the circle center. Just chilling. Here comes Gemty, though. We've seen the drive-by so many times from this man, and he continues to do exactly that, hopping over to Stardust. They're still trying to fend off against the FaZe players up towards the north. They are still 4 alive, the FaZe boys, and what looks to me is that they were going to be able to keep it that way because the circle has just gone in their favor. But Batulans, again, still alive and kicking. Top 4 guaranteed, hoping for even more.
We'll have a small reprieve from the action here, as with the building still in, there's not a huge amount of reason for some of these teams to really move far out, knowing from their knowledge what is waiting in the north. And that's an angry FaZe looking down, the opportunity for a pretty decent chicken dinner here.
I was trying to get something. He knows that they will have to move eventually, so the more damage they can do now, the better off they are. He's shooting outside the circle. Not sure exactly what he's aiming for, but maybe a little bit of target practice for the battles to come. They do have 4 kills. Looking for any players to wrap south around.
Yeah, I think he just doesn't want any south wrap, right?
It makes sense.
Just make sure you say, okay, I am covering this angle. I'm making myself well known from this spot. If you try, we will be able to gun you down.
Don't even consider this, because I have this angle covered.
It's an interesting play, but I mean, because they're only 2, that's why you make it happen. If you're 4, it's a different state. You can let that happen and maybe even take them on the rotate.
There should be no reason for Stardust to try and make a southern wrap anyway. I mean, as I say that, FaZe has line on sides of all the north side exits for Stardust.
Yeah, the angles from Hacienda.
But they will have line of sight on the crossing too, so that wouldn't make any difference.
Yeah, there's those angles, but then, I mean, from the building that Stardust in, it's like a slight downhill, if I recall, and then up again.
It's a tricky run. No matter how you put it, it's going to be a very hard crossover for Stardust. But again, I mean, even if they don't win this game, they have 12 kills and top 4 guaranteed. That's 16 points. That is a massive step up for Stardust.
For them.
Huge game. Huge game. Of course, would they want more? By all means, they would take that. But it's going to be a hard-fought way into it, because right now, I mean, while FaZe out in this one, in the open, they're looking very good in this position. I do kind of hope, though, that the circle kind of send us up in the middle. Force both Stardust to move and FaZe to make the play down the hill, and then just Batulin's thrown it out in the middle, like he's doing right here, right there.
Tough run. Let's see where it's going to go. FaZe still keeping eyes on everything. Stardust just contemplating what they can even do, considering all this. Where are we going?
So quiet, but only for a little while longer. Circle. Oh, my lord. FaZe blessed with this one. Now again, nothing's guaranteed, but this sure has got a tint of red written on it. They have to sit, they have to wait, but they have to wait and peek into a nail cup with an MK14, which has been doing damage this game.
Yeah, your best bet, as any of the teams in the South, is kind of that unholy alliance once again.
Medibay got out.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that he was able to sneak out here and actually get in pretty decent range. He has 2 nades, 3 mollies.
No way.
He's flashing.
They're engaging this as 2.
Wait, they're actually taking the fight.
This might just be Stardust trying to say, we're here, don't push us, and now they're falling back. This is a smart play, because now FaZe has to expect them to potentially be right over the ridge at any given point. The flashes minimize the audible cues. They now have to worry about them constantly.
It kind of controls that space without them even having to look over there for the moment. But 8C, with the bold player he is, got a little bit of a peek over there for the moment and knows that there is a bit of room for them to still, you know, have those angles on. But Stardust is still very concerned about the entropic angle. No, there's no way he does anything. There's no way he does anything.
But don't be quiet. Be quiet. Don't
is he still in? He's in the circle. On the other side of the wall. He's in the circle in this shed.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Don't even breathe, Batulin's, if you want to guarantee yourself a top 4 spot here. I didn't think it was going to come to it, but Ibis and Nailep are going to be kind of the matches to turn on this fire. They're the last teams to make their way on in. I thought the Stardust rotation was going to kick things off, but they got in, and now it's all on Entropic to make a play.
There's a crazy situation, of course, for Northern Lights, for Batulin's, where this could convert into a top 2.
Easily.
If the engagements happen and if he keeps quiet.
We can both agree there's no way Celtic looks into that building.
No, I don't think so.
Doesn't happen.
No.
Doesn't happen. He's holding the south. He's trying to make sure no one's wrapping underneath them. And with this circle up, you can see right now he's looking over in that direction, trying to make sure that Entropic doesn't come towards him.
Once they see the smokes pop over there, he sees him. He sees him. He's like, wait a minute.
There's no way. That is so coincidental. GG, you're down and out, Mr. Batulin's. He's just going to forfeit and give it to him. 5 kills. Great game for Kelty and a top 3 guaranteed.
Yeah, 13 kills to their name already. And they could even get a little bit more from this, especially if they know that FaZe is engaged against this. Stardust, you have to go now. With Entropic actually being engaged in that, but you're not taking your initiative here whilst that engagement's going down. You had to kind of catch them as they were a little bit preoccupied.
This was the chance, as you're saying, to peek on over. They even have Kelty as a potential surprise angle down below, but not taking advantage of it. Now, FaZe will have to make the peek on over, but actually Nail Cup again daringly peeking on over. They're playing so aggressive, Stardust, and I'm loving what I'm seeing.
A delay on the smokes. Slow this down once again. He's so close to seeing his head.
Nades,
so
mollies,
close.
Nail Cup, hello.
Oh, has to back off. Barrel in hand, lies down. Not in vision just yet, but the nades could potentially rain in here. He relocates smart. Smart to move.
There are only so many seconds left of this game. You've got to use your utility! Saved it, but hates. He spots it from a distance and able to get away.
Moving on away. That's not too bad. Goes a little bit too far, though. Fex lies down. Gustav going on this wide wrap. This could be the X Factor. Absolutely instantly gets them down. Absolutely picks up a second here. Fex coming around for the angle as well. Stardust has nothing left. They'll be in the night sky here as FaZe claims it. 3 teams dominate the day, and FaZe gets themselves the second chicken dinner here on day number 2.
That is completely unheard of. Triple, double chicken dinners. How and when have we ever seen that in competitive PUBG?
Yeah, pretty crazy to say. But again, the way in which FaZe are controlling a lot of that northern circle, I like exactly when they moved out of the compound that they had available to them. You could sit in that compound for a little while if you wanted, but just seizing all of those angles to control everything in the south. Lovely stuff.
Them forcing off QM there, up and towards the north. We said the team that wins the north potentially wins the game. That's exactly what FaZe did.
Yeah, very, very well done indeed. And again, as you say, the fact that we have 3 double chicken dinners, and this also for FaZe is very important because we had still, as Martin alluded to, that 3rd through 5th constant tiebreaker going on.
Yeah.
It gives FaZe a little bit of a leg up now on that situation, right up there.
Exactly. And speaking of Martin, let's bring back in the desk and Sam. So why don't you take over from here, Sam?
Oh.
I think I've been switched
There we
off.
go.
There we are.
I just presumed it was Avenger. I was like, someone switched off
maybe
my mic.
maybe they didn't put you on yet.
Yeah,
They
I
just
was like,
wanted
they
me
probably
to do
just-
the host. Yeah, welcome. Sealed Season
Stop
6.
it.
Start
Stop
the game,
it.
Martin.
Stop it.
Unmute the mics, Martin.
I actually wanted to talk to Kalaris and Toby because
Yeah,
I'm done
do
with
that.
you two. This
Oh,
is
I see.
over. It's been
Thank
2 days. I went, hello, gents. I just want to say, and I know that we should be talking about the game and we will, but I just want to say that the 2 of you together over the last 2 days casting has been so entertaining, and I know everyone at home's been enjoying it as well. You guys are great.
Thank you.
Can I show people how short I am yet?
Yes, do it now.
All right, I'll step off. I'm on a box. You guys thought I need a box. I'm on a box.
Give
It's just
Toby
he's
the
like-
box.
He's like 7 foot.
I go on the
I tried
box?
to show
7
you
foot.
before. This is ridiculous. Why don't I work with these giants? Get me out of here.
The Danish Giants, yeah.
The Danish Giants. I wanted to kind of lead into it, but I wasn't sure if you were ready to step off the box.
Oh, yeah, because it was such an emotional commitment. Thanks,
I
Sam.
don't know.
This damage is going to last years.
Yeah.
Sometimes I stand between the Danes and I feel very short, so it's not comfortable. So I wasn't sure. So I just okay. Anyway, let's be serious now. It's the end. I always have to say let's be serious when I'm here at G-Loot.
We are constantly serious.
You
It's
guys are
you.
serious. It's
I don't
just
know what
me
you're talking
giggling and
about.
sturdy.
It's just you, Sam.
Day 2 is over. There are 3 teams, and this is where the fight begins. It is.
I mean, there's
Na'Vi
16
and-
teams.
but there's only 3 that are really fighting right now.
Right.
Na'Vi, NLT, FaZe. I hate you sometimes.
Look, we started the day saying there was 1 team. We got to halfway through the day and we
There were
went,
2
oh,
teams.
there are 2 teams.
And we realized
now
there's
there
more
are
than
3
one.
teams. By game 3 tomorrow,
Yeah.
there's going to be 4 teams.
I'm going to
5
start the
teams.
show tomorrow by saying there are 16 teams.
Yeah, that'll be good.
But there are only 3 contending right now for that top spot.
But that does weave the story for PUBG, right? There are 3 contending for the top spot at the moment, but anything can happen. Today, in part, has proven anything can happen. It could be back down to 2 teams. It could be up to 5 or 6 by the time we swap maps tomorrow.
Of course, the highlights today, that first Miramar game when we got to see NLT take their chicken dinner and throw all the nades. We do have Batulins with us right now to chat to us. They have had such an epic day. Batulins, how are you doing?
Hello?
Hello, we can't
Yeah.
see you, but we are going to speak to you. My friend, you and your team popped off today, and I have to find out because I'm very curious. Miramar, with those nades that got you the chicken dinner, what was the conversation happening in the team speak during that final fight?
Firstly, hello everyone. I'm very sorry that I don't have webcam right now. It doesn't work for some reason. So yeah, but I'm in bathrobe, so everything is okay.
Obviously.
Yeah, so this Miramar game, I think it was special. Yeah, I have never played the same game because I think it was PGC, the only game
it was.
super close to this like big construction. Yeah. And when I saw the 8th circle, I told my guys that we're gonna win it because it's the
free.
center of the circle. Yeah, it will go nuts. Yeah, I was wondering if we're gonna jump in the end. So we're gonna try a jump kill.
Right.
Yeah, but because of very, very, very nice nade, we won this game in the end. Plus, we killed about 20 people. So it was a very nice game to come back to try to fight Navi in the for the top place in the tournament. So yeah, that's nice.
It was very nice. It was nice to watch, very entertaining, lots of laughter from our side because it really was a joy to watch. I know Jarosar has a more serious question now.
Well, more serious, I don't know. I guess it is, though. Sasha, congratulations on that game, but also today overall. You guys did a phenomenal job. We're taking a look at Na'Vi at the top of the standings, but going into this tournament, we were also looking at the rivalry between you guys and Entropic. In the long term, not just this tournament, but the long term, do you see Entropic or Na'Vi as closer to be like your rivals, your competitors? Who's more dangerous?
It's a difficult question, but the nice one, because I can easily explain. Na'Vi and Entropic, they have different play styles. And for example, in this tournament, Na'Vi has like super big luck with the circles, and both luck and their playstyle suits this lobby a lot. By like they're going as 4 people in all the fights. They're very dangerous opponent in the fights,
right?
And with the good circles, they kinda kill most of teams. And I think that this lobby suits Na'Vi excellently. Yeah, for Entropic. I guess they have some problems, but they still like can pretend to be on the top of the placement in this event, but maybe not this time. I think this time Na'Vi is the only opponent, maybe FaZe. I saw they won the game, the last game. I'm not sure about how many points they have, but yeah, looks like Na'Vi is the biggest opponent right now. And yep, that's old but gold rivalry between us and Na'Vi. CS rivalry, so I'm happy with it. And I'm also very happy to see Uba. I think most of people are happy because he's a GOAT of PUBG.
Yep, absolutely.
And yeah, for the whole region. It's like PO for Korea, for Asia. And yeah, I am really happy to play against him. So yeah, respect.
Nice.
Nice, yeah. Obviously, you're happy to play against them, but right now it's kind of rough, right? Because they're doing really well. No, good to hear from you, my friend. I want to hear, what do you think is the biggest surprise to you? Maybe not talking about Na'Vi, maybe some of the other teams so far in the tournament.
I think BSTN and Polish Power doing great. They were kind of super close to the top of the leaderboard, and everyone should respect that. Like, it's not in new teams, but they are kind of underdogs, and it's very nice to see them in the top. But I think that the biggest surprise is Liquid for everyone,
right?
I guess,
for sure.
Because like Liquid, everyone is waiting that Liquid gonna be in the top.
Now they
everyone
only
knows
have one day now.
Yeah, but they have only one day, and like the way how they play, I don't see like how they're gonna come back in the last day. So I hope they're gonna do well, but now it's a big surprise for me, unfortunately.
Thanks.
Liquid was a big surprise for me as well. That's why I just keep harping on about it. So I'm glad Batudens agrees with me. Batudens, thank you so much. Well done on an epic day too. And of course, we'll see you tomorrow back in the server. Hopefully some more of those crazy nades. We actually have it, so I think we should just watch it again. We have a clip for it. Batudens, thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow.
Let's just watch this again because it's so much fun.
Oh, it's beautiful. Perfectix. 19 kill chicken dinners, guys. And he actually, you could see how he aimed it. He thought about that potential bounce, and it just happens. It's crazy.
And when he threw the first nade, that's what actually prompted Sakura Zensen to move the other way. That's what said to Salty, oh, a second nade's coming in. Let's move this way instead. And then the bounce was just perfect. I mean, my God.
Great.
Do you know what's, when you listen to Batudens and they were talking about doing a jump kill as well, I was like, it didn't matter how that ended. That was going to be like one of those epic plays that we'll talk about. When Martin's still on the desk in years to come as the encyclopedia, he'll be discussing that one once again, bringing it up.
500 years ago. No, overall though, I gotta say we've had some absolutely fantastic circles, games, cast overall. It's been some of the most amazing games I've ever witnessed here. And the competition has been so close. Like when you see a team like Entropic that's just come off PC6 win, doing insane in the Super Weekend, then to have a hard time, it really tells you the strength of the games here, at the lobby here.
We're currently watching the highlights from the last game, but exactly what Avenger said. I mean, and also for me, I think what's really important is to see how close all these European teams are.
Right.
It is so competitive and the level of play is so extremely high. It just speaks multitudes for how strong the region is.
Exactly right. You start to see the gap between first and last place slowly stretch out. You get that concertina effect as you go further through the tournament. And then just a game ago, we were talking about a 3-way tie for one of the most important places on the leaderboard. I mean, it's so difficult to split hairs between these teams.
It's been incredible, and of course now let's take a look at this last game. FaZe taking the chicken dinner, which puts them in contention. We were speaking about this, these 3 teams that are now going to be competing for #1. Tell me how they came about winning it.
I mean, FaZe have... I want to say they've switched up their game a little bit today, but not very much. They're just constantly in places where they're able to protect each other. The moment a member of FaZe spots a potential third party or shots that come from a direction they wouldn't otherwise expect, they're very good at taking that short moment to pause, understand what they want to do about it, and then decide to full commit or back away or double down and really get their fight done quickly. And it's because of that they're not getting third-partied as much as some of the other teams.
Now you can take a look at the leaderboard from this last game today. What's interesting is despite FaZe getting the chicken dinner, it's Stardust that sits at the top because of their kills.
Yeah, huge amount of kills. Double-digit there as the only team. 13, very impressive. I wish we saw a little bit more from them like that. We know that when they're playing the MIA qualifiers, they're able to pop off like this. You know they're capable. So now, if it's coming together now, they might have a chance to jump into the top 8 and take a bigger chunk of the prize pool. That'd be great to see.
Yep.
But it's only their second top 3 finish.
And here we go now. We move into the final leaderboard. This is what the total looks like, the final leaderboard for day 2. And 134 points. Na'Vi still sitting on top, but at 126, nice and close. NLT biting at their heels. Batulin's told us about this rivalry between the two that's gone on for so long, and here it is right back. But FaZe also trying to make up a difference here with 97. If you go all the way to 16th, 15th place, 28th, 37, they're out of contention. Right now, those teams at the bottom are fighting to get into the money, never mind even competing with the top 8.
It does feel a little bit like that at the moment, and I think that's going to come true. There is a possibility of popping off. Even Batulin said he was surprised. Liquid with a big day could make it into the top half of the leaderboard, maybe. And any of those teams could, but Liquid or ENCE or Digital Athletics or BBL can sort of catapult themselves and get more money, get a little bit more in terms of PGC points. In terms of going for glory now, you're really looking at almost down to 5th place, I think. And even then, Polish Power and Bystanders, with only 6 games left, realistically, it's a 3-horse race, but God knows what PUBG can throw at us, right?
It would be fantastic if we could see, you know, both Na'Vi and LNT having a rough game in the first 1 or 2 games, and then FaZe Clan catching up. So it's a 3-horse race actually for the first place, because
100%.
It's unlikely that both of them will do that. The top killers, though, so far, 24 tied.
Look at that damage.
Wait, is the damage actually exactly equal as well? Because then the next tiebreaker kind of goes to assists, which Uber then has more of. It's actually exactly tied on damage. And Uber has 7 assists while Perfectix has 5. So that is super, super impressive. Really, really competitive here in the top 5. I want to give an honorary mention to Alya and Krunio, who is currently on 20 kills as well, just outside the top 5.
There have been so many players, and they've just been popping off. This is the thing. All of these teams have bought such a big game.
Yeah.
Today, this is I mean, I keep saying it, and I feel like I do feel like a bit of a broken telephone, but I cannot believe the level of play we've seen here. I did not expect this after Super Weekend. We obviously saw good players, but I did not expect it to be this close. Or for it not to be in Tropic, if I'm honest.
Again, that's one of the other surprises of the weekend. We're talking about Liquid a lot, but in Tropic, honestly, they fared better, but not. They're not at the level we expect them to be. And that means that going into day number 3, they are lying in wait a little bit. If they solve whatever niggling problems that they had today, sure, they might not win it all from where they are now, but they can grab a couple of the chicken dinners and upset the apple cart a little bit.
Jorisar, you're so positive all the time.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
Like, Liquid is out. They're not winning any money. This is over for them. And you're like, oh, they could have a good day.
They can get some money. They got some more PGC
Everyone
points.
always can do a good day. I'm like, now they're done. This
Pink
is
fluffy
over.
unicorns riding on rainbows.
I mean,
can happen.
If they're riding on rainbows in game, they're getting shot. Probably by NLT from high up. Anyway, let's take a look at your schedule so you don't miss any of the action tomorrow. We've got 6 more games to decide who will be your winners of Season 6 of G-Loot. And hopefully it comes right down to the final battle.
It's so crazy to look at this.
I mean, it's just look at that.
NLT, Na'Vi, FaZe. This is a copy pasta from the first game. Like, all right, guys, never mind. Let's just take whatever happened the first day, just copy that down to the Miramar games as well.
But if you take a look at that and you say, by the way, Na'Vi are ahead by less than 20 points,
that is cool.
You'd be like, what?
It's insane.
If you look at this and you say like Na'Vi has 5 wins in 12 games, like all right, they must be leading by a lot. No, NLT has been insanely consistent. The other surprise is that Skate has fallen down insanely. They're only on 69 points now. That is insane to me. I can't really believe that they're able to fall off that hard. I believe they've only gotten 20 points in just today. I think they were on 49 yesterday.
But this is something that is starting to become like a familiar pattern with Skade, where they pop off and they do like these incredible things,
right.
and then you're like, wow, Skade this is the big deal. And then the next day they disappear, and then they come back, and then they disappear. They haven't quite found their flow, or unless that is their flow, up and down. But for the most part, I feel like they just haven't seemed to find the consistency they need.
Yeah, it's kind of alternating current, right? It's up and down all the time, and they're very consistent, not so consistent, or very good performance, high performance.
That's their consistency.
But then again, you have to remember, still recent player change. Roster is coming in competing against one of the hardest lobbies of this year so far. So it's going to be really hard to stay there consistent. But they have one of, I would say, top 3 in my book, best mechanical players in Europe right now. Pixel on the team. He's insane. He was playing the barrel before the nerf or the buff to the barrel. He played 6x barrel, 3x barrel, and controlled this bait. His mechanical skill is through the roof. So I really believe that we're going to see more great things from him.
We've got one more day left, and before we end, I don't want reasons, I don't want explanations. Who do you think is going to win the entire tournament? Just give me a team name. Avenger?
Well, I'll start. So I'll be nice. I think NLT is gonna take back the NLT era.
Na'Vi will hold on.
Who do you think is going to take it? Why don't you have a little think about that and then come back tomorrow to see if you're right. We'll be waiting right here with all of the PUBG so you get your fill. Good night.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.